Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will start our new journey of what if Deku ran an orphanage. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe and comment in the comment section if you want anything in the future. Destiny comes knocking. To say Izuku was depressed wouldn't be fully true. Ever since All Might crushed his dreams, he'd been in an emotionless haze, going through the day like an automated robot. However, as time went on he began to do less and less. First, it started with minor things. He stopped taking care of his hair completely, letting it grow longer and disheveled. Then he started putting on the same ruffled-up uniform over and over again. And then he stopped going to school completely, and almost stopped leaving the house. Entirely. Rarely even leaving him room. Inko didn't force him to go. She knew something was wrong with her son and she wanted to help him rather than forcing him back out into the world and pretending like everything was fine. Unfortunately, work had other ideas. She had been promoted recently, and her new job required her to travel out of the country. Of course, she didn't want to, but she had already accepted the job prior to Izuku's breakdown. And if she backed out now, she risked losing her job. All she could do was pack her bags and ask Mitsuki to check up on Izuku and send him money to live on. So now, Izuku was alone, aimless and without purpose. He sat alone in his living room, not really feeling like staying in his All Might covered bedroom at the moment. He flipped through the TV channels. Breaking news: All Might dash. New hero dash. Headshot dash. MT dash. His face was twisted in annoyance. For once he just didn't want to hear about heroes. All his life he had dreamed of being a hero. All his life that was the only thing he had ever wanted. Now, without that dream, he had nothing. Nothing to strive towards, nothing to hope for. Nothing to live for. And still, all he could hear about, all he could see was heroes. He turned off the TV and put his head in his hands. What do I do now? Izuku asked himself. A few moments later, there was a loud knocking on his door. And then another. And another. It quickly became a panicked, rapid knocking, as someone's fist pounded on his door. Curious, Izuku ran to his door and looked through the peephole. Outside was a very scared little girl. Izuku immediately opened the door. The girl looked at him, surprised at first that he opened the door. But that surprise quickly turned into desperation. Please, don't let them get me, she begged. Without another word, Izuku ushered her inside and closed the door. What's going on? Who's after you? Izuku asked her. Bad men. Villains. The girl cried. We have to hide. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly there was a louder, much louder knocking on his door, from what Izuku could only assume was the villains chasing this girl. Izuku quickly looked through the peephole and saw the shadiest-looking man he had ever seen. Now, while Izuku wasn't one to judge someone for their appearance, if this man was innocent, the plague mask wasn't exactly projecting that message. Immediately, Izuku went in high alert mode. Okay, the lights are off. Maybe I can pretend like I'm not home. I need to move quickly and quietly. With that, Izuku grabbed the girl, who was startled by this action but didn't protest, and moved as quickly as he could without making a sound. He went into his room and locked the door. As he looked around for places he could hide. If I go in the closet, they'll definitely find us. I need something else. Izuku looked around his room until his eyes landed on his hamper. It was overflowing with dirty laundry, as Izuku hasn't really been in the mood to do anything, much less laundry. That's it. Izuku set the girl down next to the hamper. Okay. I'm going to dump these clothes on you so they can't see you. It's going to smell gross, but hopefully that just makes them more likely to just look over it. I promise everything is going to be all right. Just don't make any noise, and don't move. Crack. Izuku and the girl both jumped as they heard the front door get broken down. The girl nodded quickly, and Izuku wasted no time pushing the hamper over, letting the clothes fall all over her and removing her from sight. They probably won't do a complete search. They should know the neighbors will report them breaking the door, and with that many clothes, it would take them too much time to search. Just that one pile. Izuku reassured himself, before realizing something. Wait, what about me? Izuku could hear the men walking through his house, and started sweating bullets. If they know that I know about them breaking into my house, they may try to silence the witness. I could pretend to be asleep. But wait, almost any sleeping person would wake up if their door was broken down. They might know I'm faking. Izuku looked around his room, hoping to find something to help him when his eyes landed on his headphones and his phone. And Izuku got an idea. Actually, two ideas. First, he grabbed his phone and turned on the record setting, making sure it would record anything that happened in front of it. Then he swiftly hid it in his book bag, putting it in the front pocket that was facing the room. This way it wouldn't seem strange. Then, he quickly grabbed the headphones and put them on his head before quietly laying down on the bed, pulling the covers over himself and closing his eyes. It was terrifying, knowing that villains were inside his home. He faintly heard them in the living room, but couldn't make out any of what they were saying. After about 2 minutes, he started hearing footsteps coming towards his room. They didn't go into his room immediately, probably searching the bathroom and his mother's room first, but after a while, he heard them jiggle the doorknob. When the door didn't open, the villains immediately broke it down. Izuku had to try his hardest not to flinch, while also maintaining regular breathing. He heard the villains come in. After presumably looking around for a few seconds, they started talking. "Damn it, she's not here," said one of them. "Quite. We're lucky that the kid's asleep, otherwise we'd have to cover up a murder." "Probably. A few," said one of them. His voice was muffled, more muffled than the other guys that were. Seeing as Izuku was wearing headphones, so Izuku assumed this was the masked villain. "Nah, I've seen those headphones. He ain't gonna hear shit," one of them said. "Then maybe he won't hear you scream," the masked villain threatened. Boss," one of the other villains gulped. "You two had one job. Keep her from escaping." The masked villain was angry. Izuku could imagine the fear running through the two lackeys. Izuku himself had to use all his willpower to keep up his fake sleeping. Without that girl, the Yakuza will never rise back into their former glory. The masked villain continued. Izuku flinched a bit, but luckily they didn't notice. "These guys are Yakuza. You two lost my property," the masked villain growled. "The only reason you two are still alive is because killing you here would be an inconvenience. We're going to leave. Put everything back where you found it. And once we're done, we're going to search for Eri. If she's not found by the end of the day, you two are dead. Understand?" "Yes, sir," the two other villains said before running out of the room. The masked villain started walking out of the room. Izuku heard a strange sound. It was like the door breaking, but in reverse. "This room disgusts me," the masked villain said before Izuku heard the door close. "Wait, didn't he break down my door?" Izuku wanted to see what just happened, but he knew better than to move until he was sure the villains were gone. He heard the villains move around in the house for about a minute longer before he heard the sound of the front door closing. Izuku still didn't move for a few minutes. He wanted to be absolutely sure they were gone. After a few minutes, he heard nothing. Izuku jumped out of bed and ran towards the pile of clothes. After half a minute of throwing his clothes everywhere, he found Eri. She was stiff still, tears flowing out of her eyes. She held one of his socks in her death grip and used to muffle any noises coming out of her mouth. She had been paralyzed with fear. Izuku wasted no time kneeling down and embracing her. The girl dropped the sock and wrapped her arms around him before sobbing into his chest. "It's okay," Izuku soothed her. "They are gone now. It's over." Sometime later, the police arrived not too long after. Izuku gave the police a full description of what happened, as well as giving them the video from his phone. After seeing the video, they told him to stay put and said they needed to call someone in. They tried to take Eri so they could return her to her parents, but Eri refused to leave his side, saying that she didn't have any parents, so they just left her with him. Izuku sat on the couch, with Eri clinging to his arm as tightly as she could. Thank you," Eri whispered to him. Izuku smiled gently at her. "You don't have to thank me. I'm just doing what anyone would do." Eri shook her head. "People didn't help me. Only you. Eri buried herself in his arms, trying to keep herself from crying. Izuku started petting her head to comfort her. "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku looked up and saw a man in a detective coat. "My name is Detective Naomasa." The man introduced himself. Hi," Izuku said. "I'll cut to the chase. The people who were chasing that girl were part of the Yakuza," Naomasa said. "And this man dash." Naomasa pulled out Izuku's phone, which zoomed in on the masked villain. "Is Kai Chisaki, Aka Overhaul, leader the Yakuza." "The leader of Yakuza," Izuku repeated in fear and amazement. He knew the Yakuza was much weaker than it was a long time ago, but they were still a sizable crime gang. Why would the leader of the Yakuza come here? What would they want Eri for? I don't know. We haven't found any record of Eri or anyone like her so far. Naomasa explained. I think the only person who can tell us what he wanted is her. They both looked at Eri, who shied away further into Izuku's arm. Eri, it's okay. We need you to tell us what Overhaul wanted you for. Izuku said. We've been looking for a way to put Overhaul away for a long time, Naomasa said. But he's got people on the inside. The video you gave us should be enough for us to arrest him and put him in under interrogation, but we'll need a bit more if we want to get a search warrant. Then we'll need a bit more to go on. You hear that, Eri? If you tell him what he wanted you for, they'll be able to put Overhaul in jail, and he'll never be able to hurt you again. Izuku encouraged her. Eri looked up into his eyes, hopeful. You promise? Izuku nodded. I promise. Eri turned towards Naomasa, her eyes filled with hesitance and distrust. You'll believe me. Naomasa gave her the kindest smile he could. I have a lie-detecting quirk. So long as you're telling the truth, I'll know. Eri seemed hesitant, but with some more encouragement from Izuku, she eventually talked. Half an hour later, Izuku wanted to vomit. Naomasa had to try his hardest to keep in composure throughout the whole story. Throughout his entire career, he had never heard something so horrible happen to a child. It was a miracle. She was as sane as she seemed to be. Well, that will definitely put him behind bars, forever. Naomasa spoke directly to Eri. You've been very brave and very strong. We'll make sure he never hurts anyone like hurt you, ever again. Naomasa then turned to Izuku. We'd like to put both you and her into witness protection until the Yakuza is dealt with. We'll contact your guardian immediately to notify her and ask her permission. Thank you for saving her and for helping us put a stop to them once and for all. I'm just glad everything worked out. Izuku sighed, a worried expression on his face. But Eri, what's going to happen to her? Naomasa frowned. For now we've decided to leave her with you for the duration of the witness protection. After that, we'll figure it out from there. Izuku nodded. He didn't want to leave Eri. Not after what he just heard. And it seemed like she didn't want to be away from him either. He'd be with her and protect her for as long as he was able. A few hours later, after a panicked call from Inko and being moved to a new location, Izuku laid down on the bed of where he would be staying for the foreseeable future. Eri was still clinging to his waist, refusing to let go. Eri, Izuku said. Are you okay? Why? Eri asked. Huh? Izuku was confused by the response. Why are you being so nice to me? Eri asked, tears starting to roll down her eyes. I'm a monster, I'm cursed I dash. Eri gasped when she felt Izuku pull her off of him and hold her up to eye level. Don't ever say that, Izuku told her. Everything Overhaul told you was a lie. You're not a monster, and your quirk is not a curse. But Eri protested. Eri, who do you trust more? Me or Overhaul? Izuku asked. Why you? Eri responded. Then trust that what I'm saying is true. Izuku hugged her tightly. You deserve to be saved. Eri broke down, crying, letting out everything she had bottled up inside. It's okay. You're safe now. Izuku reassured her. A week and a half later, Overhaul had been arrested. Apparently, he had let himself get arrested willingly, thinking that they had nothing on him and that his lawyers would get him out of trouble. He was wrong. And despite his powerful quirk and clever lies, it didn't matter much thanks to Naomasa and Eraserhead. The heroes had been giving the go-ahead to search the Yakuza's base and had taken down the rest of the criminal group. Izuku had been elated once he heard the news, and was glad to hear that he would be out of witness protection by the end of the month. Izuku was glad he would be going home, but he would miss getting to meet the new heroes that would be guarding him. He'd met Kamu Woods, Ed Shutt, and even Best Jeanist. And he got all their autographs. But the thing that concerned him the most, what concerned him most is what would happen to Eri. He didn't want to leave her, and she definitely didn't want to leave him, evidenced by the fact she didn't let go of him for a moment. So Izuku was concerned that they might be torn apart, especially because of how dangerous Eri's quirk was. Izuku shook his head. He wouldn't worry about that right now. He couldn't affect what would happen then, now, and worrying would only make Eri unhappy. Right now he would keep himself distracted by making apple pie and wondering what hero would be watching them this week. Eri watched with intense interest and a watering mouth as Izuku took the pie out of the oven. Now Eri, whenever you take something out of the oven you always have to use oven mitts. Izuku instructed her as he picked up the pie. Otherwise you'll dash. I am here. Suddenly All Might barged through the door. Izuku almost dropped the pie, but imagining Eri's disappointed face if he dropped it he found the strength to keep his grip. All Might. Izuku gasped. What how I hear? Ha ha. We meet again, young Midoriya. All Might said. And hello to you too, young Eri. Eri hid behind Izuku's leg. All Might turned to Izuku, smiling brightly at him. It seems I was wrong about you not being a hero. For you to have proved me wrong so quickly is rather astounding. What me? A hero? Izuku was having a mental breakdown. His hands were shaking, but he still held onto that pie. I'm not a hero, I just did what was right. As a hero should. All Might said. There are many people who wouldn't have done what you did, and many others who wouldn't have succeeded. You saved this little girl, and helped take down one of the most notorious villain groups in the city. If that isn't heroism, I don't know what is. Izuku wasn't able to respond. His mind overheating had left him gaping like a fish. Being a hero isn't just getting a hero license and becoming a pro. Being a hero is about helping people and doing the right thing. All Might knelt down and looked at Eri. Young Eri, do you think young Midoriya is a hero? Yes, Eri answered, with the most determined look Izuku had ever seen on her face. Izuku is my hero. Eri. Izuku was so touched hearing her say that. Tears had started running down his face, and his knees were shaking. He had never felt such a swell of positive emotions in his life. It was overwhelming. You said heroes save people. Eri reminded him. So that means you're a hero, right? You're right, young Eri. All Might added. Young Midoriya, even if you're not a pro hero, you're her hero. Izuku fell to his knees. All Might caught the pie before it fell to the floor. There, young Midoriya, dry those tears, and let us celebrate with apple pie. All Might shouted. After Izuku stopped crying, the three of them sat down and enjoyed the apple pie. Hey, All Might. Izuku whispered to his hero. Yes, young Midoriya. All Might responded. You signed up to protect us for the week, right? Izuku asked, receiving a head nod as confirmation. How are you going to keep your other form a secret from Eri? Crap. All Might said, just before his time ran out. Weeks later, Izuku nervously twiddled his thumbs as he sat in the blank room. After the witness protection had ended, someone who was apparently with the government had asked Izuku to speak with them. Alone. Eri was, of course, absolutely adamant about not leaving his side no matter what. It took a lot of convincing and promises of apple-based candy to get Eri to stay in the room. Next to Izuku, the door opened and in walked a woman in a suit. She looks like she hadn't slept in days that she would much rather be anywhere else but here. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. My name is Taide Nanami. The woman said. I represent the OPCCC branch of the government. Izuku gave her a confused look. The what? The overly powerful children care and containment branch. Nami sighed. Haven't heard of us, not surprised. We've basically had our balls chopped off when it comes to our capabilities, in comparison to what we used to be able to do. We don't actually get to do all that much nowadays. Oh, so, this is about Eri, right? Izuku guessed. Yup. You want her? Nami asked. Huh? Izuku was confused by her bluntness. Eri, you want her? She doesn't have any parents, so you want to take her? Nami asked. Again. Oh, of course. Izuku answered quickly. Okay, Nami said, as she started looking through her bag. Wait, what? Izuku's eyes were wide. I said okay, you can keep her, Nami repeated, not looking up from her bag. It's that easy. Izuku asked in disbelief. Listen, kid, do you know how hard our job usually is? Nami asked. First we have to find these kids, then since we can't take them to an orphanage due to their overly powerful quirk, we have to look all over Japan for people who are willing to risk their lives or well-being, taking in these kids. Do you have any idea how hard that is? You wanting to take her saves us. So much time and effort. Oh, Izuku said. I feel like there should be some more steps here. Well, you thought wrong. Ah, here it is. Nami finally found what she was looking for. She pulled out a contract and put it in front of Izuku. Just sign here and we're done. Wait, shouldn't my mom be signing this? Izuku asked as he was handed a pen. She'll be signing something similar, but since she's away and seemingly will be away quite often, you'll be taking care of her the most, so you'll be signing this, Nami explained. Oh. This whole situation had not played out as Izuku expected, but if it meant he got to take care of Eri, he would take it. He read through the contract. Most of it was just making it clear that he would be risking his life. It said that he would receive special equipment to help protect himself, as well as Izuku's eyes widened. That's a lot of money. And does this say you'll be giving this to me monthly? Of course it is. Nami rolled her eyes. Like I said, we have to convince people to take these kids in. So of course we have to cover the cost of taking care of the child, as well as giving them compensation for assisting us. After all, if you take care of a child well, then there is less of a chance that the child will become a villain in the future. And I don't think I need to tell you why the government is interested in keeping children with overly powerful quirks from becoming villains. Izuku nodded. While he didn't like the idea of people thinking Eri could become a villain, he understood where she was coming from. Well, the contract was basically nothing but beneficial to him and Eri, so he had no reason to refuse. And after signing, the Midoriya family gained a new member. Chapter summary. Set in stone. The first of many OC children. Izuku blinked. And then he blinked again. He rubbed his eyes and then opened them again. Nope. They were still there. To say Izuku was nervous when some people came and started bringing crates into his house. He had started assuming it was a bomb and was ready to get Eri and run when one of the delivery men handed him a phone. Hello. Izuku said. Is this Izuku Midoriya? Asked a voice over the phone. Why, yes. Izuku said. Good. We would just like to send you our sincere thanks for helping out with the overhaul problem. How do you know about that? Izuku asked. While the news did find out about and reported his story, they had kept his and Eri's identities a secret, making sure to censor their pictures and not say their names. Let's just say, we have our ways. The man said. Anyway, overhaul was a pain in the ass. We've been wanting to get rid of him for years. But that quirk of his was always a pain in the ass. But thanks to you, the heroes got him and put him in special cuffs that wouldn't let the bastard use his quirk, meaning he couldn't fix himself after his unfortunate accident. What? Izuku shouted in shock. So, as thanks, me and my associates decided to chip in and get you something nice. The man said. Good luck, kid. Enjoy the cash. The man hung up. The next day. Money. Money is what was in the crates. Lots and lots of money. After a few calls and some inspections by the police, Izuku found out a few things. Firstly, Overhaul was indeed dead. He was assassinated while being transported to prison. Probably be an assortment of criminal groups that hated his guts. Secondly, those criminal groups were probably the ones who sent Izuku the cash. Despite this, the police couldn't find anything illegal about it. So strangely enough, Izuku was allowed to keep it. After his mother heard the news that they were now rich, she quit her job and headed back home, where she promptly took some of the money, saying she was going to start up her own company, so they would never need to worry about money again. Izuku had used this money, along with the money he was receiving from the government, to buy Eri everything she needed. A bed, clothes, food. The first time Izuku cooked for her, she cried from sheer happiness, making Izuku cry too. Eri had never been as happy as she was with Izuku, and Izuku had gotten out of his funk and was honestly happier than he had been in a long time, although the fact that he still hadn't gone to school since then and therefore hadn't been bullied. But there was still one issue. Hey Eri, why don't we go to the park? Izuku asked her while they watched television. Eri's frown deepened, and her eyes moved away from him. She would never tell him no, not unless he asked to move away from him, so Izuku would have to look at her expression to discern his answer. The poor girl was still obviously traumatized by the time she spent with Overhaul. She would never leave him for a second unless he had to use the bathroom. She would often wake up in the middle of the night crying from her nightmares, and she would always seem scared. Whenever he went outside, she would cling tightly to him, whimpering whenever anyone got too close. To her, going outside was like being dumped in the ocean. The people were like sharks to her, and Izuku was her life preserver. The only reason she went outside at all was seemingly because her fear of going outside was beat out by her fear of leaving Izuku. And while Izuku could sympathize with that feeling of wanting to stay in your house forever, he knew that it wasn't healthy. She needed sunlight. She needed to run around and exercise. She needed friends. She needed to smile. Izuku knew how it felt to live a life without friends. He didn't want that for his new little sister. But he couldn't force her. He had to convince her. How about this? We can go on a walk through the park to the grocery store and we can buy the ingredients for candied apples, Izuku suggested. Eri's eyes widened with wonder. Candied apples. They are like regular apples, but much sweeter and tastier. Izuku smiled as he saw her eyes widened and her mouth water. But, in order to get in the ingredients to make it, we have to go outside. Eri thought about it for a minute, making her adorable little thinking face that resembled Izuku's, and eventually, hesitantly, nodded her head. Izuku smiled. It was progress. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Later, at the grocery store, the walk through the park was uneventful, which was actually a good thing. Eri probably couldn't handle something too exciting with her extreme anxiety. The two of them walked through the store grabbing the ingredients. Eri would help look for them, grabbing them if they were on a low shelf and pointing them out if they were on a high one. All in all, it seemed like a pretty good day so far. Okay, Eri, the next thing we have to look for is Oph. Izuku suddenly bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry, I dash. Izuku turned to look at the person and saw that they were a stone statue. Now, either the store had a weird taste in decor, or this was a villain attack. Ah! Izuku looked to his left and saw a woman running away. The woman looked behind her, then suddenly her feet turned to stone. The stone quickly crawled up her body, until she had been transformed into a statue. Izuku immediately slid back into the aisle he was in, grabbing Eri and pushing her behind him. Izuku, what's happening? Eri said in a hushed, fear-filled tone. Everything's going to be okay, just be quiet, Izuku whispered to her. He leaned out and looked out at the rest of the store. He saw a man holding a small girl like a weapon while also holding a gun to her head. She looked like she was a little older than Eri, and all Izuku could tell from here is that she had green snakes for hair. The man had her tied up so she couldn't struggle too much. The man held the girl up the cashiers, and they all turned to stone. It looks like he's using the girl's quirk as a weapon, and is using that gun to make her do what he says. Izuku's fist balled up in anger. This was now two people who tried to use children as weapons, both within the span of less than 2 months. Izuku's brain cycled through his options. He needed to take down this guy without letting him see him, otherwise he would get turned to stone, or he would threaten to hurt the girl. Then he remembered the tranq gun. The government had issued him a tranquilizer gun to use on Eri in case her quirk ever got out of control. And while he hated the idea of using it on her, he had to concede that Eri's quirk was dangerous to both himself and the people around her. And if she ever hurt anyone with her quirk again, then she may never recover. Izuku pulled the gun out of his pocket. He looked at the man. He had put down the little girl and started taking cash from the registers. He aimed the gun at the man. His hands were shaking. I can't do this. What if I miss? He'll come for me and Eri. I can't dash. Izuku looked at the girl. She was far away, so he couldn't see her all too well. But he could see that she was shaking. She was scared. She needed help. Izuku lined up the shot and fired. Gah! The man shouted as the dart landed right in his back. He looked at Izuku and went to pick up the girl. Izuku was scared for a moment, but then the man collapsed, reaching for the girl before passing out. Izuku sighed in relief, his shaking hands dropping the gun. He ran over to the girl. For a second, he could see her eyes. They looked like emeralds and shined at him, and for a moment Izuku could see a look of admiration and hope. And then he felt his feet go cold, and then his legs, then his torso, and then he was stone. A day later, Izuku blinked. This wasn't the grocery store. Izuku was in a hospital room, lying in bed, with a doctor looking down at him. Oh good, you woke up. Right on time. The doctor said. What? What happened? Where am I? Izuku was freaked out. One moment he was at the grocery store rescuing that girl, and now he was here. Where's Eri? Where's the girl? Why dash? Look down. The doctor said. Izuku looked down. Oh. The two girls were sleeping on his legs, using their arms hold onto him and each other. He looked at the two in shock. Wait, Eri hates it when people besides me touch her. The poor boy was so confused, and so he looked to the doctor for answers. Judging by your expression, you don't know any of what happened in the last 24 hours, so let me inform you. The doctor said kindly. After taking down the villain robbing the grocery store, you were put under the effect of this girl's quirk, petrification. It's a quirk that activates when the victim looks at the user's eyes and turns the victim to stone for exactly 24 hours. The police arrived and tried to take the girl. However, the other young girl attached to your leg refused to let her go, as well as refusing to be separated from yourself. Given the dangerousness of both their quirks, we just decided it was easier to let them go. With you. What? Izuku looked at the man in disbelief. Wait. You said Eri didn't want her to go. That's correct. The doctor said. The two held onto each other the entire time. The police tried to separate them, and let's just say, it didn't end well for the police officers. Some heroes came around, and one of them suggested that we just let them ride with you to the hospital. After that, the other girl was much more cooperative and told us that the people she petrified would only remain as such for a day. Izuku was stupefied. What he was saying didn't seem like something Eri would do. What had happened while he was petrified? It looked like he was going to find out soon, because all his stirring had caused the two girls to wake up. Izuku. Eri rubbed her eyes and yawned. Is Mr. awake? The other girl said. Once the two girls fully woke up and realized Izuku was no longer stone, they immediately started to swarm him. You're not stone. Eri hugged him tightly. You're awake. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. The girl apologized profusely. Izuku noticed she was wearing a blindfold. It's fine, I'm fine. Izuku tried to reassure them both. Eventually, the two stopped fussing over the two of them, and the doctor spoke. Seeing as you're fine, I'll leave you three for now. Apparently, someone from the government wanted to speak to you, so they should be here shortly. The doctor said, before taking his leave. Izuku turned his focus to the girl with snake hair. Hello. Hi. The girl smiled awkwardly. My name is Kesuke. I'm sorry for accidentally using my quirk on you. It's okay. You didn't mean to do it, and I'm not hurt or anything. Izuku said. Kesuke looked shocked. Ah, really? Normally when I accidentally use my quirk on people, they get super mad and call me a monster. Izuku is a nice person. He would never call you a monster. Eri said with a look of determination, surprising Izuku. Hey, you seem to get along with this girl really well. What happened while I was a statue? Izuku asked. Oh, I can tell you. Kesuke hopped up and down excitedly. The snakes in her rose up. With her mood. Flashback, right? Izuku turned to stone. Izuku. Eri gasped. She looked at the statue her brother had turned into in horror. Could he hear her? Was he okay? Was he dead? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Shouted Kesuke, who now had her eyes closed. Eri looked at the girl. She hurt Izuku. She's a mons. Then, Eri realized something. She was crying, apologizing every few seconds. It was obvious she didn't mean to hurt Izuku, or any of these people. That bad man forced her to. He used her quirk to hurt people, like Overhaul did to her, and she was about to call her a monster. I am sorry. Eri apologized, tears starting to well up in her eyes from how emotionally overwhelming this was. What? Kesuke stopped crying and apologizing out of confusion. Why are you apologizing? I was going to call you a monster. Eri cried. That's fine. A lot of people call me a monster when I use my quirk. Kesuke tried to comfort her. I'm used to it. But you didn't mean to do those bad things, alright? Eri asked her. No, I would never. My quirk is just a bit hard to control, and this guy took me and started using me to do bad things. Kesuke explained. I guess you could say he wanted stone hard cash. Silence. Nothing. You could say he fell like a rock. The snake girl gave a nervous grin. Still nothing. Wow, tough crowd, Kesuke said. Thank you though, for, not trying to hit me for turning your friend to stone. Izuku said that if you hurt people by accident, then you're not a bad person, Eri said. Ah really? Well, he sounds like a nice guy. Kesuke smiled at Eri, or at least tried to. She still had her eyes closed. Eri looked at the stone statue of Izuku sadly. You don't really need to worry about him. They turned back after a day. Kesuke explained. Eri looked at her hopefully. Really? Really? Kesuke chirped. It's the truth, set in stone. Eri started crying again, but this time relieved. She thought she had lost her new family soon after she got them. Hey, could you help me out a little? Kesuke asked. I'm kinda tied up at the moment. Eri tried to help untie her, but it was pretty clear that she didn't know how to untie the tight knots, so eventually Kesuke and Eri just tried to tear the rope apart, Eri using her horn and Kesuke using her snakes. Back to the present. After that, we talked a whole bunch and now we're friends. Kesuke smiled brightly. Friends. Eri stuttered. Kesuke turned to her and frowned. Are we not? I never had a friend before. Eri muttered. Me neither. Kesuke said excitedly. People are usually scared of my quirk or the snakes in my hair, but my snakes aren't actually that scary. Izuku watched the two interact with slight shock. I didn't think anyone could get Eri to open up like this. It's kind of amazing. Izuku smiled at the snake-haired girl. Thank you for getting along so well with Eri. No. Thank you for taking down that thug. Kesuke said. If you hadn't done that, he would have forced me to use my quirk on even more people. And that's just cold. Stone cold. You'd have to have a heart of stone to do such a thing. That guy was a real snake. You really like puns, Izuku noted. Well, you're welcome. It really wasn't much of a big deal. No, it was a huge deal. Kesuke stood up on the bed and bowed. I am in your eternal debt. You really don't need to do that, Izuku said. Nope. Too late. I already said it. It lasts for eternity now. Kesuke shook her head. No. Take backs. It's dash. If you say set in stone, I'm going to bang my head on the wall until I pass out. The three of them looked towards the door and saw Nami standing there. Ms. Nami. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. What am I doing here? There's a kid who can turn people to stone by looking at him. What do you think I'm doing here? Nami mocked. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Izuku said. Wait, shouldn't you take her back to her parents? My parents threw me out, Kesuke explained. They said I can be the world's problem, instead of theirs. That's horrible. Izuku was disgusted. At the very least, if you weren't going to take care of your child, you could give them to someone who could. Or an orphanage. I know, right? They could have just called us. Makes everyone's lives easier. Nami groaned. Speaking of making everyone lives easier. Nami pulled up a chair. Oh, poor us. We may have saved this poor girl, but now we must take her away to search for a home for her. She and Eri may never see each other again. If only there was someone close by who could take her in and give her food and shelter. Someone who has recently come into a whole lot of money and is really good with kids. Her acting was so half-assed and non-subtle that Izuku immediately got what she was trying to do. Izuku sighed and shook his head. I can't just make that decision on my own, you'd have to ask my mom first. Not really, Nami said smugly. The age required to sign the contract that lets you take her in was lowered to about your age. That doesn't sound right, Izuku said skeptically. Like I said, the big government doesn't really care much about our branch anymore, so we can get away with a lot of stuff when they are not looking, Nami explained. And oh look, I have one of those contracts right here. Nami took out the contract and shoved it in Izuku's face along with a pen. Wait, Mr. Izuku's gonna take care of me. I don't have to eat garbage anymore. Kesuke's eyes widened in excitement. Yes, best day ever. Izuku cringed at her excitement. There was no chance he was gonna say no to that. Especially after seeing how well she got along with Eri. But still, I should really ask my mom about this. Izuku was still hesitant. I mean, that might take a while, and in the meantime, we would have to take the girl away. Nami said with fake sadness. Eri didn't say anything, but judging by the expression on her face, she was not happy with that idea. and she looked at Izuku pleadingly. Looked at her for a moment, before sighing and signing the contract. I am such a pushover. Yes, Nami said before snatching the contract away. Haha, another day of work. Thoroughly avoided. Congrats on your new sister kids. Sister. Oh, Eri's my sister now. Great. Keseki giggled as she grabbed Eri and locked her into a hug. We're gonna have so much fun. Ai seemed confused but also kinda happy. Oh, and here's your phone back. Nami tossed him his phone. Wait, I could have just called Mom with this. Wait, why did you have my phone in the first place? Izuku shouted in confusion. Because if you called your mom, she might have said no, Nami explained. So I took your phone so I could pressure you into signing this thing. That sounds illegal. Izuku pointed out. Yeah, but I know you're a pushover good guy type of person, so you're not gonna do anything about it, Nami said. Anyway, later losers. With that, she ran out of the room at speeds that would make All Might's jaw drop. How is that woman a government agent? Izuku himself. He looked at the pair of celebrating girls, and by that I mean that Keseki was holding Eri, while jumping on the bed and Eri was enthusiastically letting her, before looking down at his phone. He sighed before turning on his phone and calling his mother. Izuku, are you okay? I heard you were in the hospital. What happened? Are you hurt? Inko panicked over the phone. I'm okay, Mom. It's nothing, but I have a new sister now. Izuku said. What? Chapter summary. Double trouble. Izuku's luck continues to be weird. You know, Eri said as she put her second to last card on the pile. Darn it. Izuku, we have to stop her. She's going to win. Keseki shouted out. I put down a +2 card. Izuku, it's your turn. Kei was now wearing a special visitor provided by the government that would make sure no one turned to stone, while at the same time allowing her to see, albeit barely. I don't have a +2. Sorry, Kei, Izuku admitted, drawing 2 cards. I win, Eri said, putting down her last card. Nu Uo. Keseki, or Kei for short, fell down dramatically, before immediately getting back up, cipher as always. Okay. Nice work, Eri. Thanks. That was fun. Eri said, her lips moving upward very slightly into something that wasn't quite a smile. Well, as long as you two had fun. Izuku smiled. Honestly, he had fun as well. Most of the games they tried to play together suffered from the fact that neither Eri nor Kei had played a game, ever. So Izuku would beat them easily. But thanks to the randomness and simplicity of they were able to play on mostly even ground. Again. Kei chanted. One more time. This time I know I'll win. Kei, despite the whole incident with the villain using her and being homeless before then, was an extremely positive ball of energy, which was welcomed in Izuku and Eri's lives. Looks like we'll have to stop to make food, Izuku said, hearing Kei's stomach growl. Oh, can we have eggs? Kei said. Kei loved eggs. Not as much as Eri loved apples, but it was easily the girl's favorite food. Izuku thought about it. I want to make something for her, but I don't want to leave Eri out. Suddenly he got an idea. I got it. How about tamagoyaki? It was both sweet and made of eggs, so they should like it. Yay. I don't know what that is. Kei cheered. Does it have eggs? Yes. You should like it to Eri. It's sweet. Izuku said. Can I crack the eggs this time? This time I'll do it just like you. Kei looked at him with pure determination. Sure. Izuku smiled at her. You want to help too, Eri? Eri nodded, and the three of them went into the kitchen. A little while later, the cooking went rather smoothly. Inko was a skilled cook, and Izuku had picked up on a lot of those skills. He did have a lot of free time growing up due to his lack of friends. Eri and Kei didn't do all too much for the most part. They cracked the eggs. Izuku later had to pick the eggshell pieces out, and they popped the air bubbles while they were cooking. They mostly watched him closely while he was cooking, and the look of admiration on their faces as they watched him made him feel better about himself than he had felt in years. This is great. Kei shouted. You're the best cook ever, Izuku. This is excellent. Eri nodded as she stuffed her face like an adorable chipmunk. I guess I'm pretty okay. Izuku blushed from the praise. Mom is a much better cook than me. If new mom can make better food than this, then I might explode from goodness. Kei had stars in her eyes. Izuku's better, Eri muttered. Izuku stopped eating for a moment. I like Izuku's cooking better, Eri said. I am a. Izuku turned into a flustered mess. Hey, I have an idea. Kei said. We could cook a whole lot of food, and then sell it in the park and make lots of money. We don't really need money, Izuku explained to her. They had more than enough. Money from the gift he had gotten, plus Mom's startup company was doing decently well. And he was still getting money from the government for both Eri and Kei. They were rolling in the dough. Oh. Kei paused for a moment. Then why don't we do that anyway? It sounds fun. Eri seemed uncomfortable about going outside to the park all day. I mean, we could do that. Izuku remembered he still had all the licenses to do that from the times he had tried to sell lemonade, had to pay for those notebooks somehow. But only if Eri wanted to. Kei shot Eri a puppy dog look. Eri still seemed hesitant, but her resolve was breaking. Then Kei's snakes gave her a puppy dog look as well. Izuku didn't even know snakes could do that. We could do it. Eri caved. Yay. Kei and her snakes cheered, before running over and hugging her. Thanks, sis. Izuku swore Eri almost smiled. They then spent the next few hours talking about which foods they would make. 2 days later, after buying all the food and cooking it, Izuku and his sisters bought some tables and laid out the food. Then they set up a large umbrella to protect both them and the food from the sun. All right, let's make some money. Kei cheered. Eri nodded determinedly. They had used the tables to create a small square around them, and, for some reason, standing inside the square made her more confident than she normally would be when she was outside, like it was some kind of barrier. It could also do with the fact that she was holding a candy apple. Izuku smiled and shook his head. What the two girls didn't know was that Izuku priced these things in such a way that they would be operating at a loss. The cost to buy and make the food would be more than any amount of money they made from selling it. After all, it's not like they needed the money, and it would be more fun for the two of them if they felt like they were selling a lot, so he needed to lower the pricing. Suddenly they heard someone breathing in heavily. They turned and saw a jogger running towards them. The jogger stopped at one of their tables. Hey, how much is Dash? He stopped when he looked at Kei's smiling face. Or rather her snakes. The jogger stopped and looked, uncomfortable at the snakes for a moment until Izuku spoke. Up. Is everything okay, sir? Izuku asked, wanting him to stop looking at Kei's snakes. Yeah. How much is a watermelon slice? He asked. $1. Kei said, holding up one finger. The jogger looked at Izuku as if to make sure the price was correct. Izuku nodded in confirmation, and the jogger handed over $1. Eri handed the melon over to the jogger and he went on his way. What a nice guy, Kei said. Their sales from that point on progressed steadily. One woman was on her cheat day and bought some of their candy apples and chocolate-covered bananas. A nerdy-looking kid talked their ears off about how he was going to get the top test score in his school before buying some of their fish cakes and rice balls. A group of delinquents bought some of their more filling dishes. They made a big sale when a family decided to suddenly have a picnic with their kids and bought a ton of food. All in all, things have been progressing well. Except for one thing. I think I'll pass. A man said as he looked at Kei, before walking very quickly in the other direction. Kei frowned, the snakes in her hair slithering down. I think I may be scaring some of the customers. While having weird hair was not uncommon nowadays, having a full head of hair made up of living snakes was something else. Sure, there was Uwabami who had 3 snakes in her hair. But that was only 3 and not dozens of them that were constantly moving and slithering. Also, when people looked at Uwabami, her hair was typically not what they looked at. People, not many people but a few of them, saw Kei and were scared off, much to Izuku's dismay. Oh, maybe I could put on a hat. Then people won't see my snakes. Kei suggested. And I. Izuku started petting the snakes in her hair. The reptiles gave a pleased hiss while Kei blushed slightly. Izuku. Kei said. You already have to hide enough of yourself, Izuku told her. If they can't see how cute my little sister is, then I don't want their money. Why, yeah. Eri ran up and started petting the snakes as well. Your snakes are pretty. Izuku. Eri. Kei was stunned for a moment. No one had ever called her cute or pretty before. They called her scary or ugly. She had learned to not let it get to her, but being complimented like this, it made her really, really happy. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a big stupid grin appeared on her face. I love you guys. Kei wrapped her tiny arms around Eri and Izuku and cried happy tears while laughing. Izuku started laughing with her, and while Eri didn't laugh, the smallest of smiles appeared on her face. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't notice this. Suddenly, a giant shadow loomed over them. Hey, am I interrupting something? Asked a male voice. Izuku turned to the sound of the voice, his eyes still closed as he wiped his face. Sorry. So what do you? Izuku opened his eyes, and in front of him was the pro-hero Fatgum. FFF Fatgum. Izuku freaked out. Oh my god, it's really you, it's such an honor to meet you. I've seen your work and it's really impressive. Honestly, I think it's a crime you're not rated higher because of all the things you do the community, and you're really good with kids. And wait, didn't also help with the dash. Whoa kids, slow down. Fatgum said. You're talking a bit too fast. Also, why aren't you kids in class? Well, Izuku paused. That's a bit difficult to explain, you see dash. Wait a minute. Fatgum squinted at Izuku and Eri. Oh yeah, you're those kids from the Yakuza case. Why yeah, Izuku said. You were one of the heroes that helped take down the Yakuza, right? You got right. Taught those children hurting BA dash. Fatgum stopped and looked at the two children in front of him. Had guys a thing or two? You stopped overhaul? Eri asked him, peeking out from behind Izuku. You bet. Fatgum said. Thank you. Eri muttered. It was my pleasure. Fatgum smiled at her. Now, what are you three doing out of school? Well, Eri's not ready for school yet, and we just took in K recently, so we don't know about. Huh, Izuku explained. And me, nothing good happens when I go to school, and someone needs to watch these two anyway, and I'll still be able to graduate anyway. The school wouldn't miss a chance to get rid of me. Why's that? Fatgum frowned. I'm quirkless, Izuku admitted, looking away from the hero as if he was ashamed of himself. Those discriminatory jerks. Fatgum said, angered that someone was being mistreated because of something they couldn't control. I can't stand it when people look down on others because of their quirk, or lack of quirk in this case. It's fine, Izuku said. I'm used to it by now. Well, you shouldn't be. Fatgum said. Quirk discrimination is illegal and wrong. Technically, it's not quirk discrimination if I don't have a quirk, Izuku muttered. That's not true. Fatgum dismissed. Kid, why don't you tell me what school you go to and I'll throw the book at him. Why you don't really need to do that. Izuku waved his arms in front of him. I wouldn't want to cause anyone any trouble, and you're probably really busy anyway dash. Not really, I was just finishing my patrol, Fatgum said. Kid, being abused is not okay. If you're used to it, then it must be worse than I thought. Are you getting bullied, kid? BB bullied? No, of course not. Izuku started sweating profusely, looking away from the hero as he scratched the back of his head, basically giving all the signs that he was lying. Fatgum gave him a serious look. Kid, you dash. Chomp. Fatgum paused for a moment, then he looked at his side. Biting down on the hero's fat was a small boy, about 8 or 9. He was gnawing on Fatgum's fat as if trying to eat him. You know this kid? Fatgum asked Izuku, receiving a no in response. Fatgum tried to pull the kid off of him, but to his surprise, his bite was extremely strong, as the hero pulled. All he did was stretch out his fat. Hey kid, you mind letting go of my fat? I probably don't taste so good. Fatgum said as he got a better look at the kid. Wait a minute, you don't look too good either, kid. Meat. The kid groaned. His eyes were glazed over, and his skin was a rotted green color. He also looked like he had several cuts all over his body, and something about the kid didn't look right. Like some of his flesh was starting to rot, like a zombie. It looks like he's in some kind of trance, Izuku pointed out. And he looks hurt. He needs meat. To the left of them, what looked like a small girl wearing a cloak made of rags. He, Huff, needs, puff, meat. The girl was out of breath by the time she reached them. She collapsed on the floor. Izuku went out to go check on her. Are you okay? Thirsty. Need food and blood. The girl groaned. Need to give Fu meat. Drink his blood. Izuku was confused by her rambling, but he did understand that the boy needed meat. He picked up a sausage from one of the food trays and put it in front of the boy's face. The kid, Fu as the girl called him, sniffed the meat for a few seconds before letting go of Fatgum's fat and chomping down on it, devouring it whole. Izuku motioned for more meat. Kei and Eri started handing him more meat. Eventually, after feeding him nearly all their meat dishes, the boy's eyes became less glazed and slightly more focused, and his flesh started to heal itself. The cuts closed up and the rotted flesh fell off. His body regenerated the missing flesh, replacing it with new, non-rotting flesh. Burp. The boy let out a massive burp, surprising everyone around him. Excuse me, where am I? Looks like he's back, Fatgum said. Back, oh. Did I go berserk again? The boy asked in a monotone. Did I hurt anyone? Nah, you bit down on some of my fat, but I'm made of pretty tough stuff. Fatgum punched his fat to prove his point. Your friend over there seems like she's in pretty bad shape. Though. Fu looked over at the fallen girl. Then he did something they didn't expect. He walked over to the girl, picked up her head, then held out his arm in front of her mouth. The girl opened her mouth, revealing a pair of sharp fangs, before biting down into the boy's arm. The rest of them looked on in a mix of confusion and concern as the girl seemingly drank the boy's blood, which seemingly didn't faze him in the slightest. After a few minutes, the girl stopped drinking, and then jumped back on her feet. Ahaha, I'm back. The great vampire Lord Kiba has returned to full strength. The girl proclaimed, as has her loyal servant Fu. Together now we shall take over the world. The girl, whose name was apparently Kiba, looked at the rest of them. It seems I have you two. Thank for our resurrection, lowly food merchants, and depressingly fat man. Lowly food merchants. Izuku repeated. Depressingly fat. Fatgum said. For your act of generosity, I promise you will all hold power in my new world order and dash. Growl. The girl stopped as her stomach growled rather loudly. Her face turned pink in embarrassment as she spoke again. Lowly food merchants. Could you find it within your hearts to spare me some more of your lovely consumables, particularly anything colored red? Many hours later, after feeding them a significant amount of food, Fatgum had escorted them to the police station so they could contact the kids' parents. Izuku had decided to wait at the station to make sure the kids were okay, letting Fatgum and the girls wrap up the food stand. Izuku sat at the station for quite some time. He had been here for several hours and was starting to wonder what was taking these kids' parents so long. Then a thought crossed his mind. What if they don't have parents? He started to sweat nervously. No. I can't have run into even more orphaned children in such a short period of time. The odds of that would be low, to say the least. It's impossible, right? Wrong. Izuku heard the doors of the police station open, and a chill went up his spine as none other. Then Nami walked in. She spotted him and gave him a Cheshire cat-like grin, like a predator that just found its favorite prey. Izuku, man, you have some luck, buddy. No. Izuku almost shouted. I can't take any more kids. Isn't there anyone else you know who'll take in these kids? Not really. Nowadays fewer and fewer people want to be parents, let alone adopt children with dangerous or troublesome quirks. Nami said. But before we get to that, let's have a little talk somewhere more private, shall we? If I run, would you arrest me? Izuku asked, seriously considering that option at this point. No, but I might tase you. She replied. Izuku sighed. He had a bad feeling about this. Later, Nami had brought them into one of the offices and the two of them sat down opposite each other. So the boy's name is Fuhai and the girl's name is Kiba, Nami explained. They're quite a troublesome pair with very troublesome quirks. Fuhai's is called Unkillable. He's basically an unkillable zombie. He can regenerate any part of his body. However, he needs to eat a lot of meat in order to do this, and his flesh rots naturally, and if he starts to rot too much or takes too much damage without enough meat to recover, he goes into a berserk state and starts trying to eat whatever meat he can. And I mean, whatever meat. Izuku placed his hand on his chin, processing the information he was given. That sounds like it could be seriously dangerous. Luckily Fatgum's fat was able to absorb his bite, but if he hadn't been there, he's also really strong since his body doesn't have any limiters. Nami finished explaining. His quirk. He was hit by a car at age 7 and his parents thought he was dead, but when he came back as a zombie and started smelling like decaying meat, they kicked him out. Izuku wasn't even angry at this point. He was just disappointed. How many bad parents are They're in this city. Now you know how I feel, every day, Nami said, giving him a blank expression. Speaking of shitty parents, the girl's quirk is called Blood Boost. It allows her to significantly enhance her strength when she consumes human blood. The downside of this is, she also requires human blood to stay alive. Her parents abandoned her. Izuku guessed. Yup. To be fair, she did start trying to suck their blood and proclaimed she was the queen of the vampires, but still throwing your kid onto the streets is a pretty shit thing to do no matter the circumstance. Nami took a sip of her coffee. Anyway, we've been trying to catch these two for years now. They've been causing trouble for a while, mostly stealing meat. They think we're trying to arrest them, so they keep running away, and the girl's quirk makes her really hard to handle. That boost she gets from blood is very strong. She's even been able to fend off some of the lower-ranked pro heroes. That's amazing. Izuku took out one of his notebooks and started jotting down notes. So, I've explained their tragic backstories. Time to sell you on this. Nami prepared to make the kill. She brought out her phone and started playing sad violin music. These two poor children have stuck together through thick and thin, and now they might be separated if I can't find someone who'll take both of them in. They've been through so much strife, so much hunger. If only they could find someone, anyone with a lot of money, a talent for cooking and child raising, and someone who could give them the affection they deserve. Nami laid it on thick with the overacting. It was so bad that a child would probably be able to perform better. But it worked well enough to get Izuku thinking. I've heard of siblings being separated because only one of them gets adopted, so I guess it makes sense that these two could be separated. But that could cause problems if they really have spent a lot of time together. One or two of them might run away, and that would leave them back on the streets. Izuku started muttering. And that's only if they get adopted in the first place. They might just spend years in the government facilities, waiting for an adoption that will never come. Unwanted and unloved. Spurned by the world, they may turn to crime without the right guidance. Nami cried. Oh, won't someone think of the dash? Stop! Izuku shouted. He cringed at both Nami's horribly sappy acting and the fact that what she was saying may have held some truth. Many people turned to villainy because they were mistreated as kids. He may not have known these kids for long, but he didn't like the idea of that happening to anyone, especially kids. Izuku groaned and laid his head down. He wanted to help these kids. Really, he did. But he wasn't sure if he could handle 4 kids, or if his mother would want to be responsible for taking care of 5 children. It can't be that hard to find other people to take care of them, can it? They are nice kids, and you're paying them to do it. Yeah, they are nice kids. Nice, flesh-eating, body-rotting, blood-drinking kids, Nami said, while she turned off the music. People who are willing to adopt kids at this age are not common. Now imagine you want to adopt a kid. Are you going to adopt a lovely child from a regular orphanage that has a quirk that can, I don't know, change the color of their hair? Or would you like to take a child from the government that might eat you? Also, sometimes, despite our best efforts, the people taking care of these kids just die. Or they get injured too. The point where they can't or don't want to take care of these kids anymore. Izuku grit his teeth. He was in a bind. If he let these kids go, he didn't know what was going to happen to them. And he couldn't. After all, he knew just how much your future could change by leaving anything up to chance. Izuku pulled out his phone and quickly started calling his mom. What are you doing? Nami glared at him. Calling my mom, Izuku answered. A few seconds later, Inko picked up. Hello, Izuku. Is something wrong? No, not really, Izuku said. But it happened again. What happened? Inko thought about what her son could be talking about. Izuku, you didn't get hurt again, did you? No, I'm fine. Izuku reassured her. I ran into some kids again. Oh. Inko finally got what her son was talking about. Is that lazy government agent trying to pressure you into taking them again? Yeah, I don't know how she ever got employed. Izuku sighed. Are you two talking about me? Nami glared at him. And it's 2 of them this time. Izuku continued. There wasn't a villain involved this time. But I'm not sure what's going to happen to them if I let them go. They might be separated or dash. Izuku, do you want to take them in? Inko asked him. It's not about me, Izuku responded. You'd be responsible for 5 kids and… That's a lot to ask someone in dash. Izuku, do you want to take them in? Inko repeated the question. I want to help them. Izuku admitted. But dash. Then do it, Izuku. Inko encouraged him. Ever since Eri came into our lives, you've smiled. More than ever. Even more so when Keseki came. You love taking care of these children. Izuku. But, Izuku was cut off. All I've ever wanted is your happiness, Izuku. The reason I'm trying to make sure our wealth sticks is so you can be happy doing whatever you want to do. If giving these children a home is what makes you happy, then I could never stand in the way of that. He could practically hear her smile on the other side of the phone. That kind, warm smile that always made him cry, which of course he was currently doing. And I haven't been able to be at home as much as I would like anyway. So you're the one really taking care of them. Of course, I want you to think about your own future and the children you already have under your care, but if you want to take them in, then do it. Izuku sniffed and wiped away some of his tears. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you too, Izuku, Inko said. The call ended and Izuku took a moment to compose himself. And while he took that moment, Nami, not at all subtly, slid the contracts in front of him. Izuku looked at the contracts and sighed. He always wanted to help people. This wasn't exactly what he meant, but it was something. He signed the contract and Nami sighed in relief. Heck yeah. She cheered. I was getting nervous there. You've been a real help, kid. Thanks, I got you a little something. Nami took 2 books out of her bag and handed them to Izuku. He looked at the books in confusion. Quirk Counseling 101. Teaching for Dummies. Our files say you're a smart kid, probably smarter than the test scores you get reflect. Nami said. I know you don't really need to get a job anytime soon, but you should consider studying those 2 things. If you take a certain test, you can get a quirk counselor's license and you'll be able to homeschool the kids. I'm sure they'd much rather have you teaching them than some stranger. Izuku thought about what she said for a moment. I guess this could really help them. Thank you, Nami. Izuku thanked the woman. But this isn't so that way you don't have to work to figure out a solution to the kids' education and counseling issues. You got me, Nami admitted. But I have a point, don't I? Izuku sighed in disappointment. A few minutes later, Izuku walked into the room where the 2 kids were being held. Kiba no longer had her raggedy cloak, so Izuku could see what she looked like. She had long, silver hair that traveled down her back. Her eyes were blood red and her skin was extremely pale. Her fangs were rather obvious and easy to notice whenever she opened her mouth. Overall, she looked like a vampire. It's the food merchant. Kiba pointed at Izuku. Kind sir, would you please tell these 2 animals to return my cloak to me and allow me and my minion to leave? I would do it myself, but it appears that my strength has not fully returned. Izuku looked at the 2 officers who were also in the room for answers. Her skin is sensitive to the sun, Fuhai explained. She needs her cloak. That cloak is made of dirty rags. One of the officers pointed out. It's probably just as bad for her heat as the sun. And her smell, the other cop said. Izuku glared at the officer, who put up his hand in a defensive manner. Izuku turned towards the 2 children. We can get you a new cloak. Kiba pouted. That cloak was crafted by me personally. I will not accept some cheap dash. What about a red cloak? Izuku asked. Fuhai gave him an approving look. I never liked that old cloak. I'm sure you could purchase one of better quality. Kiba did. A complete 180. How about we get some red cloth and we can make the cloak together? Izuku suggested. Kiba's eyes sparkled. I knew there was something I liked about you, food merchant. You really get me. I'm not a food merchant. Izuku smiled at the strange title. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'll be taking care of you from now on. The 2 looked at him with wide, almost disbelieving eyes. For a few moments, neither of them said anything, until Kiba's face broke out into a wide grin. I knew it. She jumped up, now standing on the chair. I knew that someday someone would recognize my greatness, that someone would provide me with food and shelter, knowing that I would one day return the favor 20-fold. All those fools who threw me out and tried to stop me will regret not aiding me sooner. Today is the day my life truly begins. Ahahaha. There were a few moments of silence as no one really knew how to react to that before Fuhai got off his chair and gave Izuku a polite bow. "Thank you for taking us in. We are in your care," he said in his usual monotone. "Well, this is going to be interesting," Izuku thought to himself. Chapter Summary. Shorts 1. This is the first Shorts chapter. Chapter Notes. Shorts chapters are chapters dedicated to Izuku and the kids interacting with each other. What you want to be. So what do you all want to be when you grow up? Izuku asked. The 4 children, who were previously coloring, looked up at Izuku. "I want to be queen of the world," Kiba said immediately. Well, Izuku didn't want to tell her that was impossible. She'll figure that out. Eventually. He knew what it was like to have your dreams crushed after all. That might take a while, so you should probably find a job you can do in the meantime. Izuku responded. Kiba frowned before adopting a thinking position, with her head resting on her fist and her face scrunched up. The other kids all seemed to be thinking hard about this as well. "I never really thought about it," Fu said. "Me neither," Kei added. "Well, what do you all want to do?" Izuku saw Kiba about to say something. "Besides ruling the world." Kiba pouted. "I want to eat," Fu answered simply. "I want to display my power for people to worship." Kiba answered. I don't know." Kei shrugged. Eri stayed silent, thinking about the question thoroughly. Izuku thought about their responses. Unfortunately, Fu's request would be difficult to find an answer for. His taste bugs were muted, meaning that he could only ever taste things that had a very strong flavor, meaning he likely wouldn't find much success as a chef or a food critic. However, Kiba's request did bring something to mind. Something that he was trying very deliberately not to think about. "Well, you could be a pro-hero, Kiba," Izuku suggested, wincing slightly. Pro-heroes get to use their quirks to help people and fight villains, and they can get very popular to the point where people basically worship them. Kiba thought about it. Her eyes widened more and more each second. Then she smiled. Yes, that is a magnificent idea, caretaker. I shall become the #1 pro-hero, and then when the world witnesses my power, they shall bow down and worship me. Ahahaha. Well, at least she has a plan now, Fu said. I guess I'll do that too. Hey, but didn't you want to do something with food? Izuku was surprised at how fast he went along with it. I can barely taste anything. I doubt I'd seriously be able to get a food-related job, Fu said. Plus, as long as I eat a lot of food, I'm practically unkillable, so taking a dangerous job is okay, I guess. This kid is so self-aware, Izuku thought. I know you two can, zombie heroes, Kei said. And maybe I could be a snake person. Everyone gave her confused looks. Dear sister, you are already a snake person. In fact, you are a snakes person. As in plural. Kiba said. No, not that kind of snake person. A person who takes care of snakes. Kei explained. You mean a snake handler? Or a snake charmer? Izuku asked. Yeah, Kei said. I could really slither into that job. Okay, I guess I could buy her a few books about snakes. And I could help Kiba and Fu train their quirks. Izuku was thinking about how he could best help these kids. What about Eri? Izuku looked to Eri, causing everyone else to pay attention to her as well. So what do you want to be, Eri? Kei went right up to her, ignoring personal space as perusal. I want to help people. I think. The horned girl said meekly. Then you could be a hero like us. Kiba suggested. Eri shifted around nervously. I don't really want to hurt people. Then what about a doctor? Everyone looked at Izuku. Or a nurse. Your quirk would be perfect for it. My quirk. Eri shrank back at the mention of her quirk. She still disliked thinking about and especially the thought of using it. Your quirk rewinds a person's body to a previous state. If you train your quirk enough, then you could use it to completely heal people. You could bring back limbs or cure deadly diseases. You could save thousands of lives. Izuku said. Ah, really? Eri's eyes widened with hope. Of course. Izuku smiled brightly at her. Yeah, your quirk is amazing. Kei said. Sounds pretty cool. Fu gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, quite a useful quirk. You shall be the greatest doctor in my world order. Kiba said. Eri blushed profusely and started muttering thanks. Izuku smiled as the children seemed more excited, now that they had new goals in mind. The best color. I can't believe my siblings could be so blind. Izuku heard Kiba yell from the living room. He put down his toothbrush and rushed over. After walking to the living room, he saw Kiba standing in the "I'm mad" stance against all of the other kids. Her face in an adorable pout and her hands balled up in fist were down by her hips. "What's going on?" Izuku asked. "They are blind," Kiba protested. "We're not blind, we just have different opinions," Fu explained. Kei said her favorite color was green, and Kiba started going on saying the best color was red. Kei kept saying she still liked green, so Kiba put it to a vote, and we all said we liked green more than red. "Which is preposterous," Kiba insisted. "Red is obviously the superior color. It is the color of blood. It is the color of passion. The color of my eyes. The color of blood. How could it not be superior?" "I think she's just green with envy about not being on the winning side," Kei proudly punned. Kiba. Izuku gave her a disappointed look. "You have to accept that other people will have different opinions than you. It doesn't make them wrong and it doesn't make you wrong. If you don't learn how to accept other people's opinions, then you'll live your life constantly angry, and you'll never make any friends." Flashes of Bakugo appeared in Izuku's mind. Kiba didn't look convinced, however. A few more seconds of looking at Izuku's "I'm not angry, just disappointed" face caused her to falter. Fine." Kiba looked away from Izuku. "Name one thing that's green, that's splendor surpasses all of that which I have said, then I will concede." Immediately, everyone pointed to Izuku, causing the teen's face to freeze in a shocked expression. Kiba stared at Izuku for a few moments, before pouting and muttering, "I still like red better, but I guess green is okay." Izuku, meanwhile, felt his heart clench from how touched he felt and proceeded to pass out. Big words. "Ahahaha. Soon, caretaker, you shall feel the inescapable wrath of me." Kiba, the vampire girl, said, "You thought I would simply allow myself to be trampled like an insect. Think again, fool." Izuku and Kiba were playing Super Hero Bash Unlimited, and seeing as Kiba had never played a video game before, she had been spending the last 2 hours getting beat into a pulp. Anytime Izuku notably went easy on her or let her win, she would protest, saying she would beat him at full strength. She had been relentlessly fighting him with her character of choice, that being edge shot, and, to her credit, had made some improvements. She learned that she had to rely on speed in order to win, and that she would have to use it and run tactics against Izuku's character, All Might, who had super armor. "Where did you learn all those words, by the way?" Izuku asked her. Impressed by my verbose way of speaking, I see." Kiba gave him a smug look. "Well, you see, when my quirk arrived, the memories of my past lives flooded into me, filling me with knowledge and experience from thousands of years ago. As such, my vocabulary reflects the noble status I once carried in those dash." She found a dictionary back when we lived on the streets and spent a year studying it so she could sound smarter. Fu interrupted her from the kitchen. Kiba turned around and gave him a look of absolute fury. "However, looking away from a game you're playing is never a good idea." Detroit Smash. The one screen, All Might said as he punched edge shot off the screen. "Game," said the announcer. Kiba looked back at the screen with a look of anguish. "No. Curse you, All Might. One day I will have my revenge. I really hope she doesn't hold a grudge against the real All Might for this." Izuku thought. Training with Quirks Part 1. "You can do it, Eri." Izuku encouraged her. "That's right, Eri, you can do it." Kei added. Eri held the apple core firmly in her hand. She took a deep breath and activated her quirk. Her horn started to grow, and both Izuku and Eri grew anxious. "Just imagine a slow-moving river," Izuku said. Eri's horn started to glow, and Izuku held Kei back for safety. The apple core slowly started to regrow some of the bitten-off chunks of apple. However, that only lasted for a second and a half, before the speed started to increase significantly. In 3 seconds, the apple was fully reformed, and before Izuku could tell her to stop, the apple vanished. Eri groaned in frustration at having failed. "It's okay, Eri. No one succeeds on their first try." Izuku reassured her. "Now just try to turn it off." Eri closed her eyes. She tried to focus on stopping the flow of power, like Izuku told her. After about a minute or so, her horn started receding, before Eri lost her grip on her power, and her horn extended to full length. Aga. Eri groaned as her quirk took its toll on her body. Izuku grabbed the dart gun next to him and shot it at Eri's arm. Ah! Eri cried out in pain. A few seconds later the dart's effects started to affect her. Huh. Horn stopped glowing and fully receded back. She fell to the ground, and once Izuku knew it was safe, he picked her up and took her in his arms. Darn it. I was sure she had it this time. Kay snapped her fingers. Her quirk really took her by the horn. Eri's quirk seems to be immensely hard to control, Izuku told her. But it's important that she's trying. Her quirk is so dangerous, and she's so afraid of it. Thank you for being here and encouraging her. No problem. Kay saluted. Me and Eri have a bond that's harder than stone. Izuku chuckled. She really needs to find some new puns. Caretaker. We have finished. Kiba barged into the room, sweating profusely and clearly tired. Kiba and Fu had been training their bodies by doing basic exercises while wearing some special weighted clothes Izuku had bought them. These weights were made specifically for people with enhanced strength, and while they were very expensive, especially for Kiba, whose strength when fully fed with blood was ridiculous, so much to the point where Izuku had her start exercising without being full, it was nothing to Izuku's new wealth. Kay wasn't doing any exercise. Her quirk was simple. You look at her eyes, you turn to stone. Not much they could do about that. So her only job was to act as a cheerleader to the others. Fu walked into the room, seemingly completely unfazed by the exercise, which was to be expected since his stamina was seemingly infinite, and looked at Eri's sleeping form. It didn't work. She was able to control it for a second, Izuku said, pulling the dart from her arm. It's not much, but she's getting there. Is she going to be okay? Kiba asked, showing concern. She'll be fine. Her quirk drains her stamina, and the dart accelerates that drain. She's exhausted, but she'll only need some sleep. There was a long pause. Everyone just stared at Izuku as he tucked Eri into bed. Let's go outside. I promised I would make everyone their favorite food after the training. Right. Izuku forced a smile as he tried to lift their spirits. There was a short pause. No, Kiba muttered. Huh. Izuku was confused. Kiba wasn't one to refuse a nice bloody steak with fruit punch. It would not be a true feast if everyone was not here. Kiba said, resuming her confident persona. We should wait for tomorrow, when she is awake. The other two nodded, agreeing to the idea. Izuku smiled at them. It was moments like this that made it feel like a family. Okay, then let's go to bed. Chapter summary. Oozing in. Izuku meets new people, gets a new kid, and seals his fate forever. Dagobah Beach. A dumping ground that people would pour trash onto for years. It was proof of people's laziness in that they would rather dump their trash on a beach than do it the normal way. And now it was time to take advantage of that laziness. All right, today you're going to help clean up this beach, Izuku said. The two kids, Fu and Kiba, did not look impressed. I thought you said we would be training. How is this training? Kiba crossed her arms. Izuku had told the kids that he had special training planned for them and that he would be taking them to a special training ground. Inko was actually home this time, so Izuku let her watch Kay and Eri. Well, a lot of this trash is really heavy, Izuku pointed out, and others are really fragile. You two will be in charge of taking the trash to this garbage truck. And to help out with the training, I made something new. Izuku pulled out a clipboard from his bag. Today Yule and all your siblings will start earning points. The better you all do on your quirk training and studying, the more points you get. And when you all get 1,000 points, I'll take you all to an amusement park. Suddenly Kiba's eyes widened in excitement. An amusement park? You mean those places that are made purely to entertain the masses and bring delight and joy into the hearts of families? I mean it's probably built purely to take your money but seems excited. Fu thought. Going to an amusement park didn't really excite him all too much considering he can't really feel the sense of adrenaline and thrill that the rides and other attractions provide, but he was sure everyone else would have fun and that was enough for him. He would probably get some good meat too. That's right. Izuku smiled at her excitement. For this training, you'll get points based on how heavy the trash is and how intact it is. So try not to break anything. While it didn't matter much if the trash was broken, it would help them in learning to control their strength. Fu was pretty good at that, but they'd had to replace a lot of things because Kiba kept accidentally breaking them. Well, what are we waiting for, Fu? We have points to get. Kiba grabbed Fu by the arm and ran towards the beach, causing Fu's arm to rip off and blood to go flying everywhere. Fu sighed as his arm grew back. I'm really glad she doesn't do that to anyone else. Izuku gave a nervous laugh. Me too. After that, the two children got to work. At first, Kiba, in her haste to gain points, ended up breaking quite a lot of things. She almost destroyed the garbage truck by throwing a fridge at it from the beach. Luckily it missed, and Izuku gave her a stern talk about not throwing things. However, it didn't take long for the two kids to make a plan. Kiba would carry the really heavy stuff, fridges, couches, cabinets, cars, etc., while Fu would carry the other, more fragile things. Kiba would still break some things and make some dents, but after a while, she started getting things to the truck mostly intact. Izuku loved watching them make progress. His only source of fulfillment at this point was watching these kids grow. It made him happy in a way that nothing else did at this point. Did that speak for how empty his life was that he relied on children to bring him a sense of purpose? One could argue that, but Izuku didn't like to think about such things. So far things were going well. And then something unexpected happened. Young Midoriya, said a familiar voice from behind him. Izuku's eyes widened like dinner plates and his head spun around. All Mi-. Behind him was All Might in his skinny form, and a brown-haired girl walking next to him. All Might. I could have sworn I saw All Might around here somewhere. Guess I must have been hallucinating. Ha ha ha. Izuku laughed nervously, sweating buckets as he nervously tried to play off his blunder. It's fine, young Midoriya. Young Uraraka is already aware of my identity. All Might said. Wait, they know about this form. Izuku and Uraraka said at the same time. They both looked at each other, and after a brief moment, Izuku looked away, blushing from embarrassment. Sorry. It's fine, I was just a little shocked, Uraraka explained. Oh my god, a girl is talking to me. Izuku thought as he blushed and fidgeted in place. Young Uraraka, this is young Midoriya. All Might introduced her. He is a friend of mine. FFFF friend. Izuku stuttered. We're friends. Of course. All Might gave him thumbs up. Izuku stood there in silence for a moment, before passing out and falling onto the street. Young Midoriya. All Might ran up to go check on him. Is he okay? Uraraka was both confused and very concerned. Yes, he's fine. He's more than a bit of a fanboy and his self-confidence isn't great. All Might told her. He probably just passed out from shock. Oh, good. She wasn't really sure what to make of that. Just as All Might was about to wake him up, Kiba ran up holding a car over her head. Caretaker, I don't know why this bent dash. Then she saw All Might holding an unconscious Izuku. Gasp. You fiend. You knocked out Caretaker. Young lady, this isn't what it looks like. All Might put Izuku down. Take this fiend. Kiba threw the car in her hands at All Might, aiming just over his head in hopes of scaring him away. All Might, however, saw a car heading at him and reacted. He transformed into his buff form and caught the car in his hands. Young lady, you should not throw cars at people. Using your quirk in public is a crime. Meanwhile, Kiba was in shock. All Might. The real All Might. What happened to that skeleton man? He ran away. All Might weakly tried to lie. That doesn't make sense. Perhaps it was his quirk. Kiba shook her head. No matter. Now that you're here, I may finally have my revenge. Revenge? All Might was seriously confused. Revenge for what? For your unbalanced excuse for a character in Superhero Bash Unlimited. Kiba answered. All Might looked at her, not believing what he just heard. You're not serious, are you? Have at you. Kiba charged at All Might. Blood kick of eternal torment. Kiba jumped in the air and dive kicked at All Might. All Might, being All Might, caught her by the foot and held her in the air. Hey, let me go. Kiba struggled, flailing about fruitlessly. Now calm down, young lady. All Might said. I believe I'm going to have a word with your parents. Well, we only have one of those and he's currently asleep. Fu arrived soon after Kiba, holding a glass jar with pink slime in it. Wait, is young Midoriya your guardian? All Might asked. Hey. Ochako had no idea what was going on. Duh. Why do you think I called him caretaker? Kiba pouted, still hanging upside down. The fools who gave us life couldn't recognize us for the gifts that we are. But Caretaker has an eye for recognizing true power when he sees it and takes us under his care. What? All Might and Ochako asked at the same time. Our parents abandoned us and now he's taking care of us, Fu explained. Ah. All Might understood now. I'm sorry. It's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. Fu said. We got over it a while ago. As far as I'm concerned, Caretaker is the only parent I need. Kiba said proudly. Which is why I will never forgive you for hurting him. Yeah, why is he passed out? Fu asked. He fanboyed out after I said we were friends. All Might explained sheepishly. You're friends? The two children asked simultaneously. Yes, young Midoriya is a trusted friend of mine. All Might said in his typical bombastic voice. Why didn't Caretaker say he was friends with the #1 hero? I could have asked him to fight you sooner. Kiba said. Well, we don't actually know much about Izuku. Fu realized. Or Eri. Eri. Ochako swore this was only getting more confused as time went off. Yes, I know her. She is the young girl Midoriya saved from the Yakuza. All Might said. What? Ochako shouted in surprise. What's a Yakuza? Kiba asked. I think they are bad guys, Fu said. To think there would be a day when someone would ask that question. All Might thought to himself. I'm happy, but I feel so old. Oh. Izuku groaned as he started waking up. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him. All Might was still holding Kiba in the air. The car Kiba threw was destroyed on the other side of him. What happened? Izuku asked in confusion. A few explanations later. Izuku gave Kiba a soft head chop. You don't throw cars at people. Izuku said loudly, not quite shouting but saying it loudly. Enough to convey his disapproval. I wasn't going to throw it at him, just above him. Kiba protested. And with my incredible aim, there is no way I could have missed. Izuku thought of the many things he could say to convey his point. Instead, he decided to do something else. He picked up a pebble off the ground and placed it in Kiba's hands. Throw this at the jar Fu is holding, Izuku instructed her. Thinking this would help demonstrate her point, Kiba threw the stone right at the jar. The stone just missed the jar by about a foot, instead breezing past it and over the beach, eventually hitting the water. That was just a fluke. Kiba said denial. She picked up a handful of rocks and started throwing them at Fu. Isn't this dangerous? Ochako pointed out, worried for Fu's safety. Oh, no, Fu can regenerate from anything and he can't feel pain either, Izuku explained. He'll be completely fine so long as he's well fed. Kiba kept throwing the rocks. Sometimes she would get close, but other times she would be way off. At about rock number 9, she finally managed to graze the thing, leaving a crack in its side. These are all flukes. Kiba shouted, tears going down her face. Izuku put his hand on her shoulder and gave her that disappointed look she hated so much. We make mistakes. We all do. And you'll never improve if you never admit you're wrong. Kiba went silent, taking in Izuku's words without any argument. If that person wasn't All Might and if you had missed, then you could have really hurt him. Izuku didn't want to say kill. She felt bad enough as it is. And using your quirk to hurt someone is illegal. We could have gotten in a lot of trouble. I might not have been allowed to take care of you all anymore. That made Kiba's eyes go wide. The thought of being back on the street, as well as sending all her new siblings away, all because of what she did. I'm sorry. Kiba cried softly. It's okay. You should apologize to All Might for throwing a car at him and for attacking him, Izuku said. Kiba turned to All Might and gave him an apologetic bow. I'm sorry for attacking you. I forgive you. Just make sure not to do it again, All Might said. Izuku put his hand on Kiba's head, gently patting her. I appreciate you trying to defend me. But next time be more careful. You're way too strong for some people to handle. Kiba nodded, subtly leaning into Izuku's comforting touch. Izuku stopped petting her and switched back to his stern face. I know you only meant to protect me and didn't mean to really hurt anyone. I'll only give you a light punishment. All the points you earned today are gone. Understood? Kiba nodded dejectedly, understanding why but still being bummed out about it. Izuku turned to All Might. I'm so sorry about that. I know you're supposed to report stuff like this, but I would really appreciate it if you could keep quiet about this. Well, I've asked you to keep a few of my secrets, so I suppose I could keep yours just this once. All Might laughed. Thank you so much. Izuku bowed. By the way, when did you come to care for 2 more children anyway? All Might asked. It's actually 3. Izuku sighed. And it's a long story. 2 long stories later. All Might and Ochako looked at him in disbelief. Well, you All Might didn't know what to say to this. He'd had some pretty crazy coincidences in his life, but usually they were spaced out between each other. To have such specific things happen all within such a short time span, it was rather absurd. Do you have a quirk that attracts kids or something? Ochako asked, that being the only explanation for what she had just heard. No. Izuku shook his hands out in front of him. Never mind. I don't attract kids to me or anything, it's all just strange coincidences. Hey, Izuku, what is your quirk? Fu asked, still holding the cracked jar. That's Izuku really didn't want to tell them. He had told Eri a while back and she was the only one who knew he was quirkless. Well, Kei knew technically, but she didn't know what a quirkless person was, and he had told her not to mention it. He loved these kids and he knew they at least liked him. But he knew how quickly things could change when people knew you were quirkless. And so did All Might, who was giving Izuku a look of pure pity. It's not impotent. Izuku refused to answer. That miffed Fu a little. And Kiba, but she didn't feel like saying anything right now. They barely knew anything about the person taking care of them, and that made them feel rather self-centered, like they had only ever been thinking about themselves. I mean, if you don't tell us what it is, I'm going to assume it attracts children, Fu said. It's not that. Izuku protested. I just don't like talking about it, okay? Fu saw Izuku was getting really upset and uncomfortable, and felt bad that he had pushed the matter. There was a short pause as no one really knew what to say. Izuku looked for something to distract from the mood, and his eyes landed on the jar of slime. Oh, since I asked Kiba to throw stones at this, I'll just give you full points for this. Anyway. Izuku took the jar from him. Points? Ochako asked. Oh yeah, I was kinda helping them train their quirks using the garbage on the beach. They have trouble controlling their strength, so when they bring the garbage back I give them points for how intact it is. Izuku explained. You were using this place for training too. Ochako was shocked at the coincidence. You're the man of coincidences, I guess. Izuku didn't understand what she meant. Well, it just so happens that great minds think alike. All Might said. Because I was using this beach to train young Uraraka. What, really? Izuku was shocked. His life really was full of coincidences. I'm sorry for interrupting your training then. I'll find somewhere else to train. No, it's fine. Ochako smiled at him brightly, making him recoil in shock. All Might says I'm almost done. After all, I've been training to be a hero for a while. You're training to be a hero? Izuku shouted. Oh, wait. If you're with All Might, I guess that was kind of obvious. Still, training with All Might. You must be pretty amazing. Ochako gave an embarrassed laugh as her face turned a little red from the compliment. Crack. Izuku looked down at the jar and noticed that it was moving like there was something alive inside of it trying to get out. Crack, crack, crack. The jar shook more and more as cracks started appearing in it, and the pink goo started pushing itself out of the cracks. What's going on? Ochako asked. Izuku had a bad feeling that this would soon be a familiar situation. Break. The jar burst open, and the pink goo flew up into the air. It moved around, expanding and contracting, before taking shape. When the goo landed back on the ground, it was now in the shape of a 7-year-old pink goo girl with pigtails, wearing the cap of the jar as a hat. Goo! The girl cried excitedly, waving her arms in the air. Everyone looked at the girl for a minute. Then at Izuku. Izuku sighed and kneeled down. Hey there. What's your name? Goo. The girl said. Your name is Goo? Izuku asked. The girl shook her head. Goo. Is all you can say is Goo? Izuku realized. The girl nodded. Izuku sighed. I guess it makes sense if she doesn't have any vocal cords. Her quirk doesn't seem that dangerous, so hopefully we can call her parents or sis. Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts by the sound of something melting. He looked at the girl's head and realized the cap was sinking into her head, melting and dissolving away. Then he saw smoke rising up from the ground and noticed the girl was getting lower. She was burning the floor she was standing on. Oh, she isn't made of goo. She's made of acid. Izuku realized. That's a dangerous quirk. And her being in a jar might have been someone trying to throw her away. Most likely her parents. Meaning that it was a good thing Nami had given him her phone number. Later, Izuku sat in one of the offices at the police station, wondering what exactly happened with his life. He had been escorted to the police station to wait for Nami. They had managed to get the goo girl in a special containment suit to stop her from destroying everything she touches. She was very, very hesitant to get in it. Her experience with the jar probably made her dislike being confined inside things. However, they managed to convince her after showing she could still move around in it. She was also very hesitant to leave Izuku, not as hesitant as Eri of K when they first met. But she did seem attached to him. How does this keep happening? Izuku wondered, trying to calculate the odds. His thoughts were interrupted when Nami stepped in the room, wearing an elementary schooler's backpack and seemed very excited. Why are you wearing that? Izuku asked in confusion. To carry my stuff, Nami answered as she took her seat across from Izuku. I like to use small bags because it's easier to carry around. Also, it discourages people from asking me to carry their stuff. Izuku was pretty sure he was almost past the point of being surprised by Nami's laziness. Is she an orphan? Izuku got right to the point. You know it. Nami chirped. Her name is Sansan, age 7. She was born with her quirk, acid body. Her body is made of special acid, capable of dissolving through a lot of things. She can also expand and contract herself at will. When she was born, she killed her mother because, well, you know, there was acid coming out of her. Apparently, her father blamed her for it and gave her to other family members, and those other family members couldn't deal with her because, you know, acid. And she was tossed around inside her family, until one of them got a jar made of special glass she couldn't melt through and tossed her into the beach, where she stayed for about a year until you found her. She was stuck in that jar for a year. Izuku couldn't imagine what that must have been like, being trapped unable to move in a small space for a year, and doing that to a 6-year-old. It was easily the second worst thing to happen to any of the children under his care. Eri's backstory was still quite a bit worse. She can't speak due to not having any vocal cords, but our telepaths have been speaking to her, so we got some information from her, Nami said. She knows how to write but barely. She doesn't like being in her containment suit, and she's really grateful to you for letting her out of that jar. I think you know where this is going. Just give me the contract. Izuku sighed. Not so fast, Nami said, making Izuku look at her with slight shock. You see, I've been thinking, this is fate. It must be. There is no other explanation for how this keeps happening. So I talked to some of the higher-ups and gave them a proposal. A proposal. Izuku didn't know where this was going, and knowing Nami, this could end either very well or very poorly for him. That you become the official caretaker of the OPCC children, Nami said. Meaning that you'll be in charge of taking care of any children that fall under the jurisdiction of the OPCC, meaning any child that's abandoned or given up by their parents or guardians and have quirks that would make them a hazard to take care of under normal circumstances, will go to you. Izuku blinked, staying silent as he took in the information. Then when he was about to say something, Nami spoke first. I know what you're gonna say. I don't have enough space. Wouldn't keeping all those children under one roof be dangerous? Should you really give such an important job to a teenager? I'm so conflicted, herpa-derp. Nami said in a mocking voice. But we got you covered. As an integral part of our branch, you'll be given the support of the entire branch. You'll be provided with a huge home with a high-tech security system to keep you safe, to keep the children safe, and keep you safe from the children. The house will be provided with various means of entertainment and will be a good distance away from the general populace. In the forest at the edge of the city, you'll be provided with means to deal with all of the children's quirks, and you can hire assistants to help you, provided they pass our screening process. And of course, you'll be paid rather generously, on top of all the money your family already possesses, you rich bastard. And lastly, if you're worried about your age, we've given children to people much older than you and they fucked up in record time. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Izuku closed his mouth and further considered the offer. Honestly, it seemed too good. Aside from the chance of dying due to taking care of such dangerous children, he didn't really see much of a reason to refuse. Listen, people wish they could take care of their kids instead of doing their jobs. Now you can do both. Nami further tried to sell him on it. I've read your file, Izuku Midoriya. You wanted to be a hero since you were born. But due to a cruel twist of fate, you could never hope to achieve that dream. You became depressed, mopey, and eventually just shut down, and stopped going outside altogether. Then fate came back, knocking on your door in the form of a little girl needing help. You answered, and took her in, then came another, and another. Now you have the chance to help children all across Japan. You could be their hero. Put smiles on their faces. Nami cut him off again. And, if this works out, our branch could be given an upgrade, so to speak. We could start making our existence known to more people so they don't keep throwing their dangerous children out on the street, and we can get more funding to look for more children on the streets. She continued. We could keep those children from just bumping into people, like villains, who'll use them for their quirks and turn them into villains. You could literally turn the next generation of villains into the next generation of heroes, or bakers, or whatever the fuck you dash. All right, I'll do it. Izuku shouted, having a feeling this could go on for a while if he didn't stop her. Nami stopped her overacting and immediately pulled a large contract out of her bag. And, when I say large, I mean large. The stack of papers was about as thick as someone's head. Since this is so big, I know you probably don't want to read it, so I'll just show you where to sign. Nami took out a pen. Izuku took the pen and said, I'm reading all of it. Izuku took the pen and said, I'm reading all of it. Nami leaned back and sighed. Yeah, I figured you'd do that. She took out her phone and some earpods, while Izuku got to reading. Many hours later, Izuku put down the pen, finally finished reading and signing the massive contract. For most people his age, they would have given up a few pages in or skipped over things. But Izuku was proficient at studying, reading, and analysis, so he was used to looking through massive piles of words. The contract explained a few things that Nami either glossed over or left out in her explanation, but none of it deterred Izuku from signing it. It explained that Izuku would slowly receive the children they already had in their care, over a long period of time, giving both him and the children time to adjust, rather than just shoving all the children onto his lap at once. He would also not really be considered a government employee. Rather, he would work with the government rather than for it. Essentially, he would be the boss of an organization funded by and had ties to the government, but was still technically independent. This gave Izuku a lot of freedom in what he was allowed to do. This surprised Izuku. He figured they would want more control over him, but it seemed like they were content with him doing whatever he wanted. It was actually kinda worrying how much freedom he had. Most of the contract was just making sure he didn't back out of any agreements or stop accepting children. However, when Izuku remembered who wrote this contract, it made more sense. Izuku had done his research on the OPCC, and they were an extremely small and underfunded branch of the government, likely due to their inefficiency. They had difficulties finding people who would take care of the children they obtained, hence the children would spend most of their lives in a government facility with a growing sense they were rejected from society, and a small but noticeable percentage of children under their care had grown up to become villains. And due to the underfunding, it makes it hard for them to look for more dangerous children. And it makes it almost impossible to advertise themselves, which is why so little people know about them. So it makes sense that they would desperately want Izuku to sign this contract, as it would get rid of one of the main issues they were faced with and allow them to produce better results and likely obtain more funding, as well as reducing their workload. Izuku looked at Nami, who had fallen asleep in her chair. Nami, Izuku said. The woman kept on sleeping. Her earpods kept her from hearing him. Izuku wondered how to wake her up. He could just touch her, but it felt rude and perverted to just touch a woman while they were sleeping. Or at least it was to Izuku. He found a nameplate on the desk and picked it up before poking Nami in the shoulder with it. Huh. Nami woke up. Where am I? Oh, right. The big deal. Oh, right. The big deal. Nami looked at the signed contract in front of her, grabbing it and quickly flipping through it to make sure everything was signed. Haha. Fuck yeah. She celebrated. I am definitely getting a fucking promotion. She looked at Izuku with a crazed grin on her face. The house will take a few weeks to complete and will notify you when it's done. Now if you excuse me, I'm buying drinks. Tonight. With that, Nami ran out of the room, jumping and cheering as she went. Izuku sat back and thought about what he just did. This was his job now. This was his life now. He would be spending the rest of his life giving children the happiness and love they deserved. He thought about the kids already under his care. He thought about them playing together, being happy. Because of him, he smiled slightly. If he couldn't be a hero, then he could settle for this. Chapter summary. Shorts 2. Another shorts chapter. Animal Frankenstein. Hey, Izuku, Fu said to get his attention as they were eating. Is something wrong, Fu? Normally Fu didn't talk while he ate, or did anything while he ate. For that matter, he normally just ate like his life depended on it. No, I just had a weird thought, Fu said. So the meat I eat is used to replace my body when they rot or get ripped off, right? Right. Izuku wondered where he was going with this. So that means my body is made up of a bunch of different animal meats, Fu said. I'm not a zombie, I'm an animal, Frankenstein. Izuku paused. Ha! There was a long pause as the two continued eating. Frankenstein was the name of the doctor, not the monster. Izuku corrected him. Fu looked confused. Then what was the name of the monster? It doesn't have one, it's just called Frankenstein's monster, Izuku explained. Fu didn't seem to like that answer. That's really dumb. Izuku shrugged. I haven't read the book, so I can't really say. To hold. Just hold still. I'm almost done. Izuku said, holding up the last needle. The government had provided him with a special chemical that when inserted into Sansan's acid, would render it inert and change its color to blue. How long the chemical would last depended on how much of the chemical he gave her. The least he could give her would render her outer layer of goop inert, meaning she could still walk around and touch things, while also being able to swap that outer layer with the acid inside her that would last about 10 hours. Or he could give her a full dose that would render all her acid inert. This would last about 24 hours. They also still had the suit just in case, but neither Sansan nor Izuku liked that option. The process of giving her the chemical was simple, however, it took some time. First, he would put on a special safety suit to protect him if he accidentally touched some of her acid. Then he would take a large needle and insert it into her repeatedly until he was done. What made this process a lot harder was that Sansan didn't ever like staying still, a part of her was always bouncing around and moving. He understood why, of course. She was stuck in a jar for a year and she wanted to move as much as possible, and being made of slime also made it so she could move around in a way normal people couldn't. It still made it a pain to complete the process though. Izuku watched as the last patch of green turned blue. There we go. And we're done. Go. Sansan jumped around, her entire body jiggling as she did so. Izuku smiled. Do you, Alf? He was interrupted as he was hit by a wet slept as Sansan burst onto his body. Cold. Izuku thought as Sansan deformed and wrapped around his body, covering his entire torso. Then he felt her squeeze. It was like getting hugged by Jello. San, what are you doing? Izuku asked her, using the shortened version of her name. Sansan reformed her head on Izuku's chest and gave him a bright, cheerful smile. Ruug. Ruug. Izuku tried to figure out what she was trying to say. Contrary to what they first thought, it would be possible for her to talk. Kind of. Sansan was capable of changing her shape, a lot. She could potentially change or turn into anything she wanted, including altering the shape of her throat to change what noises she could make. By doing this, presumably, she could one day speak like a somewhat normal person. That would take a long, long time though. She would have to master both her shape-shifting ability and her speaking ability. Right now she could kind of string broken words in incomplete sentences. Her words were distorted by her slimy throat, making them even harder to make out. Ruug. Rug. No, there's no rugs in here. Oh, a hug. Izuku realized. You meant hug, right? Sansan's smile grew even wider and nodded. Her slimy hug grew even tighter. She seemed ecstatic, like this was the best day of her life. She really likes hugs. Wait. She never hugged me before. Or anyone until now. Izuku started thinking, and then he remembered. Before this she was made entirely of corrosive acid. If she touched anyone, that could result in serious injury or death. Meaning, she probably had never been hugged, never been held, and never been touched. "San," Izuku called to her. "Let's go get everyone, and give them the biggest group hug we can." "Yeah." She smiled brightly. TV time. Izuku walked into the living room and saw a peculiar sight. San was in front of the TV trying to replicate what the characters were doing on screen, with her stretchy limbs, the remote for the TV encased inside her torso. Kiba had her head through the ceiling and was flailing around while she stuck in the ceiling. Izuku sighed. "San, can you get your sister out of the ceiling?" San nodded, her head moving like a bobblehead. She extended her arm, grabbing Kiba's foot before pulling her out of the ceiling, letting her fall onto the couch. It's a good thing no one lives in the house upstairs, Izuku thought. Aha! Finally, I have been released. Now to enact my vengeance. Kiba lunged for the remote inside of San. In response, the gooey girl increased the size of her legs, stretching her body up to the ceiling, and causing Kiba to miss, crashing into the floor. Curses! Kiba was ready to lunge again, but Izuku stepped in. Wait! Izuku got in between the two of them. What have I said about fighting? This isn't a fight. Kiba protested. A fight involves two people bringing harm upon each other until one is no longer capable of standing. Seeing as San is incapable of being harmed, one cannot truly fight her. Izuku sighed. Well, you're technically not wrong. Still, no punching or kicking or lunging or any type of attacking in the house. Izuku pointed to the hole in the ceiling. But she has been hogging the television. I am currently not watching my favorite anime, so she can watch the 10,000th Avengers movie. Kiba protested. Izuku understood what happened now. Kiba must have been trying to get the remote, and San stretched her arm to the ceiling with the remote. Kiba tried to jump up to get it, and missed, which ended up with her head getting stuck in the ceiling. He looked at the TV and the 567 Avengers movie, Avengers vs. the Fantastic Four. The two of them had rather different tastes in what they liked to watch. Most of the kids did. Ari liked watching slice-of-life anime, comedies, and other light-hearted feel-good types of shows and movies, and hated things with lots of violence or negativity. Kay liked basically anything, but her favorites were comedies and mysteries. Fu only really enjoyed in-depth character dramas, and only the really good ones too. He also tended to nitpick any movie he watched, even the ones he enjoyed. Kiba liked violent action shows, things that Izuku probably shouldn't be letting her watch, but considering she survived on the street for so long, she would probably be fine watching this. She was also particularly fond of anime, due to its overdramatic tendencies. San loved watching with lots of action, particularly superhero movies and shows. She especially loved characters that could stretch like herself. Izuku thought about how to handle this problem. Should I do a TV schedule? No, we're going to move soon and they'll probably have more TV to use for themselves, so there's no sense in doing that. Alright, you two should handle things like big girls. If both of you want to watch TV, then you have to find a show you'll watch together. Izuku said. But the shows she watches are very different from the ones I watch. Kiba pointed out. No matter how different people's tastes are, you can probably find something they both like. If you look hard enough, Izuku told them. And you might find something you like that you didn't think you would. Kiba seemed unconvinced but nodded anyway. San agreed with that smile she always had on. It's like she was always happy no matter where she was. Although I would probably be happy to be anywhere after being in a jar for a year. Izuku thought. I'm going to go make dinner. If I see you two arguing about this again, I'll take away points. The two's eyes widened in fear. They nodded and immediately got onto the couch. San took the remote out of her chest, as the two surfed the endless content of the streaming services. A few hours later, Izuku walked into the living room, ready to tell the two that dinner was ready. When he saw a familiar sight, the two of them were glued to the screen. San wrapped around Kiba as they watched One Piece. Ah, good. I love that show. And even better, by the time they catch up to the newer episodes, they'll be adults. Izuku thought happily. Do it for them. Izuku was sitting at his desk, hunched over and flipping through a book with one hand while lifting a small dumbbell with the other. Today his mother was home and had offered to watch the kids. meaning he had taken the day to do some self-improvement. A lot of self-improvement. Since he was going to be taking care of a lot of children, there were a lot of things he had to do. Firstly, he studied a lot of medical books. If he needed to care for kids, then making sure to keep them healthy, especially in case of an emergency. He also did a lot of studying on quirk counseling and quirk theory. Part of his contract required him to get his quirk counseling license sometime with the year. These two subjects were actually really easy for Izuku, as a lot of it was just learning how quirks worked and how they affected the users, something that Izuku already studied beforehand. He was also studying psychology. He wanted to understand the minds of the kids he was taking care of, so he could help them better. They were also teaching books so he could properly provide an education for them. The contract said that how they were educated was up to his discretion and he wanted to do it. Personally, he felt it would make them more comfortable. Oh, and then there was cooking. The kids might get tired of eating from the wide, but still, limited selection of what Izuku could make, so he needed to learn how to make more food. He was also learning how to improve his cooking and how to find the best ingredients because these kids deserve the best. Lastly, he was also looking at biology. Looking at the biology in people with quirks that didn't majorly alter their bodies might help him figure out what to do with kids whose quirks do majorly alter their bodies. And while he was doing all that, he also decided to improve his body. He was going to need all the strength, speed, and especially stamina to keep up with everyone. I feel exhausted. Izuku thought. Maybe I should stop. No. I need to keep working. To give them a better future. He looked at the clock. It was 7 o'clock at night. He started at 6, meaning he'd been working and studying for 13 hours. Ah crap. I need to plan out next week. Their education, their quirk training, what are we going to do for fun, what am I going to cook? Izuku quickly put away all of his books and his weights and took out a bunch of papers with different templates on them. One was for planning their activities, the other was to list any supplies they might need, and the last was a meal planner in which Izuku would plan what was going to be cooked and what he needed to cook them. He needed these planners because otherwise he would have to make these plans on the spot. And making plans that took into account the different personalities, tastes, and desires of 6 kids took time. Of course, he didn't need to strictly stick to these plans. They were more of a guideline. One that he would follow if nothing else came up. It took him another 2 hours to finish. Izuku sat back in his chair. He was so tired. I have to keep working. Izuku's eyes were closing. I have to. The green-haired boy fell into a deep sleep. Minutes later, Kei walked into the room. Izuku, can we? She stopped when she saw Izuku was asleep. She ran out of the room and into the living room. Guys. Izuku fell asleep at his desk again. Kei said. Did he overwork again? Eri asked in concern. He really must learn to stop doing that, Kiba said, getting up off the couch. He's doing it for us, Fu said. He really wants us to be happy. I know that. Kiba stopped her act for a moment. I just wished he took better care of himself. Yi. Sansan agreed. Well, I can't argue with that, Fu said. They all got up and walked into Izuku's room. Sansan grew in size, becoming as tall as the room itself. Then she gently lifted Izuku off of his seat and moved him onto the bed. Then the goo girl climbed into bed next to him, snuggling up into his side. You're going to bed so soon, Sansan? Kei asked. We can still have a goody time. That was terrible. Kiba groaned. You're saying my puns suck. Kei snickered. Why are you like this? Fu asked. Oh, not you too. You're just jealous that I'm better at puns than you'll ever, zombie. Kei laughed, covering her mouth so Izuku didn't wake up. I think they are funny, Eri admitted. Fu rolled his eyes. We should probably go to sleep now. I'll get the plastic sheet. Kiba, due to her immense strength, couldn't sleep next to anyone because she would accidentally squeeze them to death. Fu was the exception to this because he couldn't feel pain and could regenerate. However, they needed to put a plastic sheet wherever they slept, because otherwise, Fu's blood would get everywhere. Kei and Eri crawled into bed with Izuku as they normally did. Sansan wrapped her arm around all three of them, before extending her other arm over to the light switch and shutting it off. Notebooks. Fu looked through Izuku's room, taking a bunch of his figures and posters and putting them into boxes. They had been packing up slowly over the past week, seeing as their new home wouldn't be ready for a while. They still had plenty of time. Today Fu had been tasked with picking up Izuku's hero merch. Seeing as he couldn't get tired, he was seen as the right person for the job. I knew Izuku had a lot of hero stuff, but now that I'm cleaning it I'm starting to think he bought all the hero stuff in existence, he thought. After several minutes of taking down Izuku's stuff, he came to the closet. Wonder how much stuff is in here, Fu thought. He opened the closet, and to his surprise, there was no hero merch. Rather, a pile of notebooks with the words, Hero Analysis for the Future. Hero Analysis. What does analysis mean? Fu wondered. He was a smart kid, and he had read through some of a dictionary, but of course, there were still plenty of words he was unfamiliar with. He opened up the notebooks and started reading. And reading, and reading. Inside the notebooks were tons and tons of notes about quirks, theories, observations, possible uses. Fu kept on reading for about an hour, intrigued by the content of the notebooks. Izuku wrote all this. Why? I mean, it's really cool, but why did he write this? It's mostly heroes. So did Izuku want to be a hero? Fu asked. He was flipping through the last few pages when he saw something odd. All the notes were incomplete, and there were darkened spots littered across the pages like they had been wet by rain or tears. And the last sentence written in the notebook said, I can't keep doing this, it hurts too much. Every time I look at these things it hurts, I can't be a hero. Kaken's right, I'm just a useless quirkless Deku. I'm putting these notebooks away, one day I'll throw them out. I don't even know why I'm writing this. This was very alarming to Fu. For one, this proved that Izuku wanted to be a hero at one point, but it seemed like he thought that he couldn't for some reason. What's worse is that Izuku called himself useless, which Fu knew wasn't true and was a very harsh thing to call yourself, and apparently, someone called Kaken was calling him this. This actually made Fu kinda mad. He probably would have been more upset if it weren't for the whole muted emotions thing. And then there was that word, quirkless. Now, Fu had never seen or heard this word before, but it wasn't hard to figure out. Homeless people had no homes. Penniless people had no money. So quirkless people must not have quirks. But that was impossible, at least to Fu. He had never seen a single person without a quirk. He had never even heard of someone without a quirk before. It'd like being born without a head, although now that he thought about, some people were probably born without a head due to their quirk. Fu kept thinking about it. But what if there was a quirk that could take away quirks? That probably exists, and if it happened to Izuku, then he wouldn't have a quirk. And it would explain why Izuku doesn't want to talk about his quirk. Now everything was starting to make sense. Why he'd never seen Izuku use his quirk. Why Izuku never talked about his quirk. It's because it was taken away from him. Before Fu could continue his train of thought, the door opened up. Fu, what's taking you so long? Kiba walked in, followed by Eri, Kei, and Sansan. We came to check on you. Kei said. Are those Izuku's notebooks? Eri asked. Yeah, I think I finally figured out the secret behind Izuku's quirk, Fu said. One explanation later. Izuku had his quirk stolen. Kei gasped. I think so, Fu said. And there is some friend called Kaken who calls Izuku such degrading things. Kiba fumed. Even worse, it looks like Izuku believes it. Fu crossed his arms. But that's not true. Izuku's great. Kei protested. Goo. Sansan agreed with her. She didn't fully understand, but she knew that something bad was happening to Izuku, and she didn't like that. Eri stayed silent as the other kids voiced their outrage. Izuku had told her about him being quirkless and that he had been picked on for it, back when he was trying to get her to completely open up to him. He had also instructed her not to tell the rest of the children. He hadn't told her why, but to be fair, she didn't ask. And now they were finding out by themselves. They weren't completely right, but they seemed to be catching on, and she didn't know what to do about it. So what do we do? Kei asked. Do about what? Their heads all spun towards the doorway, and they saw Izuku standing there. He saw them looking at his notebooks and immediately got embarrassed. Oh, why you found those? Izuku stuttered, looking away in an attempt to hide his red face. I guess I forgot to throw those out. I just stopped getting in the habit of writing in those. Why would you want to throw these out? Fu asked, his face conveying his slight dissatisfaction. Izuku didn't know how to say it. They are not important anymore. Why? Fu asked. Well, I wrote them back when I still wanted to be a pro hero, Izuku explained. Now I don't need them anymore. You wanted to be a pro hero? Kiba asked, finally getting some information on her caretaker. Yes. Izuku winced. It still hurt to talk about. Why did you stop wanting to be one? Kiba asked him. Izuku opened his mouth, but nothing came out, as his mind searched for something to say. But he found nothing. He didn't like the idea of lying to these kids, but he couldn't tell them the truth either. If he said it's because he couldn't, then they would ask why, then he would have to bring up his quirklessness. And he really didn't want to do that. His quirklessness is what got him bullied in school, what kept him from making friends, what made people look at him with disgust. The hopeful part of his brain told him that the kids would accept him, that everything would be the same. But the fearful, paranoid part of his brain made him worried that they would reject him. The thought of receiving those same mocking, disgusted glances from these kids. He wouldn't be able to take that. It's not impotent, Izuku said, nearly shouting, alarming the kids who rarely ever heard him raise his voice. It's in the past, it doesn't matter. The kids looked at Izuku's face. He was sweating, and his breathing had picked up a little. And his eyes, they seemed scared. There was a long pause. I'm sorry. Izuku composed himself, ready to put on his I'm fine act. Let's just go and dash. Is it because someone took your quirk? Kiba asked. Izuku froze. Fu gave her a pointed look. He wanted to find out more as well, but it was clear that this was painful to talk about. There was another pause, this one even longer than the last one. Izuku gave them a pained expression. He couldn't hide it anymore. It was now or never. No. One stole my quirk. I was born without a quirk. All the kids' eyes widened, with the exception of Eri, who looked ashamed. But everyone has a quirk. Kei said. Not everyone. Izuku corrected her. There is a very small amount of people in the world without a quirk. Most of them are old, but there is an even smaller amount of people my age without a quirk. So you just never had a quirk? Fu asked. Izuku nodded, looking at the floor. Everyone stayed silent. Izuku grit his teeth in anticipation. He hadn't felt so fearful of a response since he asked All Might if he could be a hero, and the answer to that question nearly broke him. After a while, Kiba eventually asked, Why didn't you tell us? I was afraid of what would happen if I told you. Izuku admitted. When people find out I'm quirkless, they don't treat me the same. They laugh at me, they hate me, I was scared that, if you found out, you wouldn't want to be with me anymore. There was another pause. This time a very short pause. That's stupid. Kiba shouted, alarming everyone. Listen here, caretaker. Your lack of quirk matters not to us. And anyone who would treat such a kind person poorly is an enemy of the great Kiba. You took me and my minion in. You gave us food and a home when no one else would. And you have done so to the rest of my siblings. You are our caretaker. And we will forever respect you. Yi. Sansan agreed. We'd never want to leave you, Izuku, Fu said. Our lives have gotten a lot better since we met you, and not having a quirk doesn't really change that. You're just as great without a quirk as you are with one, Kei said. Eri gave him a determined nod. Izuku felt joy and relief fill him. They hadn't rejected him. Finally, someone hadn't rejected him. He fell to his knees and tears fell from his eyes. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his back. Sensing this was the time for a hug, Sansan extended her arms, encompassing Izuku and all the kids before bringing them all together in a tight embrace. Thank you. Izuku sobbed. Thank you all. Chapter summary. Something afoot. This is gonna start off weird but make more sense as you read it. Izuku smiled happily as he watched his children eat his food with such glee. It filled him with joy to see them all so happy eating what he made. There was Kei, the child he had saved from a villain. Her happy-go-lucky personality, love of puns, and sheer contagious happy energy made her a joy to be around, even if some of her puns could be a bit cringy. Fu, his only son, was a bit boring, but he was always very mindful of his siblings and father. He was smart, curious, and took after Izuku's habit of taking down notes of people's quirks. His quirk may have made him a bit gross at times, but that wasn't his fault and no one here begrudged him for it. Kiba was his most troublesome daughter as her egotistical and silly personality combined. with her immense strength, caused her to get into trouble way more often than the other children. But she always meant well and was rather endearing despite her ego, making it hard to stay mad at her forever. Sansan can't really eat anything, so she was just in front of the TV. This time she was watching a hero fight on the news, eagerly trying to recreate the moves she saw on screen. It was really cute, even if he was always nervous she would break something. Then there were his two biological daughters, Eri and Izumi. Izumi had light pink hair and purple eyes and was about 6 years old, the youngest out of all Izuku's kids. She did get Izuku's freckles though, other than that she looked really nothing like him. He shook his head. He felt like something was wrong for some reason. However, he didn't have time to think about that. However, as Eri and Izumi suddenly ran into his legs, he looked down and saw the two smiling brightly at him. "Carry us." Izumi giggled. "Please." Eri smiled brightly at him. Izuku was glad that he had started working out, as he was able to more easily pick up the two small children. "Are you two excited to move soon?" he asked the two of them. He was a bit nervous about how the two of them would feel about the move. After all, these two had spent their entire lives here. However, his fears were realized as the two of them nodded eagerly. "How big is it gonna be? Are we gonna have a pool? Is our room gonna be big?" Izumi seemed extremely excited. Her excited questions were stopped by a tired yawn coming from her mouth. Izuku chuckled. "It's going to be very big, and we'll have lots of rooms." Izumi was bursting with excitement, and Ai seemed happy as well. "Are you two gonna miss this place though? We have spent a while here." Izuku asked. "Nope." Izumi gave him a blank stare and paused for a moment. "Oh yeah, I'm really sad about that." Ai thought about the question. She had spent all of her life here and yet she felt no real attachment. She remembered being here all her life, but when she tried to remember details about this place past a certain point, it got hard. Eri clutched her head in pain. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku asked, looking at her with concern. "Why yes," Eri said as the headache alleviated. Izumi was also concerned, but she seemed more nervous than concerned. Izumi quickly shifted moods however and gave a bright smile to Izuku. "Daddy, we got all the points, remember? You promised you would take us to the amusement park." "Of course I remember. I would never forget all the hard work you guys did." Izuku looked at them all, pride and happiness bursting from his eyes. "I'm so proud you all managed to get so many points before we even moved out." "Huh, of course, we did. The great Kiba and her siblings will surpass any and all expectations." Kiba laughed proudly. "Weren't you the only person to lose points?" Fu reminded her, making her stop and hang her head in shame of that memory. "And we also got one sibling, so that probably helped." "Gyoo." Sansan added, raising her fist high into the air. "We all worked super hard. I can even read books all by myself." Kay puffed out her chest proudly, her snakes looking particularly smug. "I didn't know snakes could look smug." Izumi thought, giving a small yawn. "My family is weird, but they're mine, all mine. You've been putting in a lot of effort to Eri." Izuku patted Eri's head. "One day you have full control over your quirk." Eri wanted to be confident that, but for some reason, she wasn't. And she couldn't quite understand why. She didn't normally doubt herself, but for some reason, she felt like she did. The headache was back again. Eri pushed her head into Izuku's chest. Izuku was now really concerned. "Hey, are you feeling okay today?" My hurt a little." "It's gone," Eri said. "Are you sick, sis?" Izumi asked her. "Eri's sick." Kay immediately got up and ran over to Izuku. "If Eri's sick, then we should probably go another day," Fu suggested. Sansan nodded very intensely in agreement. Kiba didn't say anything. She really wanted to go to the amusement park, but if Eri was sick, it would be more important for them to stay home until she was better. "I'm fine," Eri initiated. She didn't want the trip delayed because of her. She would ask them to go without her, but she knew that they would never do that. Izuku felt her forehead. No fever. He thought real hard about this. He could delay it. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. He looked at the kids. They would all be really disappointed though, and he hated the idea of disappointing them. As he looked over them, his eyes landed on Izumi, and he noticed something. Her eyes had bags. Very noticeable bags. He didn't know how he didn't see them before. "Izumi, Did you sleep last night? Izuku asked her, giving her a stern look. Her eyes widened in panic and realization, and she nervously looked for an answer. I. She does seem kinda tired, Fu noted. I am not. Izumi glared at the zombie boy. However, her point was rendered moot by another yawn coming out of her mouth. Izuku gave her a stern look. Izumi, I told everyone to go to sleep early last night. I am sorry, Daddy. Izumi gave him an overdramatic teary-eyed look. That would only work on a sap. Fortunately, Izuku was very much a sap and his stern look faded away almost instantly. Well, I need to postpone the trip to tomorrow anyway. But I'm fine. Eri protested. Her eyes teared up a little. Why am I crying? I don't cry a lot. But it feels like Another headache pulsed through Eri's head. She tried not to let it show, but it was hard for her not to wince in pain, and in the end, Izuku noticed. You and Izumi are going to bed. Your health is more important than the trip. Izuku looked to the other children. Right. Yeah, Eri is important. Kei nodded. Sansan held up a flashcard saying in crude print, Get well, Eri. Rest, dear sister. I have infinite patience and hey, don't laugh. Kiba shouted to Fu, who was trying and failing not to laugh at her saying she had infinite patience. We'll go once the headaches stop, Izuku said. Hopefully they'll stop later today so we can go tomorrow. And if you still feel them tomorrow, then we'll see a doctor. Eri nodded. I'm sorry. It's okay, sis. I'll stay with you. Izumi gave Eri a kind smile and held her hand firmly. Eri smiled at her sister and Izuku walked to the bedroom. Once Izuku got in there, he laid the two of them down on his bed and tucked them in. You two get some rest. I'll be right over there reading and doing some exercise. Izuku was about to move away, but Izumi grabbed his shirt. You're not gonna stay? Izumi asked him, panic laced within her voice. I'm just gonna be right there, Izuku said, pointing to the desk that was literally 5 feet away. Izumi continued to give him that teary-eyed, begging look. Izuku sighed. I need to keep working and studying so that way I can take care of you guys the best I can. Izumi's expression faltered for a second. He's always thinking about his kids. He's perfect, Izumi thought. However, it didn't take long for her expression to go back the same teary-eyed one, begging for him to lay down with them. Daddy. Eri looked away slightly. I want you to sleep with us too. Izuku looked at the two of them, and then back to the books. And then he sighed. Let me just get a book to read and I'll lay down, Izuku said, coming up with a compromise. Thank you, Daddy. Izumi grinned, staring at Izuku with a look of pure admiration. Izuku tousled her hair, making her giggle. She was a handful, but any trouble she caused was more than worth it to see her smile. He grabbed a book labeled Advanced Quirk Counseling, and then prepared to lay down. Can I be in the middle? Izumi asked, moving over so Izuku could be on the side. I wanna hug Big Sis too. Izuku looked at Eri, who in response hugged Izumi and gave Izuku a nod saying he was okay. With it, he crawled into bed and felt Izumi immediately pull him in closer, latching onto both him and Eri and holding them tight. Izumi was in paradise, sleeping next to her father and her slightly older sister, getting hugged by that sister as her father gently strokes both their heads. It was everything she could ever want, everything she had dreamed of. Sniff. Eri opened her eyes and Izuku tore his attention from his book and turned to Izumi. Tears started leaking from her eyes and Izumi started crying into Izuku and Eri's arms. Daddy. Big sis. You love me, right? Izumi asked tearfully. Right. Of course we do, Izuku said instantly. Yes, Eri said almost as fast, hugging her sister a bit closer to her. We love our siblings more than anything else in the world, Izuku said, soothingly rubbing the back of her head. Izumi leaned into their embraces. It was real. It was all here. They loved her. They cared for her. They wanted her here. Her eyes started to close. She was really tired. After all, she had been busy all of last night. Her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. Meanwhile, with the other kids, Fu, Kiba, Kei, and Sansan were playing Superhero Bash together on the couch, or rather, Kiba was fighting of Fu and Kei, who teamed up to fight against her, while Sansan just ran around throwing random attacks and off-staging herself because she didn't really know how to play the game. I grabbed her. Fu, use your ultimate, Kei shouted. Damn Death Arms and his absurd grab range. Kiba growled as she button mashed to try and escape. Fu activated his ultimate attack with Hawks, hitting both edge shot and death arms. After a short cinematic, both characters were sent flying off screen. Curses! Kiba shouted, throwing her controller. The controller flew out and hit one of the boxes, knocking it over and breaking the controller. Kiba's eyes widened in panic. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She ran over to the fallen box and picked up the broken controller. Dad is gonna be so mad. Kiba dropped her usual persona. For the controller or for the pictures? Fu asked. Pictures. Kiba looked up and saw the box had opened up and the picture frames had spilled out. Aha! Kiba quickly picked up the box and started putting back the frames into the box. Fu paused the game and went over to help and started looking at the pictures, when he noticed something odd and picked up a certain picture. What are you doing? We need to put these away. Kiba snatched the picture. Wait, look at that picture, Fu said. Kiba looked at the picture. It was a picture they had all taken after they got Sansan. Their first group hug. Sansan was wrapped around all of them like a gooey rubber band while Izuku held up the camera trying to get the best shot. However, something was off. Izumi wasn't in it. Kiba looked at the picture in confusion. She remembered Izumi being in that photo. So why wasn't she actually in it? Fu was equally confused. Why? Kiba suddenly dropped the picture, as a massive headache hit her like a truck. Kiba, what's dash? Fu stopped, as he suddenly felt strange. Something was happening in his head. Kiba. Kei and Sansan immediately got off the couch and ran towards the vampire girl in pain. Goo. Sansan moved around Kiba, trying to see what was hurting her. Meanwhile, in their minds, something changed. Their memories of taking the picture now matched up with the picture itself. Kiba's headache stopped and the girl groaned in pain. What was that? Izumi was never in that picture. Fu realized. You remember it now too. Kiba gave him a pointed look. How is it you didn't suffer from a headache like I did? Probably because I can't feel pain. Fu guessed. He put his thumb to his lips and got into a thinking stance. Izumi wasn't in that picture. So, why did we remember her being in it? Also, why did Kiba have a huge headache before she could remember it right? What are you talking about? Kei asked, totally confused. You recall our first group embrace when Sansan first arrived, correct? Kiba asked Kei while she picked up the photo. Yeah, it was great. It was like being covered in jelly. Kei chirped. Sansan was evidently happy to hear this and wrapped her in a hug, making the two of them giggle. And you remember Izumi being in the picture, right? Kiba asked her. Uh-huh, Kei replied. Well, she's not. Kiba revealed the picture, allowing both Kei and Sansan to get a good look. The two of them looked confused for a while, before Kei suddenly got the same headache. Kiba did. Sansan just blankly stared at the photo for half a minute, before looking confused again. After about the same amount of time, Kei's headache stopped. What? Hey, why? Kei was so confused. Something's definitely wrong, Fu said. Did your memory change too? Kei asked Sansan. The good girl nodded. But she didn't get a headache either. I guess it doesn't happen to people who can't feel pain. Fu summarized. But for people who can, they get headaches whenever their memories. Wait, Eri. Kiba and Kei said at the same time, as all three girls gave him a confused look. Eri was getting a lot of headaches today, remember? Fu reminded them. Oh right. Do you think that had something to do with this? Kiba asked. Probably, Fu said. We should ask her when she wakes up. I can't wait that long. Kiba objected. There is something afoot in our home. Our minds are under attack. We cannot waste a single second. If we wake up Eri, Izuku's gonna give you a disappointed look, Kei told her. Never mind, we shall wait. Kiba said almost instantly. In the meantime, let us see what clues we can find on our own, shall we? Yeah. Fu agreed. Maybe we should look at more pictures. A few hours later, Izuku walked out of his room as quietly as he could, not wanting to wake either of his daughters up. He looked at his watch. It's going to get late. It's a shame we couldn't go to the park today. Maybe I should go make some special snacks for them. I'll need to go to the supermarket to get the ingredients though. As Izuku walked into the living room, he saw that of the picture frames he had packed up had been taken out of the box and were being looked at by the other kids. What are you doing? Izuku asked them. Izuku. Kei ran up to him holding a picture. Izuku looked at the picture. It was a picture that he, Izumi, Eri, and Kei had taken when they sold food in the park. Except, Izumi wasn't in it. What? Izuku took the picture from K. But Izumi was in this, I remember. A headache suddenly hit Izuku as his memory repaired itself. Look at this too. Kiba brought out a few more photos that Izumi was mysteriously absent from. The pain in Izuku's head increased as his memory rearranged itself to make sense of what he was seeing. What's going on? Izuku groaned, clutching his head. I don't know, Fu said. But I think something may be wrong with our memories. Some dastardly villain might be controlling our minds. Kiba suggested. Izuku wasn't sure about that, but it was clear something was wrong, and that it probably involved a quirk. What's strange to Izuku is that none of the other kids seemed to be missing from photos they should be in. Just Izumi, and he didn't know why that was. For a second, just a split second, he suspected Izumi herself may have something to do with this. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Izumi was his daughter. There is no way she would do anything bad to them. Besides, she was quirkless. Just like he was. There was no way she could have done this. He pulled out his phone and quickly called the police. Hello, this is the police. What is your emergency? The person on the other end said. Yes, this is Midoriya Izuku. I think me and my family are under the effect of some kind of mental quirk. Izuku said. We started looking at pictures and found that one of our family members dash. Wait, you said your name was Midoriya Izuku. The person on the other end said. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Okay, give me a second. The person said. Suddenly the phone bleeped. And then after a few seconds, a new and very familiar voice picked up. Hey there Izuku old buddy, what's up? Asked the voice of Nami. Nami? Izuku asked in confusion, then he remembered anything that might concern the safety of the children was to be reported to the OPCC. Oh, sorry. I forgot I was supposed to report to your branch, but are you the only person that works for the OPCC? I've never met anyone else who works there except you. Yeah, you see, after you took in Eri, you found K so fast I didn't get a chance to leave the city and was the closest agent available. Same goes for the other kids. Now I just got promoted as the connection between you and the OPCC, so you're gonna be hearing a lot from me. The Eri incident. Izuku had no idea what she was talking about. Yeah, when you saved Eri from the Yakuza and then adopted her. Nami said in a confused tone, wondering why she had to remind him of this. Yakuza. Adoption. Eri's my biological daughter. What are dash Izuku stopped. Wait, if our memories are being affected then, Another headache hit Izuku, this time much harder than the last one. But this time, instead of his memory being fixed, it just became foggy. What's going on? Eri's my daughter, right? My biological daughter. Izuku was even more confused. Biological Izuku, there is no way you've had sex with anyone at your current age, let alone when you were in grade school, Nami told him. What's sex? Izuku felt like he heard of that before, and part of him felt embarrassed by saying it. Izuku, are you pranking me? You're pranking me, right? Nami asked him. And no, I think something's happened to our memories. We started looking at some pictures, and we noticed Izumi wasn't there dash. Izuku got cut off. Izumi? Who the hell is Izumi? Nami asked. My other biological daughter. Eri's sister. Izuku answered. Okay, again. Izuku, you have no biological daughters and you've never taken in anyone named Izumi. Nami said. I'm sending some people over to you now. Would you mind describing whoever the hell this Izumi kid is? She's got pink hair and purple eyes dash. Izuku was interrupted again. She had pink hair and purple eyes and you thought she was directly related to you. Nami. Deadpanned. Yeah, I think she gets it from her mom, Izuku said. And that is? Nami asked. I can't remember them, Izuku answered. Izuku could feel his head hurting again. Okay, Izuku. I want you to look up how babies are made, then think about if you really have any biological daughters. Nami said. One Google search later. Izuku's face was pale as he finished reading about it. What's worse is that as he had read it, the memories of learning about it came back to him, meaning he had to learn about the birds and bees twice. I know I didn't do that with anyone, but that means that suddenly it hit Izuku. This headache wasn't nearly as long, but it hit Izuku like a bullet, causing him to pass out as memories swirled and changed in his head. Hours later. Oh. Izuku groaned. He opened his eyes and saw Nami's deadpan face staring at him. You really couldn't wait until you got the bigger house? She asked him. Her deadpan broke and gave way into an amused smile. I really think you have some sort of secret quirk that attracts children. What? What are you dash? Then it all came back to him. I don't have any biological daughters. No shit. Nami chuckled. Izuku looked around and saw he was still in his house, in the living room, on his couch. He saw a bunch of agents in his kitchen raiding his fridge. I'm guessing those are your friends. Izuku sighed. Yup. You're rich. You can take us raiding your fridge. Nami said, taking out one of the lollipops he had for the kids and sucking on it. I remember everything now, Izuku said. Yeah, turns out all your memories were altered by that girl, Nami said. We had our specialist fix your noggin, so you're welcome. That girl, Izumi. Izuku realized. Izumi had never shown up until today, and then suddenly, all their memories included her. Yeah, that's not her real name, Nami informed him. Her real name Kyoku Omoide. And, as you can guess, she can alter memories. She's 6, coming up on 7, and she's actually not an orphan for once. She has 2 parents and an older sister. Okay. This was a lot to take in. A small child had broken into his house and changed not only his memory but the memory of his entire family, except his mom who was out at the time, and inserted herself into their lives. Then he remembered something. When they laid down and she started crying, begging for them to say they loved her and while clinging to them. Why did she do all this? Izuku had a bad feeling about what the girl's motivation might be. Oh, we don't know. Nami shrugged. When we came in, she absolutely lost her shit. She started crying and screaming hysterically, so much to the point where it scared the other children and some of my guys, and me. It was really depressing to look at too. Our guys have been trying to get her to talk to her for a while, but she's not cooperating. Think you can give us a hand? Izuku nodded and Nami led him to his mother's room, which had 2 guards in front of it. The guards moved aside and let the 2 of them in. Inside, sitting on his mother's bed, was Kyoku, sobbing into her hands. When she heard the door open, her head shot towards it. Once she saw Izuku, she immediately dashed towards him, hugging his legs. Please don't get rid of me, she begged. Please. I'm sorry I messed with your memory. I just wanted a family. Instantly Izuku kneeled down and hugged her, stunning the girl. I'm not mad at you, Izuku said to her. Just tell us everything. Everything? She asked. Everything. Why you did this? How you did this? Everything. Izuku told her, sounding both serious and affectionate. Aye. The girl paused, looking rather squeamish. My family doesn't like me. Daddy always tells me to go away and gets angry when I don't, and Mommy is always not there, in the head. Big sister hates me too. Most of the time they all just ignore me. When I got my quirk, I tried to make them love me. But my quirk can't change someone like that. They just remembered everything and punished me. Neglectful family. Guess I'll have to get legal on the line. Nami sighed. Izuku would have been amazed that Nami actually sounded kind of professional, but his attention was focused purely on the girl. He had feared that her family was neglectful or abusive the minute Nami mentioned she had a family. Izuku could guess her motivation. From here. Then I saw you. And your family. I saw how much you loved them and cared for them, and I wanted it so bad. Kyoku sobbed. So I erased my old family's memories. And then I changed Kiba's memories so she would leave the door unlocked at night, and I snuck in and changed your memories. So that's how she got in. She must have ambushed Kiba when we went to the park or something. Izuku speculated. Well, you did kind of a shabad job. I mean, they broke out of it pretty quickly. Nami criticized her. It's not my fault. It takes me a long time to change that many memories. And I had to change Eri's whole past. Kyoku defended herself, pouting while flailing her arms. If it takes her a while, then she might have spent all night doing it. That would explain why she was so tired, Izuku thought. But why did you change so many of Eri's memories? Izuku asked her. Kyoku froze, and her face turned pale. When I use my quirk, I can look through memories. So when I went to change Eri's memories, I saw everything. Izuku paled as well and hugged the girl closer. No child should have to see that. It was horrible. Kyoku sobbed. I didn't want her to remember it, so I changed it. Yeah, that's reasonable. Part of me wishes we didn't fix her memory, but we're complied to by contract, so yeah. But if you want to erase all that stuff from her noggin later, then that's up to you, Nami said. Izuku contemplated that, before quickly pushing it to the back of his mind. He could think about that later. Right now he had to worry about the girl in front of him. Ie had gone through so much. I wanted her to be happy, Kyoku admitted. So I changed everything. But I didn't have enough time. I didn't have enough time for everyone else. So I rushed. That explains why we were able to realize it so quickly, Izuku muttered. Why yeah. You don't realize your memory changed unless you see something that proves it, Kyoku explained. So her quirk stays in effect until the victim witnesses and contradicts the false memories she creates. So if the photos hadn't been there, or if she had more time to alter our memories, then we might have never realized something was off, Izuku thought. So that explains some things. But why did you get rid of Izuku's memories of what sex is? Nami asked. Nami. Izuku moved to cover the girl's ears. What? If she got rid of your memory of sex, she probably already knows what sex is. She probably figured it out from looking at her parents' memories. Nami protested, crossing her arms and pouting like a child. Geez. Kyoku looked away, her face turning red from embarrassment. I wanted to be his real daughter, but I knew that I couldn't do that if he knew where babies came from, so I erased it. Ah, so you got greedy and instead of settling for being an adopted kid, you went for the biological route, Nami said before getting lightly elbowed by Izuku, who glared at her fiercely. Now is not the time to criticize her, Izuku whispered, growled. Nami put her hands up defensively and backed away. Izuku looked back at Kyoku, who was crying fiercely. I am sorry, I really wanted someone to love me, Kyoku cried. Izuku's heart ached and he pulled the girl into a tiger hug. I'm sorry. Kyoku froze for a second, before looking at Izuku with confusion. What? Why are you sorry? I'm sorry that you felt like you needed to make someone love you, Izuku explained. No, child should have to feel that way. I'll give you all the love you want, so you don't have to do something like that even again. Kyoku's eyes were wide with shock. She knew he was nice, but she never would have expected him to be this nice. Once the shock dispersed, the only things left were tears. Tears for having finally found someone who loves her, tears for it having taken so long, tears for all the things she's been through, and tears for the fact that it was all over. And so she cried into his chest, while he lovingly patted her back. It's okay. Cry for as long as you need, Izuku told her. Meanwhile, Nami had been making some phone calls while this was all happening. She walked up to Izuku and tapped his shoulder, getting his attention. So I made some calls. We've sent some people to her parents' household. Right now we're starting a case against them for child neglect. During the duration of the case and following legal action, she'll be under the care of OPCC, and as per our contract, under your care. And when we are finished, assuming we win, which is basically guaranteed, she will be permanently removed for their custody and placed into yours, Nami explained. Izuku nodded, happy to hear that. However, there was one thing that confused him. You labeled her as an OPC that quickly. Well, it likely would have taken longer if it wasn't for her little display, Nami told him. She, a 6-year-old, used her quirk to make her parents forget about her and inserted herself into a whole new family while altering several other things in people's memories, and one girl's entire life, all within the span of one night. Imagine what she could do with more experience or more time. Izuku thought about what Nami said. Kyoku was very young and inexperienced, but she was still able to break into his house and mess with the minds of 6 people in a relatively short amount of time. Ari's personality even changed due to her not remembering past traumas that haunted her. She could in theory change people's entire lives in an instant, or even change how they act and what they do. It was an extremely dangerous quirk if in the wrong hands, and therefore the government wanted to make sure it was in the right hands. Not that it mattered to him much. He would have probably tried to adopt her regardless of how powerful her quirk was. Chapter Summary. Shorts 3. Another Shorts chapter. Chapter Notes. I'm so sorry guys, I made 2 big mistakes. Firstly, I missed a chapter while I uploading this, if you wondering why this is the same. as the last chapter, that's because the real new chapter is chapter 4. Also, I had been putting in the unedited version of this story and not the edited versions. All of the mistakes should be fixed now, so sorry. Dad. Getting used to a new addition to the family had become much easier for Izuku. It helped that Izuku still recalled many of the false memories Kyoku gave him, giving him a general idea of how she was and how she acted, or at least how she perceived herself and how she acted. However, there was one thing Izuku had not gotten used to. "Oh daddy, you're too good at this game." Kyoku pouted as her character in Superhero. Bash flew off screen. Izuku flinched slightly, and his body tensed up. He still wasn't used to being referred to as a father. He was still 15 after all, far too young for fatherhood in his opinion. At first, he had just let it go, wondering if she would stop referring to him as her father if they lived together, but that wasn't the case it seemed. Izuku's character was blasted off-screen by Sansen's character while he was distracted. They were all playing together as a family. Even Inko decided to join in with the chaotic 8 player bash, and all the kids had teamed up against Izuku and Inko. Gatya! Sansan fist-bumped everyone, making several arms out of her body to fist-bump everyone at once. "Don't get too confident, children," Inko said, immediately stopping their celebration by knocking out 2 of them at once. As Izuku's only friend and parent, she had gotten very used to this game series. Most people were too wrapped up in the game to notice Izuku's behavior. However, Fu, as one not to get wrapped up in things, did see him react and wanted to try something. As Izuku got in on his next stock, Fu decided to try something. "Try dodging this, Dad," Fu said as he moved his character to attack Izuku. After being called Dad, Izuku flinched and got hit by the extremely telegraphed attack. This odd behavior caught the attention of the other kids and Inko. "Izuku, are you okay, honey?" Inko asked him. I am fine." Izuku stuttered. "Are you really okay, Dad?" Fu asked him. Izuku flinched again, causing him to randomly attack the air. Seeing the pattern, Kiba decided to try it out next. "Dad, I'm about to attack you," Kiba shouted out loud. Izuku panicked and dodged too soon, causing him to get hit. "Ah, I see," referring to Caretaker as father seems to freak him out and cause him to panic. Kiba said, before realizing what she just said. "Wait, what? You don't like it when we call you Dad?" Kei looked at him curiously. "Why?" "Well, I mean, you know." Izuku began to nervously sweat. "I'm not really sure why you want me to be your father figure, and I thought I was more of a big brother figure." All the kids gave Izuku a confused look. "But you are our dad," Fu pointed out as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. "As the man who takes care of us and provides for us, that makes you our adopted father." Kiba said matter-of-factly. "I'm not sure why this flusters you so much." What? Izuku was in shock. He knew that Kyoku thought of him as her father, but all of them did. "But wait, only Kyoku ever calls me Dad. The rest of you normally just say my name or call me a nickname. I refer to you as Caretaker as it is your title. You take care of children. It is only respectful that I refer to by your title or as father. I simply choose to refer to you by title." Kiba explained. "I wasn't fully comfortable thinking of you as my dad at first, but after I got used to it I had already been calling you by your first name," Fu said. "Dada." Sansan moved herself onto his lap. "I thought you liked being called Izuku, so I just called you that," Kei explained. "But I still always thought you were my dad now. You're a lot more like a dad than my other one." I always wanted you to be my dad," Eri said quietly. "I just want a dad who loves me," Kyoku said. Izuku wanted to point out how he was too unqualified, too young, too him. "Well, I suppose that makes me a grandmother now." Inko gave a small giggle in amusement. "Mom." Izuku gave her a betrayed look. She was legally the parent here, even if she wasn't around much. Then it struck him. He looked at the faces of the kids, his kids. He had been the one taking care of them, and while his mother did bring in lots of cash, he was also bringing in income and providing for them. He taught them, made sure they were safe, comforted them when they needed it, and showed them in affection. And at the end of the day, they just wanted a parent who would do all that for them. Not an older brother, a parent. But can I be that for them? I'm just a Deku. Izuku doubted himself. But if I don't do it, no one will. Mom's too busy to be that parent for them like she was for me, and even if she wasn't, I couldn't ask her to. I'm the one who agreed to take care of them. So I have to take responsibility. If they want me to be their father, then I have to do everything I can to be the best father I can be. Okay, Izuku said, taking all this in as best he could. The idea still made him uneasy, but he was determined now. I guess I'm a dad now. I wonder if I can change some of the paperwork. Soon enough the kids went back to the game. However, Inko was distracted by Proudly looking at her son, trying not to cry. My baby, look at how you've grown, she thought. A new life. Izuku looked at the two children in front of him, Kyoku and Eri. So, Izuku wasn't sure how to propose this question. Eri, do you remember that fake life Kyoku gave you? Eri nodded. For the most part, the kids had forgiven Kyoku after she apologized, seeing as most of them could sympathize with her rather easily. However, Eri had been different after her memories came back. She had been quieter and a bit more out of it, staring off into the distance randomly and not hearing when someone was calling her. It's like she was somewhere else. So, how do you feel about it? Izuku asked. There was a long pause. I wish it were real. Eri started to cry. Don't cry, big sis. Kyoku immediately got out of her seat to comfort her. Kyoku had immediately taken to Eri, mainly out of pity for the horrible life she lived. She always tried to comfort her and protect her and make her feel happy. It was very sweet in Izuku's opinion. But with Eri, it was as Izuku feared. She didn't want her memories back. She wanted her fake life instead. Don't worry, big sis. I'll just replace your memories again. Kyoku was about to put her hands on Eri's head to activate her quirk, but Izuku stopped her. Daddy. Kyoku gave Izuku a confused look. We can't just replace her entire life with a fake one, Izuku told her. Why? Kyoku got a bit upset. She saw that her sister was suffering and wanted to help. Really badly. Eri was also curious as to why Izuku stopped her. When it came to tough decisions that involved his kids, Izuku had one way of doing it. He thought back to his own life, and tried to either compare points of his life to theirs or put himself in their shoes. Back after All Might told him he couldn't be a hero, he hid away in his room, staying away from everyone else. When life got tough, he ran away, until life caught up to him and gave him a new purpose. Now his life was much better. He had a goal, one he could reasonably achieve. He was helping people. All Might had even claimed they were friends. But did that mean he should forget his old one? He could. He was moving soon and it's not like he would need to see any of his old classmates or teachers again. Even Kakin. If we wanted to, he could just erase his past and embrace his future. But, if he did that, would he still be the same person? In these kids, he saw a bit of himself. Someone who was rejected by others for something they couldn't control. If he forgot that part of himself, would he still look at them the same way? Of course, he was sure he would still love them all, but would he be able to relate to them as well? Would he have felt the need to agree to take care of an unknown but almost certainly large amount of children, just because he knew how it felt to finally be accepted after years of being scorned by others? Perhaps it was wrong to compare his life to Eri's considering the things he had been through. Paled when compared to the things she endured, but it was his only point of reference. He would make the decision he thought would best serve her, as he always would. I'm not a psychologist, but I do know that embracing a fake reality isn't healthy, Izuku told. People only become stronger after they've gone through bad things. And I know that Eri one day will become stronger than any of us. Why you really think that? Eri asked him tearfully. Izuku smiled at her and embraced the two. Of course. There was a short pause before Izuku added. But at the same time no one should have to deal with what Eri went through. So Kyoku, I would like to ask you to erase some of Eri's memories. Just some of the stuff that Overhaul did to her and a few other things. Kyoku seemed nervous. She had never done anything that specific before. Can you help me? Of course, Izuku told her. Kyoku looked at Eri. She didn't relish the idea of looking back into Eri's memories. It was dark and horrible in there. But her family accepted her and even after she used her quirk on them, so she had to do what she could for her family. She placed her hands on Eri's head, and their work began. Where does it go? Has she always been doing this? How did I never notice this? Fu thought, his eyes transfixed. On a peculiar sight. Kay was eating. Or rather, she was feeding one of her snakes an egg. It was mesmerizing in a way, watching that snake swallow the egg. But it brought to mind one question. Fu got up from the couch where he and Sansan were watching TV and walked up to Kei. Where does that go? Where does what go? Kei asked in return. The egg. If your snakes eat something, where does it go? Fu clarified. Kei looked at him, blinked again, and then said, Izuku. The two of them ran towards Izuku's room and saw him studying with Kyoku and Eri also. Studying in the room. Oh, did you two need something? Izuku asked, looking away from his mental health guide. Book. When I feed my snakes, where does it go? Kei asked him enthusiastically. Well, you see, all your snakes are connected to one tube in your body, and that tube goes down your neck, through your body, and into your stomach. So technically you have two ways of eating. Izuku informed her. Wow, Izuku, you sure know a lot. You're a real egghead. Kei giggled. She was eating eggs, wasn't she? Izuku asked, giving the two an unimpressed look. Yes. Fu sighed. I can't feel pain, but her puns hurt me. At least you weren't in her head. Do you know how many puns I saw in there? Kyoku said. Well, to be fair, those were only for Memomi to see. Kei snickered. Kei, I'm going to buy you a joke book. Please learn from it. Izuku deadpanned. Bad words. Fuck. Kyoku said after stubbing her toe on the living room table. Izuku, who was cooking with one of his mother's aprons on, eyes widened, and alarm bells rang in his head. He immediately turned off the stove and ran towards Kyoku. Don't say that word. Izuku shouted. Eep. Kyoku was alarmed by how loud his voice was. Sorry. Izuku apologized. But you can't say that word. Why? Kyoku wasn't one to argue with her family, and Izuku especially. She just wanted to know what about that word made him react like that. After all, she saw her parents use it plenty of times in their memories, and he saw the evil blonde-haired kid Kaken say it a lot in Izuku's memories. It's a really bad word, Izuku told her. You just shouldn't say it. Okay. Kyoku agreed. Am I in trouble? No, I'll let it go this time since you didn't know. But I will be very upset and disappointed if you do it again. Izuku told her, seeing fear grow in her eyes. One of the things that made his job easier is that the only real punishment he needed to give most of them was just him being disappointed. And whatever you do, Izuku continued, you can't let any of your siblings hear you say dash. Fuck. Came a familiar voice from the ceiling. The two of them froze and looked up on the ceiling to see Sansan stuck to it, looking down and smiling at them. Fuck. The slime girl repeated with a smile. There was a short pause before Izuku just sighed and facepalmed. Of course that's one of the words she's able to understand easily. Secrets. No way. Kyoku refused. Izuku and Eri had gone on a walk. With Eri being the most introverted child here, Izuku felt he needed to make sure she went outside and got some sun every now and then. Kyoku was going to go with them, however, the rest of her siblings insisted that she stay. Why? Because since she looked into both Izuku and Eri's memories, she knew all their secrets. Why not? Kiba stomped her foot lightly on the floor, still making the floor creak and bend with her strength. Daddy made me promise not to tell anyone about what I saw in your memories without permission. Kyoku told them. And even if I could, you don't want to know what was in Eri's memories. Why? Is it really bad? Kei asked, looking concerned. She knew that Eri's life before meeting Izuku was rough and that some bad men used her for something bad. Like that guy who used her to rob places. But was it that much worse? We've all been through a lot of tough times, Fu pointed out. And we've all been through a lot of pain. What you've been through is nothing compared to Eri. Kyoku said seriously. It's bad. It's really bad. Even all the sad stories on TV aren't as bad as what happened to Eri. That actually surprised them. Characters on TVs typically had really sad backstories. So if Eri's backstory was really that bad. Kei frowned, her eyes growing anxious and concerned. Eri was the person who helped bring her into this family. The person who sympathized with her even after she used her quirk on Izuku, her precious little sister. Izuku let me get rid of some of the bad memories, but she still has a lot of them. And a lot of the bad feelings. Kyoku nervously played with her hair. Izuku said that going through bad Things can make you a lot stronger, and that once the bad things are over you can make your life a lot better. Really? But if it's really, really bad, shouldn't she just forget it? Kei asked. Yi. Sansan agreed. She didn't like it when her siblings were sad. If bad memories were hurting her, then the bad memories should go away. What a foolish question. Kiba spoke out, making everyone look at her. It is clear that the caretaker's wisdom is lost on you. What do you mean? Kyoku asked her. Simple. While my infinite resolve comes from countless eons of my everlasting life, the hardships I've been through have done nothing but harden my resolve. To forget those would be to lose a part of my own will. Kiba declared. That, and it would lessen my gratitude for the things I have today. And that would be sacrificing today's happiness to forget yesterday's sadness. To put it in simpler, non-crazy terms, she's saying all the bad things she went through are the reason she's so determined today, Fu explained. And while I know it's kinda hard for me to relate to you, because it's harder for me to feel things. But I've felt bad about things. Before, really bad. Flashback. Get out! Shouted a woman as she threw Fu out the door of a house. Fu fell to the ground. And while he felt no physical pain, he was still crying. Mema, no. Please. I am sorry. Fu begged for forgiveness. This is the second time you've bit someone. And you got your rotten body parts all over the floor. The woman, Fu Hai's mother, shouted at him. I don't want a disgusting undead monster as a son. And are those tears? So have you just been pretending not to feel all this time? Get out. And never come back. Flashback end. Fu felt a small flash of pain bubble up inside him as he remembered that. But it was gone as fast as it came. But I learned things about myself after those, and if I lose those memories, then I don't learn anything, Fu said. Sansan, if you forgot all that time you spent in the jar, would you enjoy moving around and being free as much? Goo. Sansan thought hard about that question. She hated being in that jar. It was so boring, and not being able to move much was a nightmare. She had been there so long, she thought. She was gonna be stuck there forever. And she was so happy and thankful when she finally got released. Now she always made sure to move around with the energy of a nuclear reactor. And Kei, would you be able to take it as well as you do when we point out that your jokes are garbage? Fu asked, letting go of the insult to her punning wit. Kei thought hard about that. A lot of people insulted her. Like, a lot of people. And eventually, she just learned to roll with the punches, and was almost immune to it. It didn't offset how terrible she felt back then, but it was something positive she carried with her to this day. Bad things happened to us, and those things are over now. We must use those bad experiences to carve out a better future. Kiba said. After that rousing speech, the others started to understand a little. We should trust Izuku. Even if we don't understand what he's trying to do, we should trust. He's always trying to help us. Kei determined. Kyoku thought about that. While she had seen the horrors of Eri's memories, she had also seen Izuku's memories as well. She seen just how brave he was saving Eri from that horrible man, how much time and energy he put into trying to help every single one of his kids. How kind and forgiving he'd been since he was young. Immediately she felt bad for showing even the slightest bit of doubt in her new father. Hey, if you can't tell us about Eri, what about Izuku? Kei asked. Kyoku shook her head. He said not to say anything. But the pink-haired girl's fist clenched in anger, remembering what she saw in his memories. Eri's memories left her horrified and were the source of most of her current nightmares. But Izuku's memories just left her enraged. Logically speaking, Eri's memories should make her angrier, seeing as the things done to her were much worse. However, the small child couldn't view Overhaul as human. It didn't help that when she saw people's memories, she saw it through their perspective, meaning she only saw Overhaul through Eri's eyes, making it easier to just think of Overhaul as a monster. A single monster that was stopped and had gotten what he deserved. The people that tormented Izuku were numerous and very human. She was infuriated that what seemed like the entire world hated Izuku for no other reason than he didn't have a quirk. Not one, not a single person tried to help him or do anything to stop the torment. Eri's memories had taught her what kind of monsters lurked outside. Izuku's memories taught her the world was cruel, and her own memories, and that of her siblings, enforced this narrative. Daddy's strong too, Kyoku said in anger. and is gonna keep getting stronger. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Eri, the two walked through the neighborhood, taking a route that would deliberately avoid Bakugo's house. Izuku hasn't talked to Bakugo in a long time, and now that he was moving, it was possible that he may not talk to him for a while longer. It wasn't possible that they'd never see each other again. After all, Inko and Mitsuki were still good friends and kept in contact with each other. And he knew Bakugo signed up for UA, and had no doubt he was going to get in and become a hero, meaning he was probably going to see him on the news someday. But Izuku didn't have it in him to talk to him again. Every time he thought about it, bad memories came up that he had been working very hard to repress. One day he knew he and Bakugo would talk again. Hopefully, when he was ready. Eri, Izuku said suddenly. Eri responded, still keeping a tight grip on his hand as they walked. You're doing really well. Izuku praised her. You went outside with almost no hesitation. This time. Eri nodded. Izuku. Yes, Izuku said. Do you like going outside? Eri asked him. Not really, Izuku answered honestly. Before I met any of you I stayed inside almost all the time. Then why do we go outside a lot? Eri asked. Well, there are a lot of things to do outside. You can go to the park, the arcade, go out to eat, and a lot more, Izuku said. And it's important to get some sunlight and fresh air. Eri paused for a moment to take in what he said, before responding with, Then why didn't you like to go outside? Well, I wasn't the best at dealing with other people. Izuku explained, downplaying how those other people treated him. So I stayed inside to avoid them. There was a short pause before Eri continued. Kyoku said that everyone but our family are cruel and mean, Eri told him. Izuku blinked, shocked for about a second before he realized just how much sense that made. After all, her only experience with other people besides their family was her previous abusive family and all their memories, which mostly consisted of other people being terrible. I need to find her some friends, actually, not that I think about it. I should probably find all of them some friends outside the family, Izuku thought. Actually, considering my own lack of friends, I may need some help with that. Well, Kyoku has only really ever seen bad people outside our family. But there are good people, like All Might, Izuku told her. Ai didn't respond. One day, you and everyone else will make friends, and you'll all play together and be happy, Izuku continued. Eri kept quiet. If Izuku said that it would happen, then she had to believe him, and try her best to be ready for that day. Chapter summary. Caught in the rain. Time for Kota. Chapter notes. So I know Kota is supposed to 5 canonically, but I made him a bit older. Izuku looked at the sight before him in disbelief. He had been taking an early morning jog, how he managed to free himself from the dog pile of kids on top of him without waking them even he didn't know, and found it had been raining. Still, no pain to gain, so he put on a raincoat and some boots and started running. However, during the middle of his jog through the park, he found something he really should have been expecting by now. In front of him was a small child, about 6, with black hair, a pair of shorts, a white shirt, and a hat with 2 spikes on it collapsed in a bush. Immediately Izuku looked around, wondering if the boy's parents were anywhere around. Of course, there was no one around. After making sure he wasn't kidnapping a child, he immediately scooped him up and ran towards his house. He's in bad shape, he's shivering a lot. How long was he out in that rain? And he looks like he hasn't eaten in a while too. Izuku ran as fast as he could. He needed to get home so he could help this kid. The next day, Kota opened his eyes slowly, blinking at the light flooding his eyes. Oh, my body hurts, he groaned. His body was sore and moving even just a little was a strain on his little body. He looked around to the best of his ability and saw that he was in a bed. He was covered by blankets and there was an IV drip attached to his arm. Where am I? I passed out in the park. Did someone bring me to the hospital? This doesn't look like a hospital. Kota was confused and tired. So very tired. He closed his eyes, fading in and out of consciousness until eventually he gave in and passed out. There was nothing. Kota stood in a black void. The only things along with him were 2 body bags. Kota stared at the bags, his body frozen by the many emotions running through him. Anger, sadness, fear, betrayal. He just stared at them for a while, until his body moved forward. but he wasn't controlling it. Dread grew inside of him as he moved closer to the bags. No. Stop. Stop moving. Kota's body grabbed the zippers of the body bags and started opening them. Stop. Kota gasped and jolted upwards, only to be met with pain. Ah! Kota fell back down onto the bed and started freaking out, moving around despite the pain, hyperventilating all the while. Mema! Papa! Kota cried, tears following down his face. Then, Blue Goo suddenly came from seemingly nowhere and moved on top of him, retaining his body and keeping him from moving. Sansan's head formed right in front of Kota's face. Beeth. After a while, Kota started breathing normally again. Where am I? Who are you? Kota asked, still panicking a little. Sansan. Sansan stated her name. Sansan. Is that your name? Kota asked. Sansan nodded. Okay. Where am I? Kota repeated. Wim, Sansan answered. Wim. Where's Wim? Kota asked, confused by Sansan's way of talking. Where? Sansan said. Where? Where what? Kota was getting a little frustrated at the lack of proper communication going on. She was also still wrapped around his body. Part of him wanted to tell her to get off, but she also, her cool slime did feel kinda nice on his sore fevered body. However, before things could go any further, the door opened and Izuku walked in with Eri, and Kyoku behind him. You're awake, Izuku said in a relieved tone. I was worried you might not wake up. You were in really bad condition when I found you. Where am I? Kota asked impatiently, annoyed at having to ask so many times, as well as slightly fearful due to waking up in an unknown place. I'm sorry, you must be confused. Izuku apologized. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girls you see are my daughters. Kind of. Kota gave him a skeptical look. He may be very young, but even he knew that Izuku was way too young to have kids, especially this many. Lair. Kyoku gave Kota a vicious death glare. Daddy isn't a lair. It's okay, Kyoku. I would be skeptical if I was in his position too. Izuku tried to calm her, before addressing Kota. I know it's hard to believe, but there's been some special circumstances that lead to this. Kota still gave him a distrustful look for a few moments, before looking at Sansan. Oh, right. Sorry about her. I saw you were fussing in your sleep, and the doctor said that you shouldn't move around too much, so I told her to stay here and keep you from moving if you started threshing. Izuku explained. Sansan, you can get off now. Good work. Sansan nodded and unwrapped herself from Kota's body, and oozed over to Izuku, slithering up his body and winding around his neck like a scarf. I did good. Sansan rubbed her face against Izuku's cheek. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Izuku praised her while petting her head. And you're speaking so well today too. You just need to learn to not use the WS so much. Kota stared at the four of them for a few seconds, before deciding that now was the time to leave. He pushed himself up and immediately remembered the pain. Ah! Didn't you hear him? You can't move, dummy. Kyoku scolded him. Kyoku, what have I said about name calling? Izuku said sternly. I only called him a dummy. Kyoku defended. I could have called him a dash. One more word and that's 10 points off, Izuku warned her. Kyoku promptly closed her mouth. Izuku turned back to Kota. But she is right. I told you not to move or you'll just get even sicker. You can't tell me what to do, Kota said defiantly, still glaring at Izuku while trying to move out of the bed. Sansan, sorry to ask you to do this again, but can you keep him from moving? Izuku asked, remorsefully. No PW. Sansan gave him a thumbs up. The good girl then quickly moved over Kota, making several arms and moving Kota back onto the center of the bed, putting the covers back over him and keeping him from moving in one fell swoop. Hey! Kota protested. Let go. This is kidnapping. It's not really. Izuku sighed. While you were asleep, I looked around to see if anyone was looking for you. He had actually been looking to see if his parents were looking for him, but knowing his situation, it would probably be best not to say that. I found your info online. Kota Izumi, age 6. You ran away from home a while ago and your guardians have been looking for you. Izuku explained. I got in contact with the pussy cats and they said they would be here to pick you in a few days, and until then you'll be staying here. No, I don't want to go back. Let me go. Let me go. Kota tired, but he couldn't even really struggle against Sansan's goo. Izuku looked at Eri and Kyoku. Could you two go play with your siblings? But Kyoku and Eri didn't like leaving Izuku's side. As such, they were basically attached to Izuku's side. Please. Izuku insisted, giving them both a begging look. Izuku didn't ask them for much beyond behaving themselves, so all the kids felt inclined to do as he said whenever he asked something. Kyoku and Eri, especially. After some hesitation, the two nodded and left the room. Izuku walked towards Kota, stopping once he reached a close but still respectful distance. He didn't want to make the poor boy any more uncomfortable than he was already. If you promise not to keep struggling, then I'll tell Sansan to get off of you, Izuku told him. I don't want to have to restrain you like this, but I also don't want you to hurt yourself. Just let me go. Kota continued to struggle with no progress. Izuku waited patiently sitting on his chair a few feet away. I feel bad for having Sansan stay here. I know she likes moving around after all. Hopefully, he tires himself out soon. An hour later. As it turns out, Kota was not a boy who was easily discouraged, as he continued trying to struggle for the next hour. And given the fact that his body wasn't actually moving, he wasn't actually using much energy, so it took him a while to tucker himself out. In the meantime, in order to entertain Sansan, Izuku had set up a table between them and the two of them started playing tic-tac-toe, Sansan making a hand and stretching it over to play. So I guess this confirms that she doesn't have to make a head to see, Izuku thought as he made another X. So does that just mean she can see using her entire body? I'll have to ask her later. I won. Sansan cheered, using her arm to show her excitement. Izuku was letting her win. Some of these, of course. He loved seeing her get excited. As he got ready to start a new game, Kota spoke. Fine. I give up. Just get her off of me. Kota sighed in defeat. Did he stop moving? Izuku asked Sansan, who in response turned her hand into a head and nodded. All right. You can go play with the others now, Izuku said. Sansan smiled and untangled herself from Kota, before bouncing out of the room. No bouncing in the house. You'll break something, Izuku called after her. After a few moments, Izuku sighed and looked back at Kota, who was glaring at him. Are you okay? Izuku asked him kindly. I'm sorry that I have to keep you here, but you could get seriously hurt otherwise. I'm fine, Kota insisted. Achoo. Immediately Izuku gained a concerned expression, and he put his head on Kota's forehead. A fever, just as I thought, Izuku said. Kota was about to tell him to get off when suddenly he got a case of déjà vu. The way Izuku held his hand on his head, and the look on his face, and even the words he was saying reminded him of. Izuku took his hand off him and walked to the door. I have to go make lunch. I'll make you some soup and get you some medicine. I don't need dash. Kota's face went red with embarrassment, as his stomach protested what his mouth was saying. In truth, Kota was more than hungry. He was starving, but he also really didn't want to take anything from this Izuku guy. However, the pain in his stomach reminded him of what little choice he had in the matter. TCH fine, Kota said begrudgingly. Izuku gave a soft smile. At least I don't have to try and force him to eat. K, could you come here please? Izuku called out to the living room. K. Kota wondered who this K person was. After a few moments, the snake-haired girl ran into the room. Yes, Dad. K asked, a big smile on her face. When did she start calling me that? Izuku shook his head. Could you watch Kota while I prepare food for everyone? Okay. Can I have something with eggs in it? K asked, her snakes hissing with excitement. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Izuku said. It's okay. The longer I wait for eggs, then the yummy they are when I have them. K said, repeating something Izuku once told her. Izuku smiled back at her, before petting the snakes on her head a little. That's right. Thank you. No problem. I'm a rock-solid pick. K giggled. Moving on to rock puns, at least you're adding some variety. Izuku tried to cringe at the terrible puns to come. With that, Izuku left for the kitchen, and K hopped on Izuku's chair. Hi. My name's Keseki Midoriya, but you can call me K. K introduced herself. What's your name? Kota was caught off guard by both her attitude and appearance, and so all he said was, you okay? Snake got your tongue? K asked him jokingly, her snakes cackling in delight. Are those alive? Kota asked. He'd never seen a quirk that gave someone living snake hair. It was cool but also kind of worrisome. Kind of. Kay shrugged. She moved a finger up to her hair and started petting the snakes. It's like they are part of me but also not. Izuku says it's like having multiple personalities. But I don't know what that means, and when he tried to explain it I got confused. That didn't really answer Kota's question and only left the boy more confused. Anyway, you never said what your name is. Kay reminded him. It's Kota. Kota Izumi. Kota introduced himself. Cool, what's your quirk? Kay asked him. Mine turns people to stone when they look at my eyes. That's dangerous. Kota thought until he remembered he can't see her eyes through the visor she's wearing. Kay frowned a bit at his initial panic, but quickly went back to her default happy state. Don't worry. I won't turn you to stone. This visor stops my quirk, stone cold. My control over my quirk it, Rocky, and I kept accidentally using it on people by Miss Snake. Stop. Kota groaned. Please stop. Your jokes are terrible. Oh, not another one, Kay complained. One day I'll find someone who likes my puns. I doubt it. Kota deadpanned. Kay perked back up again. So what's your quirk? Why, so you can make more bad jokes? Kota asked her rudely. No, so I can make more awesome jokes. Kay corrected him. I'm definitely not telling you my quirk, Kota responded. Kay pouted for a moment before she got an idea. Okay, let's play a game. A game? Kota repeated skeptically. You tell me your favorite food and I'll see if I can guess your quirk. Kay said. What does food have to do with quirks? Kota asked. Lots. Izuku says that quirks can make someone really like a food or really not like a food. Kay explained. Like how I love eggs because of my snakes, and how Fu loves meat because he's a zombie, and Eri loves apples because she's part unicorn. Unicorns aren't real. Kota pointed out. Yes, they are. Eri has a horn, so that means she's part unicorn. Kay responded. Lots of real animals have horns. Maybe she's part bull or something. Kota said. But Eri only has one horn. And unicorns are the only animals that have one horn. So Eri's part unicorn. Kay crossed her arms and smiled proudly at her foolproof argument. Kota tried to come up with a rebuttal, but he realized he didn't know any animals with only one horn. There are other animals with one horn. Do you know any? Kay smirked smugly. No. Kota looked away from her, embarrassed and refusing to admit defeat. Then I win. Kay stood up proudly in the chair. Now tell me your favorite food. TCH. Sushi. Kota answered hesitantly. Okay, sushi. Kay concentrated on trying to figure out his quirk. Sushi's made of fish. Do you have a shark quirk? No, Kota responded. How about a whale quirk? Kay asked. Do I look like a whale? Kota gave her an are you serious look. Is that a no? Kay asked. No. Kota answered. How about sometime later? What about dash? It's water. Kota shouted in frustration. My quirk lets me shoot out and control water. Ah. Kay pouted in frustration. I focused too much on animals. I didn't even know that many animals ate fish, Kota admitted. I like animals. I want to take care of them when I get older. Kay said enthusiastically. What do you want to do when you get older? Why do you care so much? Kota asked her in return. Why do you keep asking me all these dumb questions? I don't know. I guess I want to know more about you. Kay admitted. I don't know anyone else other than my new family. And all the people besides my new family are really mean. But you're kind of nice. There were a lot of things in what she just said that left him confused. Mostly the last thing. She said, you think I'm nice? Yeah. Most people call me ugly when they see me. Or scary. Or a lot of other bad things. And when they find out what my quirk is, they call me a monster. Kay said without losing even a hint of her cheeriness. But you didn't call me any bad things. So you've been nice to me. That's not being nice. All those other guys are just jerks. Kota pointed out. He may not be the nicest person around, but even he knew it was rude, to say the least, to call someone a monster. How could this girl say all that with a smile on her face? Izuku says that too. He says I should ignore them because they don't know what they are talking about. Kay repeated what Izuku said. Well, he's right. Kota didn't think that Kay was particularly pretty or easy to look at, and he'd be lying if he said he wanted her and has snakes to get much closer to him. But judging someone because of their quirk was dumb in his opinion. Quirks are dumb, Kota muttered. Before Kei could respond to that, Izuku came back into the room. Food's done. Since I was making soup for Kota, I decided to make some for everyone else, too. Izuku explained. Okay. Kei hopped off the chair and ran to the door before looking up at Izuku. Is Kota gonna eat with us? Well, he can't move too much, so I don't think he can make it to the table, Izuku said. That irritated Kota. It's not like he wanted to eat with everyone, but he didn't like someone saying what he could and couldn't do. I can get to the table, Kota protested. He tried to move again only for pain to shoot through his body, stopping him completely. Don't move, Izuku told him. If you want to eat with everyone, I can figure something out. Izuku made his way over to Kota and carefully he picked up the small child and took him into his arms. Kota wanted to object to being handled by Izuku, but something about the way Izuku held him was pleasantly familiar. It was warm and comfortable, disarming in a way Kota couldn't put his finger on. He only snapped back to reality when Izuku set him down in his chair. What? Kota looked around and saw all the other kids staring at him. And there were more kids than Kota had been expecting. Not including Izuku, there were 6 in total. He's rather plain-looking. Kiba inspected him. I don't think he's plain. I think we just look weird. Fu deadpanned. HMPH. Kyoku pouted and looked away from Kota. Her disdain for him was very evident. Guys, you should introduce yourselves first, Izuku told them. My apologies, caretaker, I forgot my manners. Kiba apologized, before standing up in the chair. My name is Kiba Midoriya, proud member of the Midoriya clan and the immortal, destined ruler of mankind. Kota gave her the most confused look he'd given anyone in his life. What? She's a weirdo. She says stuff like that, but it doesn't really mean anything, Fu explained. Hey! Kiba shouted in outrage. My name is Fu Midoriya. Fu gave a simple introduction. Sansan Midua. Sansan tried to introduce herself, confusing Kota even more. Her name is Sansan Midoriya. She has a hard time speaking because she's made of slime. Kei explained with a smile. You already know this, but my name's Keisuke Midoriya. There was a short pause, as it took a moment for the less eager members of the family to speak up. I am Eri Midoriya, Eri said just loud enough for them to hear. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kyoku Midoriya. Kyoku curtly introduced herself. Izuku gave Kyoku a concerned look for a moment, before moving on. Okay, everyone, this is Kota. As you know, he'll be staying with us for a few days until his guardians come back to get him. Guardians? Kiba asked. Does he have bodyguards? And no, I mean his legal guardians, Izuku explained. A legal guardian is someone who watches over you and is in charge of your well-being. I'm considered the legal guardian for all of you. So are his parents coming? Kei asked. No, Kota responded almost immediately. He glared at the ground fiercely. No, they're not. Let's not talk about Kota parents, Izuku said nervously. They are a sore topic. It's not like our parents were nice to either. Did they abandon him too? Kyoku said bitterly. Kota froze completely. Kyoku. Izuku picked her up. We are having a talk, young lady. The rest of you can eat. I'll be back in a moment. Please, behave yourselves. With that, Izuku took Kyoku and left. Sorry about her. Fu apologized. She doesn't dash. What did she mean? Kota asked all of a sudden. What? Fu asked. She asked if my parents abandoned me too. Kota repeated Kyoku's words. What did she mean? Oh, well, most of our parents didn't want us after our quirks came, Fu explained. So they threw us out. Threw you out. But I thought Izuku was your dad. Kota was really confused. Caretaker found us and decided to take care of us. We are not related by blood, but he adopted us and serves as our father. Kiba explains. Adopted? Kota asked, not knowing what that word meant. You don't know what adopted means? Kei asked, reckoning a head shake from Kota. Well, if a mommy and daddy don't want their child, someone else can take them and become their new mommy or daddy, or both. Wait, moms and dads can leave their kids? Kota asked. While this was common sense to most, this was news to Kota. As far as he was concerned, parents had kids and they took care of them until either the kid got older or the parents died. Hearing that parents could just leave their kids bewildered him. He couldn't imagine his parents just leaving him. But they did, Kota thought. They choose their stupid hero jobs over me. They abandoned me. Are you okay, Kota? Kay asked him with concern in her voice. Huh. Kota was snapped out of his thoughts. He felt something wet on his face and after bringing his hand up to his cheek, he realized he had been crying. His face turned red from embarrassment and he quickly tried to save face. I'm fine. Let's just eat already. Kota quickly tried to go for his food, but he moved a bit too fast. Oh. The other kids shot Kota some more concerned looks, but eventually moved on and started eating. Chapter summary. It hides the tears. Part 2 of the Kota storyline. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Notes. The next day Kota felt a lot better. All that top-of-the-line medicine, soup, and lots of bed rest had done their job properly, and while Kota wasn't fully healthy again, he did feel well. Enough to move. Izuku still made him stay in bed for the most part, and unfortunately, there wasn't a lot for him to do while bedridden. And so that's what led to where he is right now, watching Izuku and Eri do Eri's quirk training. Just remember that video of that river I showed you, Izuku told her. Just imagine a slow stream. Kota watched in silence, confused as to why Izuku was handing her an apple core. Eri clutched the apple core tightly and took a deep breath. Her horn grew, and energy started cascading over her. The apple core slowly started regrowing the eaten parts of the apple it once was. Eri tried as hard as she could to tame her quirk, trying to keep it from running rampant and going out of control. She imagined that river Izuku showed her on the computer. She tried to slow the stream. Kota watched in awe as the apple slowly but surely put the apple back together. Once the apple was mostly restored, however, Eri's grip on her quirk started to slip. Once Izuku noticed her horn growing even more, he saw the apple coming back faster. He took a metal ruler and slapped the apple out of her hand. I can't control it, Eri said as she started to completely lose control. Kota's eyes widened as Eri's energy started growing and getting more wild and erratic. He inched back on the bed, sliding further away from her. You can stop now. Imagine a dam. Imagine the river stopping, Izuku told her. Eri tried her best. Her horn started shrinking a little, but almost immediately it started growing again. It kept shrinking and growing for a while, but it was clear that Eri was fighting a losing battle. With an upset look on his face, Izuku grabbed the tranq gun that was in his pocket, took it out, and aimed it at Eri. Wait, is he going to shoot her? Kota thought in alarmed confusion. And indeed he did. Izuku shot Eri's arm with the gun, and the dart embedded itself into her arm. A few seconds later Eri's eyes started to droop. Her horn stopped emitting energy and began sinking back into her, and in another few seconds, Eri's quirk completely deactivated and she started falling over. Izuku caught her just before she fell and lifted her into his arms. You shot her, Kota stated. He was dumbfounded, clueless as to what just happened or why. It's a dart gun, Izuku explained, pulling the dart out of Eri's arm and showing it to Kota. It's not meant to hurt someone like a real gun. It shoots out these needle things called darts. They are filled with something that makes you go to sleep for a while. Don't worry, Shieldbear. Fine when she wakes up. Oh. Things made slightly more sense knowing Izuku hadn't shot her with a real gun, but Kota was still really confused about the rest of the situation. Why did you shoot her? Well, Eri's quirk is. Izuku stopped talking as he put Eri onto a futon he had set up beforehand. After he finished putting Eri to sleep on the futon, he got up, moved his chair over to the bed, sat down, and faced Kota. What do you think of quirk bias, Kota? Izuku asked him. I don't know what that is, Kota answered simply. Oh, right, sorry. Izuku blushed with embarrassment. Quirk bias is when someone judges someone else because of their quirks. Some people think people are bad if they have scary quirks, or they think someone is better than others because they have a strong quirk. Oh, that. Kota's tone was bitter and his eyes gave away his disdain for the concept. It's stupid. Quirks are all stupid, but quirk bias or whatever is even dumber. Izuku sighed with relief. He had gotten the answer he hoped for. Now he could tell him. Okay, Eri's quirk is, it's complicated. As long as it's a living thing like a human, plant or animal, she can return it back to how it used to be. Izuku tried to explain it in the simplest way possible. Like if someone bit an apple, she can make the apple whole again, or if someone is hurt, she can make them healthy again. Ari has a hard time holding back her quirk. And if she touches someone while her quirk is at full power, they go back to before they existed. What does that mean? Kota didn't quite understand what he meant. They die, Kota, Izuku explained simply. If a person touches her while her quirk's at full power, they die. Kota's eyes became the size of dinner plates. Wait, die. Like they are dead. Yes, Kota, they die, Izuku told him. He didn't like telling people about Eri's quirk, but if Kota was going to be with them for a while, he deserved and needed to know about the danger of Eri's quirk. That's really dangerous. Kota freaked out slightly at the thought that he could have died if he'd been just a few feet closer to Eri. Yes, it is. Izuku nodded. So we have to be very careful when we're doing her quirk. Training. Why are you training her quirk? Shouldn't she not use her quirk at all? Unless. Kota made a bitter face as a thought crossed his mind. Does she want to be a hero too? Eri. No. I don't think so anyway. I think she wants to be a doctor or nurse or something. Izuku told him. But sometimes Eri's quirk turns on by itself. If she gets really stressed or panics too much, it'll turn on and she can't control it. So we do the quirk training so she can control it one day, and no one will have to be afraid of her quirk anymore. That made sense to Kota, kind of. He still thought it would be better if she just never used her quirk. A quirk that dangerous was scary. And then another thought came to his mind. Izuku apparently adopted all these kids. That would include Eri. So apparently Izuku had signed himself up for taking care of a girl that could kill him with a touch. And so naturally the question that came to his mind was, why? Kota asked him. Why? Izuku repeated. Why did you adopt Eri? Kota asked. And what happened to her real parents? Izuku sighed. Eri's story is a very sad one, and once you're not ready to hear. But it goes like this. When Eri's quirk manifested, her parents were scared of it, so they gave her away to a bad man who hurt her a lot. She ran away from him, and that's when I found her. I hid her, and I called the heroes, and they arrested the bad man. But Eri's parents still didn't want her. And even if they did, they couldn't just take her back after abandoning her. And Eri's quirk was scary, very scary, so a lot of people didn't want to adopt her. But I did. Why? Kota asked. It's not like he hated Eri, but he'd be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of her quirk. Did the others know? Why weren't they afraid? She had nowhere to go because of her quirk, something she couldn't control. Her life was almost ruined. Nobody wanted to be near her, and it wasn't because of anything she did. Izuku explained. And I know how painful that is. They all do. They all do. Does everyone here have dangerous quirks? Kota asked. All the kids do, Izuku told him. I don't. I don't have a quirk at all. Izuku said. Kota's eyes were starting to hurt from the constant widening. This was a lot for him to process. Since when could people not have quirks? The world has a very limited view of what quirks are okay and what quirks are not, Izuku explained. And if you fall into the second category, then the world will hurt and shun you. Kota thought about that. He knew the world was cruel. It had taken his parents from him after all. But his parents made the choice to leave him behind. These people didn't have any choice. That just made the world seem a little bit darker. What do you think of heroes, Kota? Izuku asked him. Kota's face almost instantly tightened into a scowl. I think they are stupid. Heroes and villains all show off their flashy quirks and kill each other for no reason. Izuku frowned. I guess from his point of view, with such a limited view of the world, it does seem like all that violence is happening for no reason. Maybe if I can explain it just right. After a bit of thought, Izuku spoke. Kota, why do you think villains exist? To fight heroes, Kota answered. Izuku shook his head. That's not why. Villains exist because there are bad people. Bad people who want to hurt others. Why? Kota asked. Well, sometimes they want to steal things from them for money, or sometimes they just want to hurt people because they like hurting people. It wasn't a completely accurate explanation, but he would learn the nuisance as he got older. Heroes exist to protect people from those villains. Without heroes, those people would be free to hurt people all they want. They'd kill a lot more people, and no one could stop them. Why don't people just use their quirks to stop them? Kota asked. Izuku shook his head again. If people could only use their quirks to defend themselves, then that would make quirks even more important. The world would completely revolve around quirks, and people with weak quirks or quirkless people would suffer even more. Kota frowned as he imagined the world Izuku was describing. The world was already obsessed with quirks. All he heard was quirk this, quirk that. If the world became even more obsessed with quirks, do you see why heroes are necessary now? Izuku asked Kota. Kota didn't answer. He couldn't find an argument to counter what Izuku said. It all made sense, at least more than before. But he just couldn't let go of his outlook. He wasn't ready to. Izuku took a deep breath. He was about to approach a sensitive topic, and one he himself probably shouldn't get involved in. But now seemed like a better time than ever. Kota, your parents didn't die for no reason. And they didn't abandon you. Izuku told him. They died so a dozen other little boys and girls didn't lose their parents. Kota remained silent, looking away from Izuku. The two sat in silence for a while, until crash. The sound of something breaking the living room reached their ears. Izuku facepalmed. Oh, please don't be Kiba again. Kota, just rest. And try to think about what I told you. Please. With that, Izuku ran to the living room, leaving Kota to his thoughts. Later that night. Hey. Kota was woken from his sleep by someone's voice. MMM. Kota groaned. He didn't want to wake up. Turning out thinking was tiring if you did it a lot. Wake up. The voice whispered. Kota felt whoever it was calling him shake him a little. Go away, Kota told them. Gah. Wake up or I'll make you think you're a plant. The voice whispered angrily. Kota thought about that for a moment. It sounded ridiculous, but if all the other kids here had powerful quirks like Izuku said they did, then they probably could do something like that. Deciding he'd rather not be a plant, Kota opened his eyes. Turns out the one waking him up was Kyoku, and she did not look pleased. Although to be fair, Kota only ever saw her frowning, so apparently she just really didn't like him. Come with me, Kyoku told him. Kota didn't really want to follow her. He was tired and wanted to go back to bed. Plus this girl was mean and he didn't feel like going anywhere with her. But on the other hand, she could make him think he's a plant. Kota decided to get up and follow her, leaving the room and entering the living room. Sansan and Fu were watching TV. Sansan was copying the heroes on TV while Fu was writing things down in a notebook. Fu looked at them for a moment with his constantly neutral expression. Why are you two up? Why are you up? Kota asked in return. The pussycats, Izuku, and back when they were alive, his parents had all stressed how important it was that he sleep at night. And it seemed like Izuku had a similar mentality towards all the other children, so why were these two up? Our bodies are weird so we don't need sleep, Fu explained. We can sleep but Izuku doesn't force us to. But you guys definitely do need sleep. So why are you up? We're just gonna talk for a few minutes, and then we'll go back to bed. I promise. Kyoku told Fu. Fu squinted at Kyoku trying to decide whether or not he believed them. Izuku typically trusted him as the reasonable one to keep everyone else in line. But still, if it was just a little bit, don't take too long, or I'll tell Izuku. With that warning given, Fu turned back to the TV and to his notes. With that, Kyoku led Kota into the kitchen, where she finally stopped. She turned to him and gave him a very serious look that most adults would have found more cute than anything else. I don't like you, Kyoku told him. I know. Kota crossed his arms, trying to look tough. You're rude to Daddy even after he saved you. You would have died if he didn't do that. You. No, Kyoku pointed out. Kota's expression actually turned a bit sheepish. He knew he had been in bad shape, but he didn't know his life was in danger. He already felt kind of bad after seeing how nice Izuku was, but now he felt really bad about how mean he was. And he gave you food, let you sleep in the bed, and treated you nicely. Kyoku told him. Okay, I get it. Kota lashed out. But, Kyoku said, her tone suddenly changing to a slightly more patient one. I looked through your memories, and I'm sorry I was mean to you too. Read my memories? Kota asked, ignoring the apology in favor of the more interesting and possibly frightening part of that sentence. Yes, My quirk let me see and change memories. Kyoku explained. So I know about your parents. Yeah. So what? Kota put back on his tough guy persona, the mention of his parents, snapping him out of his guilt trip. So I'm sorry. It must have hurt losing them. If I lost Izuku. Kyoku didn't finish that sentence. She wiped away a few tears forming in her eyes at the thought of losing Izuku after finding him. But I can help you. Help me. Kota repeated, not sure where she was going with this. I don't need help. Yes, you do. Kyoku shouted. You're so mean because you're angry, so maybe if you're not angry, you'll be nice. And how are you gonna do that? Kota pouted. Well, you're angry because your parents died. So you'll stop being angry if you can't. Remember your parents. Kyoku explained. Kota's expression fell as she slowly realized what Kyoku was suggesting. I'll erase all the memories of your parents, then you can live here and Izuku can be your parent. Kyoku laid out her plan, of course not seeing the several issues with it. But to Kota, the plan sounded solid. All the pain and sadness he felt, the betrayal, the confusing complicated thoughts, all of it would be gone, and things could kind of go back to how they used to be. Izuku was a nice person and he clearly cared for these kids as his parents cared for him. It could work. If not for one problem. He really hated that idea. The thought of all the memories of his parents disappearing. His parents just completely disappearing from his mind. He hated it. No, Kota said in a low voice. What? Kyoku was taken aback. She clearly was not expecting that answer. I said no, Kota said, louder. I don't want to forget my parents. Why? Kyoku asked him, mad that her perfect plan hit a snag. You kept saying that they abandoned you, that they left you, and that you hated them. That was another thing about Kota that made her angry. She had to look and work to find a family that loved her, and he was just born with one. He was born with a family that loved him, and after they were gone he became ungrateful of what he had. Sure, Izuku told her he was angry and confused about his parents dying, but even if Izuku died while she would be extremely angry and sad, she would never say anything bad about him. Why yeah, well Kota felt what he wanted to say. It was stuck in his throat, but he just couldn't say it. What? Why don't you want to forget people you hate so much? Kyoku asked. Because I don't hate them. Kota shouted, tears sliding down his face. I don't hate them. I was wrong. I miss them. I don't want to forget. I want them back. Kota started crying. All his pent-up sadness, which he'd been covering with anger, was now rushing out like water, coming from a broken dam. I want them back. Kota cried. Kyoku looked at Kota crying his eyes out, and her anger was replaced by sympathy, regret, and discomfort. Before either of them could do anything, however, Kota suddenly felt a hand patting his head. The two children looked up and saw Izuku standing behind the two of them. Daddy! Kyoku panicked. Her and a crying Kota did not look good for her. I can explain. It's okay, Izuku said in the most soothing voice he could. I heard most of it. You two were very loud. You woke up basically everyone, except Kiba. Oh. Kyoku blushed with embarrassment. She thought she was being sneaky, but her emotional side got the best of her. I'm not mad, but we will be talking about this tomorrow, okay? Izuku said. For now, Kyoku, please go to bed. I'll deal with Kota. Oh, okay. Kyoku said quietly, before making her way out of the kitchen. With that, Izuku put all his attention towards Kota. It's okay, let it all out. It's always safe to cry. Here. That was all Kota needed to hear. He cried and cried and cried while Izuku kneeled down and patted him on the back to try and comfort him. After a few minutes had passed, Kota's crying began to slow. I miss them. Kota admitted. I know, Izuku told him. I said all those bad things about them. I didn't. I know, Izuku said. We all say stupid things when we're angry. It's okay. No one is mad at you. The crying and comforting continued for quite some time, until Kota was quite frankly too physically and emotionally exhausted to keep going on. Once Kota tuckered himself out, Izuku took him and laid him in bed. The next morning, when Kota woke up, he was immediately met with warmth. Something or someone was next to him. He opened his eyes and was immediately met by the visor of Kei. You're awake, Kei exclaimed excitedly. Kota was confused by her sudden closeness. We were worried about you. You cried a whole lot and we were worried, and so we watched you to make sure you were okay. Kay explained almost too quickly for Kota to understand her. We? Kota asked. Kay nodded and moved out of the way, revealing that Izuku was sleeping in his chair behind her, with Eri and Kyoku on his lap, and Sansan's on the ceiling. Kay pointed up. Sansan came down and formed her face right in front of Kota's face. "Aye." Sansan greeted him. Kota sat still, stunned for a moment. He was kind of a mess emotionally, and so he couldn't help but feel thankful for these people, who he had only met a few days ago, were so concerned for his safety. Thanks, Kota said, blushing in embarrassment for crying in front of a bunch of people. "You're welcome," Kay said, smiling brightly. All the noise in front of him quickly roused Izuku from his slumber. "Hey! Oh, Kota, you're awake." Izuku quickly jolted awake, waking up to two sleeping children on his knees. "Daddy." Kyoku slowly opened her eyes. "Izuku." Eri did the same. "Oh, it looks like everyone's awake now," Izuku said. "Could you guys please check on Kiba? And Fu, make sure Kiba didn't break anything in her sleep again or that Fu didn't get blood anywhere besides the sheets. Oh, and then after that, could you set the table so I can cook breakfast? I'm thinking American-style pancakes." The children nodded, and some quirkier than others moved out of the room to do their assigned task, leaving Izuku alone with Kota. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked him gently. "Sorry if they overwhelmed you. They were really worried about it. Kay especially." "It's fine. I'm okay," Kota muttered quietly. There was a moment of silence between them, as Izuku didn't quite know what to say next. With how Kota was right now. "Thank you." Kota unexpectedly apologized. "For what?" Izuku looked at him in confusion. "For all the stuff you did," and said. Kota explained to him. "And for letting me cry like that." "Oh, it's fine." Izuku smiled at him. "My job is to help kids in need. And you need help, so I helped you." Kota just nodded. Ring ring. Ring ring. Izuku looked at his desk, and his phone was vibrating along its surface. He moved out of his chair and picked it up. "Hello." Izuku answered. Kota watched as Izuku talked with an unknown person on the phone for a while. "Oh, okay, in a few hours? All right. I'll make some breakfast for him then. Do you want any?" "Oh, that's okay. He'll be ready by the time you get here, okay?" No, it was no issue. He's a very nice boy. He was just a bit confused. Some things happened. Everything is okay. All right. Bye. Izuku hung up the phone. He turned to Kota. "That was Mandalay. She and the Pussycats are coming in a few hours to pick you up." Kota's mood immediately worsened. "Oh." Izuku walked up to him and rustled his hair and gave him an encouraging smile. "You're always welcome here. If you want to see us, just ask the Pussycats." Kota nodded, seemingly slightly less upset than before. "Okay, why don't you sit down with the other kids and I'll make breakfast?" Izuku asked. The boy nodded immediately. If the rest of his cooking was as good as the soup he made, then he would be in for a treat. A few hours later, Izuku, Kota, and the kids stood outside of the apartment building, while the Pussycats' van, which they refused to call the Pussymobile, rolled up in front of them. And then the Pussycats came out. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. "We've come to lend a paw and help." Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild Pussycats. All the Pussycats shouted their signature motto while doing their signature poses, despite being in their civilian clothes. And the reactions varied. Izuku, Kiba, and Sansan all had stars in their eyes. "Oh wow, the wild, wild Pussycats' signature motto. Right in front of me." Izuku geeked out. "That motto. Those poses. I must come up with some of my own." Kiba said. "Go." Sansan was always a fan of flashing and energetic movements, so this was right up her alley. Kyoku and Fu were overall less amused. "Great, I know what Kiba's going to make me practice for the next week." He groaned. Internally. These are pro-heroes. Kyoku expected them to be a bit more serious. Ai didn't know what to think about that. She was just confused. Kota was in the same camp Fu and Kyoku were in, that despite having several changes in opinion and changes in the way he looked at the world, that still seemed just as lame as ever. However, before he could show his embarrassment, Mandalay broke formation and wrapped him up in a hug. "Kota, I can't believe you did that. We were so worried about you. The heroine embraced the child, nearly smothering him. I know, I'm sorry. Kota apologized while trying his best to push her away from him. This surprised Mandalay slightly. Ever since Kota had come to them had been stubborn and difficult. This was the first time she had ever heard him apologize for anything. After thoroughly checking to make sure Kota was completely unharmed, Mandalay moved on, allowing the other pussycats to fuss over the boy, much to his chagrin. Mandalay walked up to Izuku and gave a grateful bow. Thank you for finding and taking care of him. If he had died before we found him, I would have never been able to forgive myself. No, it's fine. I just did the right thing. He was very well behaved. Izuku said, trying to keep his composure and failing. Really? Asked Mandalay, not buying that Kota had been well behaved for a bunch of strangers he'd just met. Well, he was a little. Izuku tried to find a way to phrase it. Mean. Kyoku said. Stubborn. Fu added. Difficult. Izuku finished. But that was just because of, well, he's had a rough time, but he's a good kid. I hope you don't punish him too harshly. Well, I think almost dying in the rain is enough punishment for the moment. Mandalay decided. Kota breathed a sigh of relief. But don't think you're not going to get a very stern talking to when we get home. Mandalay shouted out loud. Kota made a loud groan. Mandalay turned her attention back to Izuku. By the way, I never asked for your names. Oh right. Izuku blushed at forgetting something so simple. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Kiba Midoriya. Kiba said proudly. Fu Midoriya. Fu said in his typical monotone. Sansan Midoriya. Sansan said while she constantly moved around and looked at the pussy cats. Kei Midoriya. Nice to meet Naya. Kei snickered at her own pun. Kyoku Midoriya. Kyoku said from behind Izuku's leg. Eri Midoriya. Eri introduced herself. Hi. Oh well, aren't these just the cutest little kittens? Pixie Bob said. Are these all your younger siblings? Mandalay asked Izuku. Izuku laughed nervously. Well, you see he's our dad. Kei explained. Huh. All the pussycats went wide-eyed and looked at Izuku in confusion, hoping for an explanation to that very strange claim. It's a very bizarre, complicated, and long story that I will probably have to keep explaining to people for the rest of my life. Izuku sighed. He was going to need to find a better way to explain all this. But let's just say I adopted them all due to some rather strange circumstances. Ah, I get it. Ragdoll said. I still have a lot of questions, but I'll hold my tongue for now. Pixie Bob said. Mandalay, we have to go. We still have to report for work within the hour. Tiger reminded. Right. Mandalay frowned. Unfortunately, due to their job, they didn't always have time to watch Kota, which is how he managed to run away in the first place. She looked at Izuku, and then suddenly she got an idea. Midoriya, I know you've already done so much for us already, but can I ask you something? Mandalay asked him. Oh, of course. I'd be honored. Izuku jittered. We're rather busy sometimes, and we don't always have time to look after Kota. Would you mind babysitting him from time to time? Mandalay pleaded. You seem to be a good influence, and he could use some friends. Izuku smiled. Why yes. I'd be more than happy to. He's more than welcome here. Although we are moving soon, but it's not too far away from the city. Actually, I think it might be closer to you than here. Thank you. I am really grateful. Mandalay said sincerely. Kota, it looks like you'll be staying here for a little bit longer. Yay, we get to see Kota more. Kei cheered, Sansan joining in her celebration. Well, it seems we shall be friends from this point on. Consider it an honor. Kiba told Kota. Welcome to the Damaged Children Club, Fu told him. Is he going to be our friend? Eri asked, receiving a nod from Izuku. Oh, okay. All the kids looked at Kyoku, the one who had the biggest problem with outsiders. HMPH. It's fine as long as he stops being mean. Kyoku turned her head away. I promise, and thanks. Kota also looked away, trying to keep people from seeing his blush. Izuku smiled genuinely at the scene in front of him. It seems all well that ends well. And he didn't even have to adopt this one. Chapter end notes. Yeah, so Izuku didn't adopt Kota, but Kota will be in future chapters as a friend to all of the kids and Izuku. Not all the kids are gonna look to Izuku as a dad. Sometimes they'll look at him like a big brother or a friend, but at the end of the day, he's there for them. And that's what matters. Chapter summary. Mistakes of the past. Lots of exposition. And Izuku learns something he shouldn't. Friends. It was an average day. All the kids were helping put stuff away, making sure Kiba didn't touch anything fragile or important when the door rang. That's weird. Mom shouldn't be coming home today. Izuku went to open the door and was shocked at what was on the other side. Hello, young Midoriya. Greeted All Might in his skinny form. Sorry for the intrusion. Ochako apologized, popping out from behind the deflated hero. Izuku's attention was immediately drawn to Ochako, as dozens of thoughts flew through his head. The most prominent being 1. Oh my god, there's a girl in my house. Ignoring the fact she was only standing outside it. 2. Oh my god, what is she wearing? Noting that she was in workout gear, showing off her physique to the now heavily embarrassed green teen. And 3. Oh my god, she looks exhausted. It was very clear the girl had been through a rigorous workout. She was panting heavily and was absolutely covered in sweat, and her posture suggested that she was barely standing. In his head was a battle between his awkward, socially anxious side and his noble wanting to help side. In the end, his helpful side won. Are you okay? You look exhausted. Me. I'm fine. Although I would appreciate it if I could have some water, and also come in to cool down and rest a bit. Ochako blushed at having to ask someone she barely knew for all that. Young Uraraka worked out a bit too hard. I tried carrying her back myself, but too many saw me in my hero form, and I had to find a place to hide and for young Uraraka to rest. And your home was the closest place we could go. All Might explained. Well, come in, please. Izuku ushered them both in. Izuku brought both of them to the couch, where they immediately collapsed. Oh god, my legs feel numb. Ochako groaned. My lungs feel like they are popping out of my ribs. Izuku brought her a bottle of water. Here. Thank you so much. Ochako took the bottle and poured it into her mouth. She drank so fast. She actually started choking for a moment, before recovering. All Might looked around and immediately noticed the small pink-haired girl, hiding behind a box and glaring very intensely at the two of them. Hello there. All Might greeted her, giving a small wave. In response, the girl hid herself completely behind the box. I know I look rather frightening in this form, but that girl seems to really dislike me. All Might thought. Young Midoriya, I see you found another child. All Might chuckled. Are you sure your quirk is not attracting small children? Oh, you must mean Kyoku. Well, honesty, she found us. Izuku awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. And by that, he means she broke into our house, used her quirk on us, and begged for affection. Fu summarized. What? All Might and Ochako said simultaneously. It was a whole thing, you don't need to worry about it, Izuku told them. At this rate you might as well just put up a sign that says, children, come here. Ochako laughed for a moment, before stopping, realizing what she just said, and blushing in embarrassment. Never mind, that wouldn't end well. And it's kinda unnecessary, Izuku said. Soon the government is going to start giving me kids anyway. There was a short pause, as All Might and Ochako gave Izuku a confused look. Again, every time I see you it seems I always end up more and more baffled, young Midoriya. All Might said. Ochako nodding in agreement. Sorry, Izuku said, afraid that he had offended them somehow. No, it's fine. If anything, I'm glad that you're being so active and that your life is changing. In positive ways. All Might said, not really sure if the latest change in Izuku's life was positive due to lack of information. So are you taking care of kids professionally now? Ochako inquired. Well, yes, but it's not that simple. Izuku got ready to explain his bizarre situation. He was sure glad most of the kids were in the other parts of the house. You see, all of the kids I bumped into are classified as OPCS. That stands for overly powerful children. It means that their quirks make them dangerous to be around and that they require special care in order to live with. Like 13. Ochako pointed out. Yeah, like them. They might have even been part of the program now that I think about it. Izuku agreed. I'll have to ask Nami about it. So all these kids have dangerous quirks? All Might asked. In one way or another, Izuku said. Kei turns people to stone when they look at her eyes. And Kiba requires human blood for both her quirk to work and to live, and even without that stipulation, you've seen how dangerous her quirk is on its own. Yeah, Ochako said, remembering the car-throwing incident. Normally, when a parent thinks their child is an OPC, they are supposed to call the OPCCC, that stands for Overly Powerful Children Containment and Care. They are a branch of the government that is supposed to help to care of OPCs. That name is terrible, Ochako said bluntly. Also, I've never heard of them before. I have, although I haven't heard a lot of good things about them. All Might recalled. Yeah, they used to be a lot more prevalent than they are now, but they were also a lot crueler than they are now. Izuku looked up a lot of information about the OPCCC. After all, they were the people he was directly working with. However, a lot of the things they were doing blew up in their faces and resulted in them losing a lot of power and funding, resulting in them being nearly unheard of today. And due to most people not knowing about them, most parents don't know how to deal with their kids when their quirks are too dangerous. Most parents try to deal with it and end up getting injured or worse. But some parents, they just give up and abandon their kids. If the kids are lucky, they end up at an orphanage and then are quickly picked up by the OPCCC, but other parents just throw their children onto the streets. All Might finished a dark look in his eye. From what you told me, all these children, with the exception of young Eri, had suffered that fate. And Eri suffered even worse. How could someone just throw away their child like that? Ochako said in outrage. Sometimes it's even worse. The OPCCC has also had to remove several children from their parents due to several types of child abuse. I've read about villains who'll kidnap people and force them to breed in order to sell their children with powerful quirks. Izuku remembered almost throwing up when he read that. He thought quirk marriages were bad, but this was on a whole other level. That's horrible, Ochako said, standing up so fast she hurt herself. Oh, indeed. As a future pro-hero, these are the types of things you'll have to fight against, young Uraraka. All Might said. Ochako nodded, a fire burning in her eyes. When I get my hands on those monsters, I'm going to throw them into the sun. While they may deserve it, I would ask that you don't kill them if you don't need to. All Might added. And I would also appreciate it if you didn't, advocate murder in front of the kids. Izuku asked her nervously. Oh, sorry. Ochako apologized, sitting back down and returning to a more calm state. I think I got a bit sidetracked. I just got so angry when I heard about that, Izuku explained. It's fine, young Midoriya, your outrage is more than justified. All Might remembered back when he first encountered his first instance of child abuse. It wasn't pretty, both what the abuser did to the child and what All Might did to the abuser once he found him. But back to what I was saying, due to the lack of public knowledge about the OPCCC, it leads to many kids with dangerous quirks either roaming the streets or being taken by villains. Izuku continued. And because of the OPCCC's lack of funding and power, they could only do so much. And that's how you met all these kids, right? Ochako asked. Most of them, yes, Izuku said. But I'm different. Considering you managed to find 7 children in under a year, I would say so. All Might pointed out. Well, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about, Izuku told him. The OPCCC also has issues when it comes to finding where to keep the children they find. Due to their dangerous quirks, they can't go to a normal orphanage, so they either have to find someone to adopt the kids themselves and support them with special equipment, or they have to keep them in special OPCCCS facilities until they can support themselves. And I'm guessing a good portion of those kids raised in a cold and sterile government facility don't grow up with the greatest opinion on people. All Might added. He knew that most villains were created by crappy childhoods, and this sounded like one of those cases. Unfortunately, there is a non-negligible amount of kids raised in those facilities ended up as villains, Izuku revealed. Then why don't they just focus on finding families to adopt them? Ochako was getting fired up again. I doubt it's that simple. All Might told her. If these children's quirks are so dangerous that the government has to intervene like this, then it's unlikely that many people would be willing to take them in at the risk of their own safety. And the ones who do sometimes are killed or maimed accidentally by the child they took in. Izuku elaborated. They tried handing out money as an incentive, but that just caused some people to accept and use the money on themselves and mistreated the children, and as a result, the OPCCC took the child back into their custody. And as a result, most kids acquired by the OPCCC simply stay in their custody. Because of this, the OPCCC was deemed ineffective and had their funding cut even more, making the issues even worse. So it's just one big mess. All Might noted. And all those poor kids are suffering because of it, Ochako added, looking extremely frustrated. I swear the only things as bad as villains are politicians. All Might grumbled, always, having hated dealing with the red tape and the men in suits. However, since I kept taking in kids that are labeled as OPCs, they saw an opportunity and they made me an offer, Izuku said. They asked me to start an organization in league with the government and the OPCCC specifically, that takes in the OPCs and adopts them. It's like an orphanage, but you can't adopt anyone, and all the children have dangerous quirks. Really? But you're still in school. Ochako pointed out, her eyes wide as dinner plates. Not really, I kinda stopped going to school. Izuku said slowly, afraid it would color their opinions of him in a bad way. What? Why? Aren't afraid of falling out? Ochako asked, looking at him curiously and making the boy look away from her, not used to attention, or at least good attention. While I am glad something is being done about this, I would have thought they would have picked someone more qualified for the position. All Might said, before quickly realizing he made an error when Izuku's face fell. Not that you're bad for the job. Yuga. All Might felt a small hand slap him hard in the back of his skull. He looked behind him and saw Kyoku glaring at him like he just killed her dog in front of her. From behind the couch, standing on a box so she could reach his head. Is something wrong, All Might? Izuku asked. No, I'm fine. All Might didn't want to get her in trouble. It was rather rude of him to say that after all. Continue. Well, I see why you'd think that. The only thing that really qualifies me for this job is that I'm the only one who wants to do it. Izuku explained. And the OPCCC is very desperate for something to work, so they are purposely overlooking a lot of things that could keep me from getting this job. If it works out, then they could show their progress to their superiors. And hopefully, they can get an increase in funding, meaning they can put more money into making their existence known and into collecting the children. I mean, that's great and all. I'm sure it'll help a lot of kids, but are you sure it's a good idea to have a bunch of kids with life-threatening quirks all under the same roof being taken care of by one teenager is a good idea? Ochako asked. She was glad something was being done about what was apparently a massive issue she wasn't aware of until now, but the solution seemed kinda desperate and rushed. There are a lot of safety precautions, and the place we're moving has a bunch of security precautions in it, Izuku explained, and they are requiring me to study certain topics and get a license in quirk consoling, and I'll also be in charge of hiring other staff. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than nothing. I mean, you're right, but are you sure you're gonna be okay? If one of those kids could accidentally kill you, then how are you gonna handle lots of them? Ochako asked, more out of concern for his safety than anything else. It is still pretty dangerous, but someone has to do it, and no one else is willing to do it, so I have to. Izuku explained simply. It's the only thing I can really do. It was then that Ochako noticed that look in his eyes, the one that All Might had been noticing the entire time. It was a sad look, desperate for purpose. Before anyone could continue the conversation, the rest of the kids ran into the room. Caretaker, we finished, oh. It's you too, Kiba said, remembering them immediately. We have guests. Kei ran into the room to look at the unusual event. Sansan stretched into the room and immediately started inspecting Ochako and All Might, stretching her head around the two of them. Oh, it's the goo girl. Ochako recognized the child. If I recall, her color was pink before. All Might said, trying to back away from Sansan, to him still thinking she was made of acid. Her name's Sansan, and you don't have to worry about the acid. The OPCCC gave me some chemicals that when mixed with her acid, neutralizes it temporarily, so it's okay to touch. Huh, Izuku said. Ochako, out of curiosity, decided to touch Sansan's with her palms. It's like touching jello. Reacting to the touch, Sansan wrapped herself around Ochako's entire body and nuzzled her cheek. Sansan! Izuku cried out, unsure how she would react to being covered in slime. No, don't take her off, this feels amazing. Ochako replied, Sansan's cold gooey body doing wonders for Ochiko's tired overheated one. Oh, okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. Izuku made a mental note of this. Looks like we're all here. Except Eri. Fu pointed out. Wait, where's Eri? Izuku looked around the white-haired girl. I need to go find Eri. Could you give me a moment? Izuku skittishly excused himself as he left to look for Eri, leaving the two of them alone with the rest of the kids. Where's Kyoku? Kei asked. She's hiding in the kitchen. Fu ratted her out. Hey! Kyoku shouted from the kitchen, still hiding. She doesn't like outsiders, Kiba explained. She thinks that anyone not part of the family is a bunch of evil savages. Which is ridiculous since your dash. Before Kiba could spill the beans on All Might's secret, Fu did his signature, Kiba shut up, move of shoving his fingers into her mouth and snapping them off using her teeth. Seriously. Disturbing All Might and Ochako before seeing him grow back those fingers, and remembering what his quirk was. That is understandable. I'm sure she's seen a lot of hardships. All Might said. You have no idea, Kiba said, spitting out all the fingers. I found her. Izuku came into the room, holding Eri. She's really shy, so she probably won't talk much. Sorry, Eri muttered an apology. No, it's okay. Ochako gave the girl a reassuring smile but made no effort to move out of Sansan's slime cocoon. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you. Eri paused for a moment before she gathered the will to respond. I'm Eri Midoriya. Izuku always felt a weird spark of happiness and pride whenever one of the kids referred to themselves as a Midoriya, only enhanced by the pride he felt at Eri introducing herself. And, without stuttering, beep, beep, beep. Izuku took his phone out of his pocket and looked at it, his eyes widening. Oh, Sansan, it's time we need to go. Oh, can't she stay a little longer? Ochako groaned as Sansan very slowly oozed off of her. Sorry, but I need to reapply the chemical to her body, otherwise she'll turn back into acid in 15 minutes. Never mind, then you can go. Ochako's eyes widened in fear at the thought of being covered in acid. All Might looked at his watch. Speaking of going, young Uraraka, I believe it's time we took out leave. Oh, okay. Ochako winced as she got off the couch. Thank you for letting us rest here. Ochako gave him a polite bow of thanks. IITZNN nothing. Izuku blushed and stammered. And also, I think what you're doing is a real good thing. Ochako gave him a bright, pleasant smile that made Izuku's head short-circuit. Please take care of these children the best you can. You don't need to tell him that, Kiba remarked. Caretaker is the best at his work. Aye. Izuku breathed in deeply, regaining his composure. I'll do my best. We know you will, young Midoriya. All Might and Ochako started to leave, but before walking out the door, All Might turned to Izuku and said one more thing. I told you there was more than one way to be a hero. I'm glad you found yours. And with that, they left. Izuku sniffed, trying to let as few tears slip as possible. I so. Sansan looked at him in concern. I'm okay, Sansan. Izuku wiped away the tears. I'm okay. A few minutes later, with All Might and Ochako, the duo walked down the street in relative peace. Now that Ochako had gotten some rest, she could walk all the way to her house without All Might assistance. So, what do you think of young Midoriya? All Might asked her. He's nice. Ochako responded almost instantly. But, he also seems kinda sad. And like, he's hiding something from me. It's like when my parents tried to hide all the bills from me when I was little so I wouldn't worry about it. Well, that's not far from the truth. All Might sighed. Young Uraraka, I would like to ask a favor of you. A favor? Ochako repeated. Yes, I know I shouldn't be messing around with your social life, but could you be friends with young Midoriya? All Might requested. Sure. Ochako agreed. She probably would have befriended him herself. He was a really nice guy after all, and he genuinely wanted to help people. And there was also that mysterious sadness that lingered over him that Ochako both wanted to figure out and dispel. But there was one thing bothering her about this. All Might, how did you and Midoriya become friends? Ochako asked him. He doesn't really seem like the type of person you would, be friends with. All Might finished for her. Well, it's a long story, and one I'll have to ask you not to tell anyone. Don't worry. At this point, I'm used to keeping your secrets. Ochako half jokes. All Might actually chuckled at that, before getting serious. Well, to begin, my meeting with Midoriya was pure chance. I was chasing a villain and said villain attacked Midoriya. I saved him, but I noticed my time was running out, so naturally, I jumped away to try and keep anyone from seeing me. However, young Midoriya grabbed my leg as I was taking off. He did what? Ochako's eyes went wide. That's really dangerous. Indeed. And I told him as much when we landed. Midoriya was determined to ask me a question, however. But before he could ask it, I had run out of time and reverted back to this form. All Might continued. Oh, so that's how he knows about your skinny form. Ochako said. But what question was so important that he would risk his life to ask you? All Might paused for a bit, before gritting his teeth and continuing. He asked me if he could become a hero without a quirk. There was a long pause as Ochako took in that question, her face eventually settling into a confused squint. What? Why would he want to not use his quirk? Is his quirk dangerous or lackluster or something? No. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as that. All Might gave Ochako a serious look. As I said, you're not to tell anyone about this, and please don't let Midoriya know I told you this. But, young Midoriya is quirkless. Ochako blinked, giving All Might a blank stare, then eventually her eyes widened like dinner plates in shock. What? Yes, unfortunately, Midoriya is part of the 20% of people without quirks, and the even smaller 4% of children born without quirks in the modern day. All Might explained. That's. Ochako had never even considered him being quirkless. It was such a rare thing, especially for people their age and in their country, that the thought just never occurred to her. Not having a quirk, Ochako thought about what that would be like. Having no powers, in general, would suck, but on top of that, being surrounded by people with powers would suck even more. She can only imagine the bullying that must have happened to him. Judging by that expression, you've likely started thinking about what it must be like being quirkless. All Might told her. Why yeah, poor Midoriya. She muttered. But, what did you say? You didn't tell him no did you? All Might looked away from her. Ochako looked at him in disbelief. You didn't say he couldn't be a hero, right? All Might kept his gaze pointed elsewhere, not wanting her to see the shame on his face, or the guilt in his eyes. I've seen villains take down buildings with ease. I've seen countless powerful heroes die, and I've nearly been defeated myself. And he was a skinny, young teen without a quirk. You told him no. It wasn't a question. Ochako had figured it out and was looking at the hero, like he'd just killed a puppy. Yes. All Might confirmed, still looking away. The two of them had stopped walking, and there was a long, long pause, with no sound but the wind between them. Eventually, Ochako spoke up. All Might, please look at me. All Might froze for a second, before looking at her. Ochako was giving him a furious, scolding glare. That was the wrong answer. Her tone was dead serious and left little room for argument. In spite of that, All Might tried to defend himself. I was concerned for his safety, so You crushed his dreams, Ochako said bluntly. All Might sighed. I can't really put it any other way. Yes, I crushed his dreams. How could you? Ochako glared at him. You're the #1 hero. Do you know how much your word means to people? He must have been crushed. I wasn't thinking. I've made a bad habit of doing whatever I think needs to be done, without worrying about the consequences afterward. All Might said. There are many times where I've saved lives because of that way of thinking, and there are times where I wish I had just stopped and thought about what I was doing. This is one of those cases. Ochako kept glaring at the hero, shaming him for what he had done. I didn't know the effect it had on him until much later. All Might continued. I had heard that the heroes had finally gathered enough evidence to raid the Yakuza's base and arrest them. I decided to assist, and by some coincidence the person that had managed to get the evidence, and as such was now under witness protection, was Midoriya. Oh yeah, you did tell me about that before, but you never explained it, Ochako said. All Might nodded. The Yakuza had been keeping young Eri captive, but she managed to escape and, seeking somewhere to hide, fled to Midoriya's home. Midoriya allowed the girl in, And when the leader of the Yakuza, Overhaul, broke into his house with some of his thugs, Midoriya hid her under dirty laundry, set his phone to record anything that happened in the room, and then put on a pair of headphones and pretend to sleep. That's smart, Ochako pointed out. That's really clever. Saving a little girl and finding a way to win even with a huge disadvantage. It's almost like a hero. All Might felt that jab in his deflated gut. I know, All Might admitted. I was shocked, but even more so when I read his background report. It all seemed off. It said he got into fights often and his test scores were only ever below average. That doesn't seem right at all. Ochako may not have known Izuku for long, but she was pretty sure that was false. You're right. Later, I found that Fat Gum was doing an investigation on Midoriya's high school. Apparently, he had a run-in with Midoriya as well at some point, and caught a whiff of quirk discrimination. All Might revealed. I of course added my 2 cents and joined in on the investigation. Quirk discrimination. Ochako scowled. She hated the thought of someone being picked on, or shunned even though they didn't do anything wrong. Bullies always pissed her off. It took a while for us to find anything. Everyone was rather tight-lipped. Until we found one teacher who seemed to be sympathetic to Midoriya's situation, and she told us everything, under the agreement that we would keep her anonymous. What we found was a lot worse than what we expected. All Might's face turned grim. Apparently all the stuff on Midoriya's record was bunk. Midoriya was picked on and beaten many times, and the teachers lied, saying Midoriya was the one picking the fights in order to excuse his injuries. What? The teachers were in on it too. Ochako shouted. All Might nodded. They allowed the other students to physically and verbally assault Midoriya on a daily basis, going from destroying his property, giving him mild injuries to even using their quirks on him. Why? What kind of teacher lets that happen? Those are all crimes. Ochako was outraged. Today was already filled with upsetting news and now it just kept piling up. Ugh. What is wrong with people? Apparently many of the teachers thought it wasn't worth it to ruin the futures of children for a quirkless runt. All Might repeated what they said in disgust. They also lowered his grades. They said if he scored too high the other children would assault him. They acted like it was some kind of protection. They only hurt him because they let them. Ochako shouted. And the bullying from the other children was out of control, even going to the point of telling him to commit suicide. All Might was steaming, literally, as his anger caused one for all to activate and transform him into his buff form for a moment. Ochako was speechless and fuming. She wanted to float those bullies into space right now. Heck, she knew where they were, she just might. Scum. Any teachers that actually tried to stop this activity were heavily admonished, and even had their jobs threatened, meaning they couldn't do anything but watch. And any children that showed sympathy towards Midoriya were targeted as well. All Might continued. After getting that confession, we managed to do some more serious interrogation on the rest of the staff and the students. I managed to convince a friend of mine with a lie-detecting quirk to join the case, so we got a lot of the details out of them, including the fact that this behavior was not exclusive to his middle school, and that Midoriya had been enduring this since he was diagnosed as quirkless. You mean? Ochako's voice was quiet. He's been living like this since he was 5. All Might nodded. Suddenly Ochako felt like she'd been using her quirk too much again, but this time rather than nausea she felt pure horror and disgust. We also discovered that the main tormentor, Katsuki Bakugo, was admitted into the hero program at UA shortly before the investigation was launched. All Might explained. And you expelled him. Ochako couldn't believe someone like that had the nerve to try out for the hero program. Well, about that. All Might hesitated. He did get the highest score for the practical exam, as well as getting very high marks on the written exam. And he's been bullying someone for 10 years. Ochako shouted. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. UA was actually going to let a bully, a longtime bully at that, attend the hero course. Well, his expulsion was discussed, and many of the school staff did want to follow through with it. The suits ultimately were against it and managed to convince Nezu against it. All Might explained. The suits? Ochako asked. You know, the guys in suits. The ones in high positions who make the impotent discussions. dispute the fact that they rarely have to deal with the consequences. There was an obvious disdain in his voice as he explained this. Those guys, they said that a student with such high potential should not be expelled for some easily ironed-out behavioral issues. And instead, they suggested other consequences, such as correctional therapy, limiting the benefits he gets from the hero course, exclusion from the sports festival, etc. So far, the only thing that has been decided is that he's not going to be expelled. Ochako was fuming. It's like the entirety of today was dedicated to making her hate the world. I swear if that guy is in my class, I am going to float him into the sun. Please don't. I know it's tempting to take matters into your own hands, especially if you think everyone else is messing things up, but please trust us to handle this. All Might told. Believe me when I say if he tries anything like what he's been doing again, he'll be thrown out immediately. That doesn't get rid of 10 years of bullying. Ochako shouted. Most of the worst things in her life had only lasted for, at longest, a month or so, well except for the poverty. But at least she had a plan for that. You can't plan to get rid of discrimination or quirklessness. To be fair, neither does expelling Bakugo. All Might pointed out. Bakugo will receive punishments for his actions, and besides, if we expelled him, you wouldn't get the chance to punch him during hero training. Ochako paused. She did really like the idea of beating the hell out of this guy, and since it seemed she really wouldn't be able to change anything, that seemed like a good consolation prize. Just try not to hurt him too much. All Might winked. I make no promises, Ochako said with a worrying amount of seriousness. Ochako sighed and looked up at the sky. The sun was setting and she needed to get home soon. I know I disappointed you, and believe me, I have many regrets. All Might didn't even tell her about him finding out about Midoriya's behavior after they met. Her opinion of him was probably low enough as it was. And I have no right to ask you this, but please help me clean up my mess and assist Midoriya. Oh, I am disappointed, but I'm definitely going to help Midoriya, Ochako declared. For both him and those kids' sake. The old hero smiled at his successor. This is exactly why I chose her. Thank you, young Uraraka. Later that night, as Izuku was getting ready to put the kids to bed, Kyoku asked him a question. Daddy, why do you still like All Might after he said you couldn't be a hero? All the other children were asleep, so she could talk about this out loud without anyone hearing about it. Well, All Might didn't tell me that to be mean, Kyoku. He said it because he wanted me to be safe. Izuku tried to explain it to her, hiding the pain that question brought him deep inside himself. Being a hero is dangerous after all, and well, he didn't think a quirkless person could do it. Kyoku pouted. While she personally had not been a victim of quirk discrimination, her brother, sisters, and father had been to some extent, and that was enough for her to hate it in its entirety. Well, yes. Izuku winced. He couldn't really phrase it any other way. But it's not like he could have done anything about it. He can't just give me a quirk. But he could. Kyoku protested. Izuku gave her a confused look. What do you mean? Kyoku stood up in the bed, moving carefully towards Izuku, trying not to wake any of her siblings, leaned in, and whispered something in Izuku's ears. Just missed him. Katsuki Bakugo was absolutely pissed. He aced both the practical and physical exam, because of course he did, and was naturally accepted into UA. The only problem was, rather than tell him this over an email, letter, or something, Nezu himself along with some other UA staff showed up at his doorstep. Apparently, they had found out about what he did to Deku and were not pleased. And neither was his mother. They had scolded him harshly for his actions and told him that if he ever did anything resembling these actions again, then he would be immediately expelled, and it would be unlikely he would ever be accepted into another one, given that many of his past actions were now on his record. He would also be excluded from the sports festival and would be on very thin ice during his time at UA. And that punishment could almost be considered light in comparison to what his mother did to him. On top of him now having bruises that would probably last for a good long while, he was also grounded for a year. And so now Bakugo was walking up to Izuku's house to give him a piece of his mind, and to take a piece out of him. Of course, given what he was just told, any logical person would know that this is a horrible idea, and if anyone found out about this, then his hero career would be over before it started. However, Bakugo's mind was too filled with rage, and so no logic made its way in. As far as he was concerned, Deku had ruined his perfect record and his perfect origin story. Bang 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 bang. Deku! Katsuki shouted as he pounded on Izuku's door. He knocked on the door for a couple of minutes, getting no response. Getting even more pissed off, he eventually just kicked the door open. Deku! Get out here! He shouted at the top of his lungs. He looked around and noticed that Deku wasn't there. In fact, nothing was there. His rage blinded him to the house's emptiness, however, and he marched his way over to Izuku's room. He kicked open Izuku's door, ready to potentially maim the boy in question, only for there to be nobody there. And much like the rest of the house, the entire room was empty. What the fuck? Why the hell is it empty? The only way this room would be fucking empty is if Bakugo's eyes widened as he came to realization. He moved. He fucking moved. For a few moments, Bakugo stood in silence. And then the rage came. Fuck. Home. Izuku and the children looked up at the house in awe. Wow, Izuku said. The house was big enough to make mansions seem like tiny apartments in comparison. To compare, if you excluded the fake cities, the house was bigger than UA. Pretty cool, huh? Nami said with a smug look on her face. Seeing as you'll be taking in an unknown amount of kids all with special needs and such, we decided it was go big or go home. All the kids stood in stunned silence for a while, all of them speechless that this massive building was now to be their home. And of course, the first one to break the silence was Kiba, who suddenly started laughing. Ahahaha. Yes, this seems like a fine place for someone as great as I to reside. Good work. Mistress of Sloth. Kiba complimented. Mistress of Sloth, really? I'm not that lazy. Nami stopped and thought about it for a moment. Actually, now that title is appropriate. You'd make a good Twitch streamer or YouTuber or something. What are those? Kiba asked. I'll tell you later, Izuku told her. For now, let's go inside and see where everything is. Yeah, I want to see my room. Kei told them excitedly, her snakes hissing with happiness. Well, then it's time for the house tour. Get ready, kids. This is gonna take a while. Nami said. The entrance. Upon walking in, they were already met with a plethora of paths, with 4 different paths on the first floor, a staircase leading to the second floor which had even more pathways, and the third floor even more. Okay, I don't really have a plan here, but I do have this map, Nami said, taking out her phone, which had a map of the house on it. Oh, by the way, Izuku, take this. Nami handed Izuku a new phone. It's better than your old phone and has a few choice apps downloaded on it, one of which is the map for this house. Nami explained. Okay. Izuku wasn't sure about needing a map to traverse his own house. He's sure he'll get used to it, but it's gonna be confusing for a while. Now, how about we start with some of the indoor functionality rooms? Nami decided. The classroom. Many of the rooms on the second level were large empty rooms. Apparently, they wanted Izuku to decide what to do with some of the rooms, so they were left empty. The first room they came across that actually had something in it looked like a large classroom, an elementary school classroom in particular. There were educational posters all across the room, one of those plastic skeletons near the front. There were bookshelves that were lined with textbooks, computers, and a desk with a globe on it. And of course, there were desks all around the room. Finally a room with something in it. As you can guess, this is one of the classrooms. There are 2 of them and they are basically identical. If you or a tutor want to teach the kids, this would be the best place to do it. Are there any animal books? Kei asked Nami. Yeah, there should be a zoology book around or 2 around here somewhere. Good luck finding it though, because I'm not helping. Nami said. Well, I'm glad I'll be able to give them a somewhat normal school experience. Although I'm still not sure about a tutor though. Izuku knew he wasn't quite knowledgeable enough in every subject to act as their sole educator. At least not if he wanted them to get a good education. But trusting his kids in the hands of someone else was something he was just unused to. Well, if you want, we can provide you with a list of tutors that have been screened by the government, Nami offered. Izuku thought about that. On one hand, that would be a good way to find tutors. On the other hand, if the government was that good at screening things, then how did Nami get employed? Why do I have the feeling you're thinking something rude? Nami glared at him. Library. That's a lot of books, Fu said with a tad bit of awe in his voice. This room was larger than most of the others, and inside was a standard-sized library, with books littering the walls and shelves. Hundreds, maybe thousands of books. Behold, the nerd room, Nami said. Izuku gave her a really look, while the children ignored her and explored the library. Kei immediately ran into the S section. S is for snakes, so there should be snake books in. Here. Come, Fu. Help me find books on my kind. Kiba dragged Fu into the V section. Sansan, namely, looked at book covers, making many arms to look at them all at once. Kyoku didn't stray too far away from Izuku, just looking around the closest section to them, which happened to be I. There's nothing inappropriate here, is there? Izuku asked Nami. PFT. Of course not. We've screened all of them before they got anywhere near here. Nami said nonchalantly. And they were scanned by a department other than the OPCCC, right? Izuku asked. Izuku, I'm starting to think you don't trust us. Nami sounded offended. Which is dash. Izuku, what does intercourse mean? Kyoku asked, pulling out a book that was definitely not appropriate. A perfectly valid opinion given what you've seen of us so far. Nami finished her sentence. As Izuku ran to grab the book from Kyoku. Quirk training room. And this is the quirk training room, Nami said, gesturing to the large room. The room was completely barren and looked like it was made out of some kind of metal. There's nothing in here. Izuku pointed out the obvious. Well, duh. You're supposed to request items for this room, Nami told him. Then what exactly makes it different from the other empty rooms? Kiba asked. Well, you see, this room is made out of extremely tough metals, imported from I Island. Nami explained. Island. Izuku's eyes went wide in shock. What's I Island? Kei asked. The other children looked just as confused. I Island is an artificial island, where some of the smartest people on the planet are gathered, to create some of the highest tech things the world has ever seen. Izuku explained while geeking out. That's right. This room is specially constructed to be tough as CK. Nami explained. So you can go ham with your training, without worrying about breaking the entire house. And also check this out. Blast doors. As Nami said that, blast doors suddenly shut behind them. You can seal this room entirely from the rest of the house. So if a kid is going to explode or something, just put them in here and lock the doors. Nami explained. So that means you're going to give me explosive children. Izuku was pretty sure something like that might happen, but this was confirmation. You know it, kid. Nami gave him a shit-eating grin. Thunk. Everyone looked to the left and saw that Kiba had punched the wall, but didn't leave a mark. Much to her surprise. Ah, I see. This is truly impressive metal. Of course, I didn't punch it at full power, but still, it is impressive. Kiba lied, swearing in her head to break this room and prove her might one day. Fu sighed, knowing what Kiba was thinking, and all the headaches it would cause. Kitchen and dining hall. Back on the first floor, the first room they stumbled upon was the kitchen and dining hall. The dining hall looked like the typical cafeteria, with long tables and benches for people to sit and eat on, and trash cans all over for people to throw stuff away. The kitchen was much bigger than the one they had before, with several refrigerators, and a separate room that acted as a freezer. It's really cold in here, Kei said as she walked in the freezer. No qual. Sansan refused to go into the room, staying a good few feet away from it. Can Sansan freeze in the cold? Well, I guess that would make sense. She's made entirely out of liquid. Izuku made a mental note of this. It is a bit chilly in here. Kiba looked mostly unaffected. What about you, Fu? Fu looked down at his arms. Yeah, no, I still can't feel anything. There should be enough food in here for all of you to last a while. We even took Zombie Boy into account. Nami said. If you need to buy food, I already put a number you can call on your phone. They even sell special needs foods, like blood. Good. I have a feeling Fu and Kiba aren't going to be the only ones with strange eating habits. Izuku said. Oh, you have no idea. Nami held in a laugh. Indoor sports room. This was a large room, with a window stitching across the furthest wall which showed the outside. The room itself had a large section of fake grass, and outside of that, there was a small ping-pong table and some other tables. There were also some basketball hoops and soccer nets off to the side. And welcome to the indoor sports room. For all the introverts who hate the cruel rays of the Son, but still want to play sports for some reason. This room is for you. Nami explained. Finally. Take that, you wretched yellow sky ball. Kiba shouted. Izuku looked outside and saw the gardens. It wasn't anything too complex, a bunch of flowers, arranged in pretty-looking patterns. Most of it was empty, seemingly they wanted them to plant things themselves. What's this? Fu said as he grabbed a ping-pong paddle. It's ping-pong. It's tennis for cowards. Nami explained. It's a perfectly fun sport for everyone. Izuku rushed in so Nami couldn't color their opinion too much. Yeah, I got it wrong. Badminton is tennis for cowards. Nami corrected herself. There is no such thing as tennis for cowards. Izuku argued. Living room. And so this is basically the living room, Nami said. The room wasn't particularly large in comparison to the others. In the center of the room was a very large couch, with two smaller but still somewhat large couches next to it. In front of the couch was a big table, with several controllers for several different gaming consoles. And of course, there was an entertainment center, with a TV on top and basically all the new generation consoles and a few games. So we hooked you up with all the new consoles, but if you want the older ones, you're on your own, Nami said as the kids went to inspect the consoles and games. You know, you've given us a lot of nice things. A lot of nice, expensive things. Izuku noticed. Why so generous? Well, how could we not be? These kids have had it hard and we just want them to enjoy their futures. Nami said with her hemi-acting. And you're sure it has nothing to do with the government fearing they might become villains? Izuku asked. Maybe a little, Nami replied. Izuku sighed. He hated that the government viewed these kids as potential threats more than they did as children. But at least he could use that to get the best things for his kids. At the end of the day, that's all he could do. Outside, their backyard turned out to be almost as ridiculously huge as the house itself. There was a large pool with a diving board, a greenhouse, an omnipurpose court, a garden, and a few more things. And wrapping around the entire thing was a huge track. Whoa! Kei couldn't decide where to go first. Sansan immediately made her way to the pool and jumped in, moving freely through the water like a fish. Is it safe for all the chemicals inside her to be in the water? Izuku wondered. I'll have to have that tested. This makes me wish to go outside. At night, of course. I'm not giving you another chance to mar my perfect skin, you blasted fireball. Kiba shouted at the sun while still making sure to hide in her cloak. Is that a greenhouse? Fu asked. Yep. You can grow plants and stuff if you're boring. Nami said, getting glared at by Izuku. In response, well, good thing I'm boring. I want to try it. Fu said, can I try it? Eri asked. Of course you can, Eri. And there is nothing wrong with that. Izuku glared at Nami. Yeah. Now let's go take a look at those bedrooms, shall we? Nami said. Rooms. The bedrooms were located on floors 3 and 4, with a nursery also being located on floor 3, telling Izuku he was eventually going to have to take care of some significantly younger children as well. Kyoku's, Eri's, and Kei's rooms were all basically the same, with the only difference being that Kei's room was already filled with extra visors. Otherwise, it was all the same. They were surprisingly a lot smaller than most of the other rooms in the building, but that's probably because there were so many of them. All of them had a basic, but comfy bed, a TV, and a desk, and of course a bathroom. Fu's and Kiba's rooms were built to be significantly stronger, so that way they didn't break them. And Sansan's room was completely lined with a material that was immune to her acid, meaning she could be in this room without the chemical and not melt it. Izuku's room was very different from the others. For one, the 5th floor, the smallest floor by far, was entirely dedicated to 2 rooms. Izuku's office and Izuku's room. Izuku's office was rather standard. It had a few cabinets for files, a wooden desk with a computer, and a window overlooking the backyard. And his bedroom was larger than all the children's bedrooms, but was still pretty standard in terms of what was in it, except for the bed, which was huge, bigger than any bed Izuku had ever seen. Why is the bed so big? Izuku asked while the children jumped on the bed. Well, we figured that some of the kids would want to sleep with you, so we decided to make it dogpile accessible, Nami explained. Oh, yay. Izuku was happy for the kids, but he had feelings that might get painful at some point. Well, that's it for the tour, Nami said. Wait, we toured the entire house. Izuku was sure there was more to be looked at. Ha ha ha. No. Nami laughed. I don't have time for that. I'm gonna go drinking with my buddies in an hour, so I have to go home and change. Izuku facepalmed internally. He should have expected that. Well, I guess this is our new home. Izuku thought. It's going to take a while, but... Izuku looked at the smiling, laughing children jumping on his bed, all of them having a blast. I can get used to it. Izuku smiled as well. Chapter summary. Shorts 4. Kiba starts a new hobby and Ochako gets upset. Yes. Izuku raised his arms into the air in celebration, sitting back in his chair as it rolled, back towards the window. It had been a week or so since they moved in, and Izuku had finally decided to get his quirk, counselor's license, using an online test. Wow, that was really easy. Izuku thought his celebratory high diminishing. A bit too easy. If it's that easy to get a license for quirk consoling, then that would explain why society has so many quirk issues. Moving away from that thought, Izuku thought about the children. They were currently all around the house, enjoying themselves to their heart's content. I should check on them, but I still have a lot of work to do here. I should use the cameras. Izuku rolled his chair back up to his desk and went on his computer. Another feature of the house was that it had cameras all over the place. And Izuku's phone and computer were both capable of viewing these cameras at any time. Let's see what they are doing, Izuku said. Greenhouse. The greenhouse was about as big as the average person's house, with plenty of space for all sorts of plants. Eri and Kyoku were currently inside said greenhouse, staring at a very small plant. And given that Eri was the one who wanted to do this, you can probably guess what kind of plant it was. So this is gonna be an apple tree? Eri asked her sister. Yep. It's gonna grow big and apples are gonna come off the branches, Kyoku said. But remember Daddy said it's like a baby right now. You need to give it love and food and water. Food and water. Eri didn't know that apples needed to eat. How did it eat without a mouth? Daddy says that plants eat sunlight, except for a few that eat bugs. Kyoku made a slightly disgusted face. Bugs were gross and not food. She tried eating a few once back when her parents hadn't fed her for a while. It was as gross as it looked. Yuck. There was a small pause, as once the conversation had run its course, neither really knew what to talk about. They weren't exactly social butterflies and mostly relied on Izuku to fill the silence. After some more silence and sometimes staring at the plants, Eri spoke. It's nice in here, the horned girl said. You're right. Kyoku responded. It's really warm and sunny in here. It makes me, kinda, sleepy. Eri yawned, and her eyes drooped a little bit. Me too. Kyoku said. You want to take a nap? Okay. Eri yawned. Back with Izuku. The greenette smiled as he watched both girls slowly fall asleep together on a lawn chair, located in the green room. I'm glad Eri can finally get some sleep, Izuku thought. Ever since Kyoku had erased some of Eri's memories, the girl had had a much easier time sleeping. She still required someone to sleep with her, otherwise, she would get flashbacks on incomplete memories and unpleasant feelings. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, but it could still be improved. Kyoku herself had been a huge boon in Eri's development. Her overprotectiveness of her family and of Eri especially served to help Eri feel comfortable and safe. And in return, Eri's cute factor and shy nature gave Kyoku that little sister feeling she always wanted, despite the fact that Eri was older than her. Turning away from that adorable scene, as hard as that was, Izuku looked through the cameras until he reached the library. Fu and Kei were currently reading to their heart's content. Fu was reading a fantasy manga, while Kei was learning about snakes. Fu, did you know snakes have ears inside them? Kei told him excitedly. Oh, okay. Fu said, not looking up from his book. Fu, you're not listening. Kei whined. I am, but I'm also trying to focus on my book. Fu explained. What's it about? Kei asked him. It's called an isekai manga. It's about this guy who dies and is sent to another world, and is turned into a sword, and is picked up by a cat girl, and they try to become strong so she can evolve. Fu explained, calmly, with a tad bit of excitement. Wow, you must really like it. You sound excited. To anyone who didn't know Fu or Kei, they would say that Kei was being sarcastic. But she did really mean that. In comparison to how he normally sounded, he did sound a lot pumped. It's a good book, Fu said. And Izuku says there are mountains of books like it. Wow. Kei imagined a literal mountain of books. Izuku says he'll help me find the best ones if I do well with my training, Fu told her. Because he said that there are a lot of boring, bad ones too. I wanna see 'em. Kei said after some thought. See what? Fu asked. That bad ones. Kei elaborated. I wanna see the bad ones. Why? Fu asked, looking confused. Because maybe I'll like it. Kei shrugged. Kiba didn't like it when I tried to cook, but I liked it. So maybe even if other people don't like it, I will. Fu thought about that for a moment. You have a point, but I think I still want to. Have Izuku tell me what the good books are. Fu didn't have all day to waste after all. He still had to train to be a hero, keep up with his education and other things too. And life was only so long. Wait a second. Fu thought. Can I die of aging? Back with Izuku. Looks like Fu had some sort of major realization. I'll have to ask him about that. Later. Izuku thought. I'd taken him a long time to take out many of the inappropriate books in that library, although he doubted he had managed to get all of them. Izuku groaned at the thought of one of the kids cracking open a book explaining in detail how babies were made and the best ways to do it. I'm going to have to hire someone to sort through the whole library. The hiring process when it came to the facility was difficult. Not because of any issues with money or finding capable people, Izuku's own wealth, combined with the government support, made that easy. The hard part was finding people he could trust. Izuku's combination of bad experiences and paranoia made putting his full faith in people rather difficult, and as such he had been putting off the hiring of new staff for a while. Izuku forced the topic off his mind. Let's think about something else. I believe Kota and Sansan are at the pool. The pool. Now Kota wasn't the biggest fan of quirk training, but he had to admit this was kind of fun. Kota shot out 3 blasts of water above the pool. Sansan jumped out of the pool like a dolphin and caught the water, absorbing it into herself. Then while in mid-air, she shot the water out at a target that was placed at the side of the pool. The water, however, missed the target by a few inches. Sansan landed back in the water with a splash. Missed, Kota called out. Sansan's upper body came out of the water and she looked at the target. What? She snapped her fingers in typically cartoon fashion. You're not very good at this yet. Kota snickered. I guess water tricks just aren't your thing. Sansan gave him a very upset pout before diving back into the water. After a few moments of silence, Kota started to get confused. Sansan. Kota called out. Can she drown? Suddenly Sansan's gooey hand emerged from the water and grabbed Kota's face. Before Kota could try and pull her off of him, Sansan's hand grew and fully enveloped Kota's face, before expanding out into a bubble, making an air bubble around Kota's head. What are you, HH? Kota was suddenly pulled into the water by Sansan. Splash. Kota was dragged through the water by Sansan, at speeds faster than any normal person could swim. He was pulled up and down, in loops and swirls, in spirals. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any clue what he was doing, this would have been extremely fun. Oh, who was he? Kidding, it was still fun. After a few seconds Kota saw the rest of Sansan's body. She looked like a giant slime balloon, filled with water. Kota was brought to Sansan, and then he went inside her. Sansan floated to the surface, bringing Kota up with her while he was still inside the bubble of water. And then a hole appeared above Kota, and all the water was forced out, bringing Kota with it. Fwush! The water came out like a fountain, with Kota at the top. Whoa. Let me down. Kota cried from the top of the water spout. Sansan stopped the water spout and brought Kota back into her water bubble. MMPH. Kota held his breath, as he no longer had the air bubble. Then, San's body morphed into a crude cannon, aimed at the target. Splosh! Sansan shot out a huge blast of water, with Kota in it, hitting the target and knocking it over. Kota coughed a lot, recovering from his impromptu ride. Sansan popped out of the water, absorbing all the water that clung to her, before shooting it back into the pool, leaving her completely dry, well as dry as a person made entirely out of a liquid could be anyway. She stood over Kota with a new expression she learned how to make. The smug face. Okay. Kota coughed. You're pretty good in the water. Back with Izuku. Izuku frowned, concerned that Kota might be hurt. However, Kota seemed just fine, getting up and walking around in no time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sansan is possibly the most powerful of the kids right now. I should probably teach her how to restrain herself. Izuku cringed slightly at the word restrain. It was no secret Sansan hated staying still, and anyone who knew why couldn't blame her. A year in a jar would cause anyone to hate being still. Izuku also theorized that it was why Sansan liked learning to fight and use her quirk so much. So no one could ever put her in a jar again. He couldn't blame her for not getting out of the jar. The glass was rather durable, and without any room to move around, Sansan's strength wasn't anything too special. The lid had also been sealed shut onto the jar, meaning that there was no way of opening it. But still, she might have been able to get out of it by drilling through it. But given her age, she probably didn't think about that. Izuku switched through the cameras looking for Kiba, but she was nowhere to be found. She must be in her room, Izuku thought. While the kids' rooms had cameras, Izuku had turned them off. He thought they deserved one place in the house that was there, where they had full privacy. I think I can guess what she's doing there. Izuku sighed. Fortunately, he didn't need the security cameras to see it. All he had to do was go online and search the name, Ruler of Eternal Darkness Kiba. And of course, she was live. Kiba's room. Kiba had wasted no time decorating her room. The entire thing was painted a very royal purple and dark black, done easily thanks to Sansan. Her bed now had a canopy on it, complete with purple and red coverings, blankets, and pillows. They had even replaced the glass in her window with red-tinted glass. Kiba herself was at her desk on her new PC, live streaming. "Ha, take that. And that," Kiba said as her character cleared away a wave of enemies. "Fear. The power of eternal darkness. Slumber forever in the sea of doomed souls. All shall kneel before me." My dude, this kid has zero chills. It's like Satania had a child with Shaltair. Never getting that out of my head. Press X to hail the queen. X. 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 The game Kiba was currently playing was Castlevania vs. Hyrule Warriors 2. A Muzu game, which some people would call the best thing Nintendo has done with Castlevania since they acquired the license for it, although most would disagree. The character she played was, of course, Dracula. "That's right, my minions. Prostrate yourselves before me." Ahahaha. She crackled. Do you think she knows what prostrate means? She seems like the kind of person to look up words in a dictionary to sound impressive. "My lady, I humbly ask you to play Street Fighter 45. Isn't that considered a rage game now?" "Dude, she's like 7, you can't recommend games that hard." Kiba looked offended. "Pa, you dare doubt my ability? Fine. I'll play this game and prove my ability. Well, that's gonna be a fun stream. Long live the queen." Back with Izuku. Izuku scowled at the screen. "If she ends up playing that, then I'm going to need to buy an extra computer monitor." Izuku sighed. Ever since Arc System Works started becoming more mainstream and popular, Capcom just hasn't been the same. Ever since Nami had suggested it and Izuku explained it, Kiba had become obsessed with spreading her influence and gaining followers via the method of YouTubing. And to be fair, despite only starting a few days ago, she was quite good at it. Her personality made her entertaining to watch, and of course, the fact that she was absolutely adorable helped quite a bit. "I just hope she doesn't do anything stupid for views." Izuku cringed at the thought. As Izuku tried to think of a way to keep her from eating laundry detergent or something like that, he got a notification. 2 people approaching the gate. Izuku tapped the notification and he was brought to the camera outside the gate. "Oh, it's Uraraka and All Might." A few minutes later, the 3 of them sat in Izuku's office, with Izuku in his chair, and Ochako and All Might sat on the opposite side. "I hope you like the tea. I kinda made it in a rush," Izuku said apologetically. No, it's more than fine. On such short notice, I'm surprised you were able to make tea at all Might said. Ochako was looking around the office in a freaked-out manner. "It's so big." Hee. "Yeah, I think they might have gone overboard," Izuku said nervously. "But it keeps the kids happy, so I don't really mind too much." "You never told us you were super rich," Ochako shouted. "Well, I wouldn't say I'm super rich. The government paid for the house and most of what's in it," Izuku explained. "I do have a lot of money though. The government pays me every month. And it's a significant amount Mom also brings in a lot of money too. Izuku felt uncomfortable talking about his wealth. He had become rich so suddenly that he had to keep reminding himself of it. Not to mention it just felt weird to him. But how are you? I heard UA is starting soon and I realized that I never asked you how you did on the entrance exam. Izuku blushed with embarrassment as he realized their last visit was basically all about him. I passed, Ochako said proudly. And I got a pretty high rank too. Although, I did break my arm in the process. Really, are you okay? Izuku panicked slightly. No, I'm fine. Ochako moved her arm around. See, just fine. Oh, okay, that's good. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. But, how did you break your arm? Well, Ochako looked away, as she tried to find the best way to lie about this. My quirk suddenly mutated and gave me crazy super strength out of nowhere. And the kickback is what broke my arm. You quirk suddenly mutated. Izuku thought about that for a while, slowly putting the pieces together. Wait, you mean one for all? Spret. All Might spat out his tea and Ochako's eyes widened with surprise and panic. Oh, sorry. I forgot I'm not supposed to know about that. Izuku apologized. How? All Might asked, recovering from his spit take. Well, do you remember Kyoku? Izuku asked them. She has a memory reading and altering quirk, and she didn't trust All Might too much, so she looked at his memories and she told me everything. What do you mean everything? All Might asked. Almost everything after you got one for all. Izuku clarified. All Might said nothing. Stunned at how, without him knowing, every secret he had was exposed. And by a child no less. How could he be so careless? I'm so sorry. Please know that she was punished with no dessert for a month. I would have had her erase the memory of her telling me this, but I thought if I did that then I wouldn't be able to make sure she kept it a secret, and since she can't erase her own memories Midoriya. All Might shouted, stopping Izuku from rambling on. Why yes, Izuku responded. It's fine. All Might sighed. It's not truly your fault, and I can't be too upset with a child trying to protect her family, although I would like to talk with young Kyoku. Of course. I'll have her apologize to you as soon I can, Izuku said. After that, there was an awkward pause as neither party really knew what to say afterward. Eventually, Ochako was the one to break the silence. So, what now? She asked. Well, I don't think I have to stress the importance of keeping everything you know a secret. All Might said. If this ever got out Uraraka would be in a lot of danger, Izuku said solemnly. Especially if All for One finds out. Who? Uraraka asked. All Might gave Izuku a freaked out "What did I just say?" face. Wait, you didn't tell her about him yet? Izuku was shocked. I was waiting for the right time. All Might sighed, rubbing his temples. Sorry, but it seems like you should have told her about him before you even gave her one. For all. No offense, but it seems like you just painted a giant target on her back without telling. Huh. Izuku said. And not that I'm saying you did that, it just kinda seems Okay, I'm kind of freaking out a little. Who's All for One? Ochako butt in. He. Alright, I'll tell you who he is. As well as the origin of One for All. But remember, nothing I say leaves this room. All Might warned. One long story later. Why didn't you tell me about him before? Ochako shouted at her teacher. I thought it would overwhelm you. All Might defended. Of course it would overwhelm me. Everything about this is overwhelming. Ochako argued. You can't just ask people if they want a super strong quirk, and not tell them about the over 100-year-old immortal supervillain who's been killing the people who have this quirk since it was created. I killed him. It's not like he's still around anymore. All Might argued back. Izuku opened his mouth to say something before closing it again. Is there something you'd like to say, young Midoriya? All Might asked. Well, did they ever find All for One's body? Izuku asked him. Well, no. All Might admitted. But are you kidding me? Ochako shouted. But I'm sure that he's dead. All Might finished. I smashed his face in. There's no way he could have received from that. All Might. Izuku spoke up once more. There are quirks that can regenerate from that. In fact, Fu's quirk can regenerate from that. And if he had multiple regeneration quirks, matter or flesh manipulation quirks, illusion quirks, body duplication quirks, or consciousness transferal quirks, he might still be alive. All Might paused as he considered Izuku's words and grew slightly pale at the possibility that his age-old nemesis could still be alive. I can't believe this. Ochako looked ready to rip out her hair. You thought you killed someone who has been gathering tons and tons of different types of quirks for centuries by punching him really hard. And you didn't even have a body as proof. Okay, so perhaps I may have made a few lapses in judgment. All Might admitted sheepishly. And perhaps I should have informed Uraraka of this before I gave her the quirk. Of course you should have. Ochako butt in again. But to be fair, he's also been assumed dead by government officials. All Might said, defending himself once more. The government also told me they filtered all the books in the library to be appropriate for children. I found 10 sexual education books and 1 book about how to cook a human body. Izuku said, well, I honestly have no idea how to respond to that. All Might said. Ochako was facepalming so hard right now. Do you have any other major lapses in foresight you want to tell me about? I don't think so. All Might said. What about Night Eye's death prophecy? Izuku asked. Ochako screamed. This would be for today. Next part would be coming soon, so please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section.